The news continued to spread. There were additional victims in the Daejeong serial killing case. As the perpetrator remained at large, even after more than 20 murders, citizens expressed growing anxiety. The crimes, all committed within the same metropolitan area, fueled the fear. With no clear connections between the victims regarding age or gender, authorities suspected the crimes might be indiscriminate, not targeting any specific individuals. At the same time, the police revealed they were focusing on the possibility of a copycat. The figure of the killer stood alone. Yuni was murdered. Life continued in the city. The news of Lee Sla's involvement in the case was broadcasted. Sla sat at her desk, a calendar marking the 10th of October. On her computer screen, a headline read, "Family of 4 found dead. High likelihood it was a robber murder." Sla looked up, a pained expression on her face as she ran a hand through her hair. Sung sits alone, bathed in an eerie light, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lee Sla's eyes brim with tears as she clutches a small object. Yin Yoan asks what's wrong, noting her headaches have returned. Elsewhere, a group gathers at a restaurant, the atmosphere bustling with chatter. Someone suggests they move to a quieter place. At the table, Sla apologizes, saying it's okay. Glass's man friend tells Johan that he just spaced out, reminding him that the last time he said that, he ended up throwing up. Johan retorts that it makes sense that Glass's man friend would say that, given it's only been a few weeks since. The camera focuses on the table, laden with food and drinks, before shifting to Sla's eyes, filled with a deep sadness. Sla is then seen with 2 children, a boy and a girl, their faces partially obscured. The scene returns to the restaurant, where drinks are being poured. Sla smiles faintly, but her eyes still betray a hint of sorrow. The camera focuses on Sla's hands. A body lies on a table, covered by a sheet. A medical examiner asks if the identity of the deceased can be confirmed. Sla, with tears in her eyes, could only manage a quiet confirmation. The deceased's face was paler than it had ever been, and the N carved into the back of her hand was visible beneath the sheet. It was evidence of the most talked-about serial killer in the world. Number had done it. One investigator wondered how many victims there had been, estimating 30. Another corrected him, stating the number had already crossed 40. He suggested they should include the copycats as well. One of the investigators felt like the world was going crazy, citing robberies and stabbings. He questioned what the police were even doing. Sla wondered if there was a point to any of it. Even if they did catch the killer, Yuni would still be dead. Another investigator noted that every time he went out for more material, he felt the presence of serial killers or robbers. One of the investigators questioned the point of responding after something happened. He wondered if they needed a more fundamental solution, like sorting out dangerous elements or future criminals ahead of time. The investigator considered finding them all and killing them before they could act. Lately, that's all that had been on his mind. As Sla walked down the street, someone called out to her. The man told Sla to get home safe, noting that the Dungeon Street side was brighter and had more cameras. Sla responded with a simple, "Really?" Sla's colleague suggested that she try seeing someone nice. He trailed off, seemingly unsure of what to say next. The man continued, suggesting that the people who could help her might be unexpectedly close. Sla responded with a hollow laugh. The investigator stated that he would, thanking his colleague. Meanwhile, a lone figure walked down a brightly lit street. Elsewhere, the hooded figure with glowing blue eyes sat perched, observing. Back at the station, the investigators continued to analyze the data, looking for connections. The team determined that there were no commonalities between the victims. The only things connecting the cases were the wounds. The wounds were in the shape of a number carved somewhere on the bodies. The team wondered what the motive was and what the numbers meant, and whether it was a single perpetrator or not. The killings were random and on an unprecedented scale. Sla continued to review the files, a sense of unease growing within her. It wasn't that there were no witnesses at all, but very rarely, even after facing number, there were people. The team looked into who had survived. Ms. Lee Jae-yun, a 21st K survivor, testified that it was just a coincidence that she happened to eat out together that day. Sla was going to an Instagram hidden gem. It was just happening that she went to a place she normally didn't. All just a coincidence, it was supposed to be, the witness thought. The 13th case survivor began to tell Ms. Reporter to hear him out. Mr. Choi Chong-won testified that the road wasn't a road people didn't use, but as soon as he noticed, there weren't any people around, and only that man was walking behind them, it was as if the witness wondered how he was supposed to explain that feeling. Sla wondered what could be the reason that only these people survived. Why did number let these people go, even while knowing the risk leaving them alive would create? A voice was heard. Ms. Lee Ji-hyun thought, "Oh, I'm dead now," but then he came close, and things would end up that way. Number 1. Not you. The person in bed screamed. Due to investigative reasons, the police haven't revealed the numbers on the victims. He sat surrounded by scattered papers, a frustrated grimace on his face. He realized he was lacking too much information from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Sla lay in bed, her eyes wide open as she pondered the unfolding events. She wondered if what was happening was even possible in Korea. The chronicler noted that the murders continued, the killer making no attempt to hide the bodies or avoid witnesses. Back at his computer, the protagonist noticed that his tip mailbox was full. Sayla was still deep in thought, trying to figure out how this could be happening. Her attention was drawn to a news article on her computer screen. She wondered what it could be. Sayla questioned if what she was seeing was real as she dialed a number on her phone. Elsewhere, Lee Esabayal, a local news reporter, introduced herself and requested an interview regarding the email. The hooded figure walked down the street, thinking that this was it, and it was better than they expected. The figure considered that they could more or less tell what was happening. They knew they would have to look for more material, but if they kept digging in this direction, they were sure they would find it. The hooded figure continued to walk, their expression hidden in shadow. The figure's boots clicked against the pavement as they walked. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. Sayla walked down the street, unaware that someone was following her. Meanwhile, Ms. Reporter continued to speak, explaining that the road wasn't one people usually used. She continued, stating that she noticed there weren't any people around. Sayla tried to calm down, telling herself it must be a coincidence that someone was walking behind her. The footsteps grew closer. Sayla continued to walk, the sound of footsteps behind her growing louder. Suddenly, the footsteps quickened. The hooded figure lunged forward. Sayla's eyes widened in terror. She screamed. The hooded figure attacked. The hooded thug stomped down hard on the scooter, crushing it beneath his foot. Sayla's eyes widened in horror as she watched the scooter being destroyed. The blonde bully was struck from the side. The force of the blow sent him flying. Sayla, lying on the ground, called out to Johan. The glasses bully grabbed the blonde bully's hand. The blonde bully yelled at Johan and Sayla to run. He continued to run. Johan questioned what the blonde bully was doing there, near his workplace. He demanded to know what he meant. The blonde bully wondered who the crazy guy was, realizing it was the number killer. The glasses bully urged Johan to run to a place with a lot of people. The blonde bully told Sayla that if they went to the restaurant area, they wouldn't be able to chase them anymore. The blonde bully pointed towards a dark alley. The glasses bully confirmed that it was a shortcut to the main street. Sayla ran ahead. Her eyes widened as she remembered something. Sayla realized that it wasn't. Suddenly, a hand reached out. Sayla gasped, realizing it wasn't. She screamed, warning Johan that it was a dead end. The hooded figure grabbed Johan. The hooded figure attacked. Blood splattered. Johan fell to the ground. The hooded figure stands over the body of Johan, his glowing red eyes piercing the darkness. The blonde bully, visibly shaken, curses at the hooded figure, questioning why they ran so fast. He insists that he brought the victim over properly. The hooded figure responds that whether it's the street vibes or cameras, this is the best place for their actions. Johan lies on the ground, barely conscious, as the hooded figure comments that both of Johan's sisters are quick on reading the room. The hooded figure thinks that he thought he was going to lose it again and be ruined. The blonde bully states that Yuni died to Number. Number chuckles, confirming that he knows how grateful the blonde bully is for him. He thinks to himself that if he just writes down any number like this, a hand is stabbed, and the person exclaims in pain, thinking that they'll all misunderstand and think he did it. The blonde bully screams in pain as he is stabbed, thinking that thanks to that, farm teams like theirs get a bit more breathing room. Number states that it is done. The blonde bully is told that he can do whatever he wants now, but to remember. Number thinks that the moment she stops breathing, she's his. The glasses bully lies on the ground, injured. Number tells Sayla that they shall see how she looks on the inside. The polished boot of an unknown figure steps forward, the sound echoing in the alley. Rain streaks down the sides of buildings, the oppressive atmosphere heavy with dread. In the distance, the hooded figure stands watch as the blonde bully and glasses bully are confronted by the protagonist. The blonde bully, now with glowing blue eyes, seems confused by the turn of events. The protagonist, kneeling on the ground, curses at the sight of the blonde bully and glasses bully. From above, the hooded figure taunts them, asking if they are enjoying the show and telling them to get lost. The protagonist's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his powers surging. Bathed in blue light, the protagonist stands before the hooded victim, who is now transformed into a monstrous figure. The transformed victim whispers, 4 in 1. The protagonist, his eyes blazing, declares that he has found his destined murderer. 3 hours earlier, the events that led to the present began to unfold. Yang Suyang expressed her gratitude, stating she was very thankful to Number. The woman explained that Number had saved her life, as well as her family's. The investigator read the 37th case survivor, Yang Suyang's testimony, specifically the part where she stated that the victim was definitely her ex-lover. The investigator considered the statement about the ex-lover and the fact that Number had saved her life. The investigator continued to question Yang Suyang, reminding her that the victim was killed by Number and that she was next to them when it happened. The investigator placed a hand on her head, telling her that she could have been in extreme danger. Yang Suyang chuckled, asking if the investigator was asking if she could have died too, and then questioned if he was a reporter. The investigator stood in the rain, realizing something. Meanwhile, a group of thugs confronted someone on the street, asking if they were enjoying the show and telling them to get lost. The person on the ground wondered who number saves and who number. The protagonist, with glowing blue eyes, found the person, calling them a destined murderer. The hooded figure continued their march down the alleyway, oblivious to the scene unfolding behind them. The blonde bully, now on the ground, questioned what was happening, demanding that the hooded figure wait. The glasses bully, seeing his companion in danger, shouted at the hooded figure to leave him alone, calling him a bastard. He questioned if they were deaf. The hooded figure raised their weapon, preparing to strike. The weapon came down with brutal force. The glasses bully was struck, the force of the blow sending him flying. The hooded figure stood over their fallen victim. The glasses bully groaned in pain as the blonde bully looked on in shock. The glasses bully continued to groan, struggling to breathe. The hooded figure recalled the protagonist's words, remembering that they were number 1. The hooded figure stared intently at the blonde bully, declaring that it was not him. The hooded figure, bathed in an eerie blue light, prepared to strike again, thinking of number 4. The hooded figure declared his target for elimination. The blonde bully, witnessing the scene, couldn't believe what he was seeing, whispering number in disbelief. With a burst of speed, the hooded figure lunged towards the blonde bully. The blonde bully could only gasp as the hooded figure approached. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes glowed with an intense blue light as he intervened. A series of numbers 3, 1, 4, 2, and 5 appeared in the air. The protagonist blocked the hooded figure's attack, sparks flying as their weapons clashed. The blonde bully watched in shock as the protagonist defended him. The protagonist's weapon shattered the hooded figure's blade. The hooded figure was struck by the broken blade. The blonde bully screamed in terror. As the numbers 9, 2, and 1 appeared, the protagonist stood ready to fight. The hooded thug lunged forward, his eyes wide with a crazed intensity as he attacked. The force of the blow echoed through the alleyway. SLA, still reeling from the recent events, remembered something. The hooded figure had found her, declaring her a destined murderer. It had always been a mystery. The investigators had determined that the victims had no commonalities between each other, and the killer's skill at evading the investigative net had been unnaturally long. The recurring behavior in the survivors' testimonies was of acting like he could foresee what would happen. When number left and the police arrived, SLA wondered if they knew what they found in that dead bastard's bag. Gasoline, butane, and a burner. He had every intention of starting a massive fire. SLA asked if they understood what she was saying. That early dawn, if she hadn't crossed paths with number in front of her house, if number hadn't killed that bastard first. A building blazed, engulfed in flames. The words, "my entire family," hung in the air, heavy with unspoken grief. Nearby, the hooded thug stood with another figure, the blonde knife thug. He stated that they would have burned to death instead. The blonde knife thug sat on the ground, a manic look in his eyes as he pointed a knife forward. The blade sliced through the air, meeting resistance. The hooded thug's foot slammed down, crushing something beneath it. The hooded thug moved with deadly speed, his eyes narrowed. A gloved hand reached out, blood splattered around it. SLA stood before a brick building, her expression troubled. She thought to herself that she knew it sounded absurd, but once this outrageous thought crossed SLA's mind, she couldn't shake it off. SLA wondered if it was possible that number could see it. The scene shifted to an aerial view of the hooded thug standing over a body in an alleyway. The future, it seemed, was already written. The words, "the murderers in the future," appeared alongside a series of numbers, 4, 3, and 12. The hooded figure stood over their victim, the weight of their actions seemingly pressing down on them. With a click, the figure took a photo with their phone. The screen displayed the date, November 14th, 2026, at 10:35 p.m. The dying man coughed, revealing that his name was Yoon Yohan and that the number was 4. The hooded figure loomed over Yohan, stating that by killing him, they could save the 4 people he was going to kill. The hooded figure kneeled on Yohan's chest, asking if he had any last words or final wishes. The figure pressed, asking if Yohan had any small hopes or unfinished business, even a message he'd like to leave for someone before dying, promising to grant it as long as it was within their limits. Yohan, struggling to speak, cursed and questioned what the figure was. Yohan, barely conscious, wondered who would willingly let themselves be killed. With his vision fading, Yohan realized something. The hooded figure asked for Yohan's last words. Yohan struggled to speak. With a final breath, Yohan succumbed to his injuries. The dying man coughed, begging for his life to be spared. The hooded figure apologized, his hand raised as if to strike again. The hooded figure thought that what the dying man wanted was not possible. Blood splattered against a wall. Drops of blood fell from the hooded figure's weapon. Meanwhile, Salah stood over Yohan's body. The protagonist, nearby, groaned in pain. A close-up of Yuni's hand showed the end carved into it. Salah was asked if she wasn't going to chase after the hooded figure. She thought that number ones weren't targets for elimination. The protagonist thought that killing one person in order to save another one elsewhere was worth it, even if it was just one. The protagonist thought that it was plus minus zero. The protagonist wondered if that was right. It was a type of logic that was hard to accept under normal circumstances, but he thought he understood. That this was this person's own rule. Someone offered to help. The hooded figure stood in the alley, thinking about the things they do. He had always been of the same mind. If he could just find the murderers. The reporter said that if he could just identify the evil ones and judge them according to a rule, they could hide him in the shadows. The reporter continued, saying that if he wanted his voice to be heard, they could make it loud and widespread, assuring him that they could help him out in some way. He asked if they had been of the same mind. The reporter agreed, stating that it would be faster with words. A picture was taken. The hooded figure stood over his victim, inquiring if they had any last wishes. The figure remained silent. Suddenly, the victim spoke, questioning what was happening. The hooded figure's attack began. The victim's eyes widened, their face contorted in a mask of terror as they wondered who should live and who should die. The victim thought that every human's life was equal. In this chaotic world, that one truth was what kept them going. The victim realized they didn't know who the good or bad people were. They also didn't know which would help the world more. If they didn't know anything anyway, they resolved to erase the numbers in front of them. They decided to save as many lives as possible. They would save the people that could be saved. The transformed victim's jacket is visible, and a stark message appears: kill people. The title of the story is displayed. Nationally, the Daejeon City serial killing case was making headlines. Otherwise known as the number case, it had continued to inspire copycat crimes. Reports had surfaced that a man and a woman were killed by number, and authorities were dispatched. But as it turned out, the circumstances pointed to a conspiracy to commit murder involving Mr. A, who reported the case, and one of the victims, Mr. B. The announcement revealed that it was highly likely that they tried to cover up a copycat crime by number, according to reporter Mr. A. It meant that they tried to cover up a murder caused by conflict between acquaintances by making it look like a crime committed by number. Someone asked what the professor thought, noting that this was the first time they'd had random killings on this scale. It was the first such case in the country since the Mo Hurong Cheol case in 2012. 2.5 cups of shots. The drizzle is caramel. The most simple menu item is a chicken tender sandwich mixed with cranberries. As a side, an egg and one piece of waffle. All of them can be eaten at the right time if ordered when the coffee is about halfway gone. For seats, he liked the second seat on the window side. The restaurant bustled with activity, customers inside, workers attending to their duties, and people constantly entering and exiting. From his vantage point, the protagonist could see the Jonggil Station Line 8 intersection and the people walking through it. His gaze intensified, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light. He realized he could see them all. The city seemed to pulse with unseen energy. A multitude of figures moved through the streets, each a potential target. Elsewhere, a group discussed their next move, the words choker, number 2, hanging in the air. The protagonist considered the information, remembering that Wednesday was an exception, with activity shifting to the government complex street from exit 4. Someone reviewed a menu, excluding number 1 from their calculations. He wondered if only targets remained in the region. He realized that the target choice priority order was simple. The bigger the number, the greater the threat. The number that flickered more intensely drew attention. Meanwhile, a waitress apologized as she carried a plate. She noted that the sandwich and apple jam waffle were ready. At a nearby table, a patron looked around, confused. He wondered where someone had gone, as a drink and a stack of money sat on the table. Elsewhere, a group of people cheered, raising their glasses in celebration. The cheers continued as the group celebrated at their table. However, the atmosphere shifted as a fight broke out, with shouts of Henshin gang fighting. The brawl escalated, with someone shouting, "Gubji gang fighting," as another called out, "Sir." A waiter, holding a phone, asked them to quiet down, explaining that the noise was unpleasant for the other customers. The fight intensified, with a bottle being smashed. One of the brawlers questioned what the waiter had said. Another brawler, covered in tattoos, leaned on the bar as someone asked what he had said to the other customers. The man behind the bar was busy, but one of his customers was growing impatient. He demanded more beer, his voice loud enough to draw attention. The man with the neck tattoo congratulated his companion on landing probation. The other man responded dryly, acknowledging the expensive lawyers who made it possible. He wondered aloud what more could be done, now that everything had already happened. He then remarked that the punishment for being under the influence was pretty tough nowadays, so if he used someone else, he would have nearly been screwed. The memory of the high school girl flashed in his mind. It had been tough as shit, even after he offered her father money. The father just kept spewing bullshit. He admitted that he was in the wrong for drinking and driving. He questioned what he was supposed to do after everything had already happened, sarcastically suggesting he should regrow her legs. The man with the neck tattoo asked how he settled things with the high school girl's father. He thought to himself that he should just think he was already a cripple, and that was just his luck. He wondered why he kept dragging someone with a bright future back into it. The man with the neck tattoo stated that he finally settles after he brings the guys and scares them a bit. He told the other man to just do that already if he was going to act like that. He also mentioned that he occasionally gets those fuckers with dog's hit willpower. Someone shouted for the man with the neck tattoo to get home safe. The man with the neck tattoo remarked that the other man was grabbing the wheel again. He told him that he was done and that the police were going to have to bring him in. The other man responded by telling him to fuck off. A warning was issued. He was told to get back safely so he wouldn't get caught. The blonde bully responded with a dismissive curse. The car sped down the road. The vehicle continued its rapid journey. Inside, the blonde bully gripped the steering wheel, his expression unreadable in the dim light. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination crossing his face. Outside, the world blurred as the car gained speed. The car's headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the road ahead. Inside the vehicle, the blonde bully's face was illuminated by the passing streetlights. Elsewhere, the protagonist _ eyes, urged someone to turn the wheel. The wheel was violently turned. The car swerved violently, tires screeching as it careened out of control. The protagonist urged the driver to go forward. The blonde bully, struggling against the unseen force, was given a final instruction: turn right at the second intersection and head to the outskirts road. He cursed under his breath, his fear escalating. His tormentor mocked him, calling him a piece of trash and taunting him about his flickering power. Elsewhere, the glasses bully wondered if the blonde's current state was a sign that the number would soon be reduced. He noted that such signs usually appeared within 24 hours. Back in the car, the protagonist with blue eyes warned the blonde that he would kill someone. He demanded that he stop the car and move to the passenger seat, asking if he had any last words or wishes. The blonde bully, now counting down, declared that he would listen to them until he counted down from 3. He continued the countdown, too. The camera focused on the car's hood as the blonde bully gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white. The protagonist with blue eyes exclaimed, as the blonde bully's face was partially visible. The car continued to speed down the road, the tires screeching against the asphalt. The camera angle shifted, showing the car from a low perspective as it raced forward. The blonde bully's face contorted in rage as he braced himself. The protagonist with blue eyes struck the blonde bully, the impact echoing loudly. The knife sliced through flesh, drawing blood. The blonde bully was stabbed in the chest. The car swerved violently. The interior of the car was plunged into darkness. The vehicle careened down the road, leaving skid marks in its wake. The car continued its uncontrolled descent. The vehicle sped down the road. The car continued its reckless journey. Inside the vehicle, the blonde bully gasped for air, the date, 2026, November 15th, 2106 displayed. The blonde bully's vision blurred as he wondered who had sent the protagonist. The protagonist realized that even if he stopped the murder, the moment would only be pushed backward, and the set number wouldn't change. The blonde bully, covered in blood, was stabbed again as the attacker yelled at him to die. The knife plunged deeper, the metallic tang of blood filling the air. The blonde bully's eyes widened in disbelief as the blade found its mark again and again. The interior of the car was now slick with blood, the scene a gruesome tableau of violence. Meanwhile, the protagonist, shrouded in shadow, received a message on his phone. He simply replied, "Right." Elsewhere, a car sped along a brightly lit road. The driver thought to himself that everything was proceeding as expected. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted, crackling with unseen power. The city skyline stretched out, a silent witness to the events unfolding. Inside a brightly lit building, a man in a dark suit stood before a counter. A small bell chimed as he approached. Outside, a stack of bills lay on the ground. A voice called out, "Okay, thank you." The protagonist descended a set of stairs, passing a woman carrying a large box. He paused, lost in thought. It was time to make a decision. The woman, struggling with her load, apologized as she passed. As she walked by, the protagonist's eyes glowed with blue energy. He was focused on the woman. A beam of light streaked down from above. The light struck the woman, causing her to cry out in pain. As she fell, the boxes she carried tumbled to the ground. Sung watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. The woman was sent flying backwards, the boxes scattering around her. Sung's eyes glowed with an intense blue light. Suddenly, a large, geometric figure crashes down. The figure is revealed to be the hooded victim transformed. The hooded victim transformed falls, landing near the protagonist, protagonist_blue_eyes. Protagonist_blue_eyes reaches out to the hooded victim transformed. The geometric figure shatters into pieces. Elsewhere, Selah looks distraught. Selah reaches out, seemingly trying to grab something. Meanwhile, the red-eyed investigator reaches out to Selah, who seems to be falling. Selah looks up, her expression a mix of fear and shock. The man with glowing blue eyes stood silently, his expression unreadable as he listened to the exchange behind him. Behind him, A woman expressed her concern, asking if he was hurt anywhere. The woman continued, telling him that he should have been more careful and asking where he was hurt. Above them, a figure stood at the top of the stairs, noticing the number. Details about the victim began to surface. Beige-colored, curly hair, old navy sneakers, and an average height of around 160 centimeters. Elsewhere, a woman stared at her phone, thinking that she wasn't remembering things wrong. She was sure that the employee's number was 1 back then. The man with glowing blue eyes wondered how the number could increase, as numbers don't change once they've been set. The woman with short hair suddenly felt a bad headache coming on. The woman from before told someone to go ahead and that they would clean it up. The name Ji Hyun was written on a page. The name Mo Ji Hyun was written on a page. The woman's face was drawn on a page. The title card displays the name of the series, The Predestined Killer. Alright, the protagonist _1, holds up a small, futuristic-looking device, instructing someone to open their eyes. The device hovers over the eyes of witness who is told to look up as drops are administered. She's counting down. The eye drops cause her discomfort. SLA scolds Ji Hyun for closing her eyes again, reminding her that counting down is more stressful. Ji Hyun says that she thinks she is okay now and will just do it herself later, but then she cries out in pain. Ji Hyun finds it weird that her eyes sting so much. SLA suggests that Ji Hyun might be getting dry eyes or sleeping too late at night, but Ji Hyun says it has never really happened until now. A man in glasses, possibly a doctor, overhears and says that it's nothing. SLA tells Ji Hyun to use the eye drops until she gets her own from the eye doctor. A text box states that they tried to cover up a murder caused by a conflict between acquaintances. The two investigators continued to review the program, the one they had seen earlier. They were attempting to make it look like a crime committed by number. The investigator asked the professor what he thought. The professor explained that this was the first time they'd had random killings on this scale, at least not since the Mo Hyun-cheol case in 2012. The investigators reviewed a graph analyzing the characteristics of the two cases. One of them admitted that it was so scary they couldn't even go anywhere. The professor noted that both cases seemed far from the characteristics shown in enjoyment-based murders. He then realized it was already time to leave. The investigator announced that she was going to head back first, saying goodbye to the professor. The professor simply said goodbye as the investigator departed. The professor watched her leave, wondering if she was going to a different part-time job. It was quite sad, he thought, that she was at an age where she should be at school. She smiled a lot on the outside, but never spoke about herself. Meanwhile, SLA was struggling to cope with the stress. SLA tried to calm herself, focusing on her breathing. She continued to breathe out, trying to center herself. SLA walked down the street at night, alone with her thoughts. SLA breathed a sigh of relief, admitting to herself that the encounter had startled her. Still, these occurrences were becoming more frequent. She realized she was going to be late and urged herself to hurry. She tried to reassure herself, repeating that it was okay. She winced, briefly touching her face. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, SLA's co-workers acknowledged her instructions. SLA reminded Sungyu not to add the utensils until the customers were seated, telling herself that things like this were fine. She tried to endure, reminding herself that physical things weren't serious at all. The momentary pain was nothing, just a few slaps, just playing along with the boss' old and decrepit guts theory. She could work longer than the hours allowed for her age and get paid more as well. It was a sweet workplace. She had no reason to say no to it. Still, sometimes when she couldn't find the energy, SLA gave herself a little self-pat-pat. And she forced herself to lift the ends of her mouth, even if she had to. SLA told herself it was okay. She thought that if she kept doing that, she would find herself. The man paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he heard the comment. He wondered what had prompted such a remark. Meanwhile, at a nearby outdoor table, a woman was asked if she was Mo Ji Hyun. The question hung in the air, unanswered. She turned slightly, her expression unreadable as she seemed to consider the question. Elsewhere, a man watching the scene declared that it was indeed her. The questioner wondered aloud what she was doing there. The man who had identified her wondered who she was, prompting another to remind him that they had attended Dojong Elementary together. The man paused, trying to recall who she was supposed to be. A nearby sign, marred with the word murderer, served as a grim reminder of the random killings plaguing the country. The man was warned not to speak of it. The image of a group of officers flashed in his mind, a reminder of the Mo Hyun-cheol case from 2012. The man watching the scene declared that she was Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter. The man who had been reminded of their shared elementary school years suddenly remembered. He exclaimed in realization. The man watching the scene expressed his shock, exclaiming that Mo Hyun-cheol had a daughter. Another man watching the scene remarked that it was nice to see her somewhere like this, before exclaiming in disbelief at the revelation. The shadowy figure addressed someone, mentioning their sudden disappearance had caused surprise. Another voice chimed in, teasing Kim Min-soo about his connections. At a table, a man reacted aggressively to a comment, insisting that the woman with him was just a friend. A close-up revealed a person's eye, seemingly reacting to something shocking or painful. The sound of something breaking echoed in the air. The scene shifted to a crowded area, with people seemingly in distress or reacting to an unseen event. A wave of energy or force emanated outwards. The disturbance continued outside a building, the sound of something breaking still echoing. The perspective shifted to an aerial view of a street, where a figure could be seen looking up in alarm. A woman screamed in terror, tears streaming down her face. The woman wondered what was happening, focusing on her eyes. She cried out, claiming something was happening to her eyes. The aerial view showed the woman standing outside, seemingly affected by an unseen force. The city stretched out below, a network of streets and buildings under the dim light of the sky. A figure stood on a rooftop, overlooking the scene. Below, the figure was described as having beige-colored, curly hair and old, navy sneakers. As for the number, the figure appeared to be encased in a metallic structure. The focus shifted to a close-up of a person's face, their eyes wide with an unknown emotion. Suddenly, a woman was caught in a blinding light, her expression one of terror and confusion. The light intensified, obscuring everything around her. Mo Ji-hyun was asked, "Just who?" The question continued, "Even are you?" The press swarmed, their cameras flashing as they shouted questions, demanding to know the motive behind the crimes. The reporters pressed further, asking if the suspect was using their right to remain silent, even after confessing, and demanding that the police secure a passage. The crowd surged forward, and a woman pleaded for them to make way. She wondered why the police were sticking out their necks to protect the suspect. Elsewhere, a child watched the news coverage with her mother. She noted that the serial killer had the highest amount of murders in their country ever. The child asked her mother why her dad was there. The broadcast noted that Lee Ji-hyun was 8 years old. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The woman on the phone was asked how she could say all of that so suddenly. The woman on the phone responded that it was just an excuse and accused the other person of not wanting to give her delayed paycheck. Until this time, Lee Ji-hyun still lived as if she were half asleep. Or perhaps, she just denied facing the fact right in front of her eyes. It was noted that she was 14 years old. The shouts echoed through the school's administrative offices. Demands to expel someone rang out, questioning how a child with such a temper could possibly grow up well. The question lingered in the air. What could she have learned from a father like that? SLA stood silently, listening to the conversation. Footsteps approached, growing louder as someone walked down the hallway. The sound seemed to startle SLA. The memory flashed. Hygiene recoiled from a slap. The pages of a profile flipped open, revealing a photo of Mo Ji-hyun. Hygiene had lost her older brother. He was apparently in university 6 years ago, so there was quite the age difference. The man across from SLA noted that she and Hygiene were pretty close, or so he thought. SLA confirmed that her father had left the house when she was 6, so there was no way she would have known. After that, until he was arrested and showed up on TV, she hadn't seen his face even once. SLA didn't even know where he was or what he was up to. It seemed he adored his late-born younger sister, but to others, it might sound like she was making excuses. How would someone like Hygiene feel? SLA paused, realizing that it sounded like an excuse. She wondered if she was in the wrong for just happening to be in the same class as Hygiene and getting close to her. She wondered if her father being a serial killer and her existence were somehow intertwined. It wasn't a matter of right or wrong, but how could she expect someone grieving a lost family member to understand her own grievances? He knew that there would be more instances like this in the future, and every time, he wouldn't be able to ask them to understand his own grievances. The man started to say something, but then thought better of it. The other man questioned what could be done, stating that it was just their luck in the end. If he read more books, could he precisely express what he was feeling right now? At that moment, inside Ji-hyun's head, a single word kept circling round and round. That name, Mo Hyun-cheol. It was an eternally unseverable curse on her. The scene was cast in a strange light, numbers floating in the air as people walked by, seemingly oblivious to the phenomenon. SLA grimaced, seemingly overwhelmed by something. She wondered what was going on, clearly distressed by the situation. SLA realized she needed to squint her eyes to focus, as if trying to see a magic eye illusion, until she could see the numbers. She recalled that it was the time for something because of the colon there, but seeing the size of the numbers didn't seem to be the case. SLA, sitting on a park bench, wondered what this was, stating that it wasn't something like a rare disease. She questioned if it was a disease. Is la notice Baek Mines arrival? Beckman greeted her, asking if she had any worries or something. SLA stated that it wasn't something a baby would understand, and Beckman responded that she was only a month older. Beckman remarked on SLA's attitude, noting that he only came because she called him. SLA, surprised, wondered if the item she was holding was new hand cream. SLA is asked why she's receiving a gift. The other person reminds her that it is her birthday tomorrow. SLA is asked if she didn't call because of that. She seems confused, stating that it is weird and nothing much. The other person states that she has no one but her 10-year-long friend. He suggests they get some food and head to a PC cafe, mentioning there's a new cup rice place. SLA is asked what's wrong and why she's crying. She seems surprised by the question. Esela questions what is going on, laughing nervously. The other person apologizes, thanking Esela for the gift. He assures her that he is okay. Esela admits that she was just going through a lot. The other person remembers something, wondering if someone was in class 5. The other person laments that, out of everyone, he had to run into a guy like him. Esela reflects that all this time, she thought she'd overcome as much as she could, but as soon as those old memories come back, she gets nauseous and throws up. Esela remembered being unable to do anything as the Ajumas gathered to kick her out of middle school. Sure, she knew it wasn't her fault, and that not every kid turned out like their parents, but she was asked to think of it realistically. Would a kid grow up emotionally stable when their dad was in prison? Who would put her on the right path when she started going off course? She would face financial difficulties, so she wouldn't be able to receive an education, and then she would obviously try to slip into the easier path. So, why do they have to teach that future criminal in their kid's school? So, she kept wanting to prove that she wouldn't become someone like that. She walked independently as a full-fledged adult. She wouldn't become a murderer like her dad, something like that. The man thought to himself that her not being one was enough, so why did she have to prove that? Everything in the world was like that, apparently. The Mr. Baby who still goes to school probably wouldn't get it. Honestly, she started to fall asleep in the middle. Well, then they were going to have crazy fun and get all their stuff out. That would prove that she was the happy, healthy, dreaming sprout of the future, wouldn't it? She asked where he wanted to go first, suggesting there weren't any good movies, or they could go to a board game cafe, or play PUBG at the PC cafe. The sky was a canvas of pale blues and pinks as someone spoke, their tone aggressive and challenging, declaring they had been holding back in order to teach the other a lesson. The scene shifted to Estila and Beckman, who was wearing headphones, sitting in front of a computer screen. The pair were then seen in a photograph, seemingly enjoying themselves at a karaoke session. Meanwhile, they walked down a street lined with shops, the night air cool around them. Estila smiled, holding a popsicle, her expression momentarily lighter. The time was 3:02. Beckman stood outside a shop, also enjoying a popsicle. Estila asked Beckman what was wrong, but he seemed surprised by the question. Beckman reassured her that everything was fine, though he admitted something felt weird. He wondered if he was in a bad mood and why it felt like someone was following him. The pair continued to walk down the street, other pedestrians passing by. They paused, and Beckman noted that the people who had been walking behind them had turned around and left. As Beckman and Estila walked down the street, a man in a hat and coat passed them. One of the men with Beckman exclaimed that they almost got caught that time. The other man told him to be careful and to stop acting like AR ***. The man with Beckman shushed him. Another voice told them to take it properly as they were moving again. The sound of a camera lens focusing could be heard. The video played, showing a group of young people. One of them had their eyes blacked out. The video showed the group out on the town. Someone commented that she was living happily. The video ended, but the sender claimed she had gone to a street full of clubs and bars. Since the video ended there, it was impossible to confirm if that was true. Since the video ended there, it was impossible to know if they actually went somewhere like that. Still, even if they did, it could just be high schoolers getting up to trouble. But there was another fun fact. The video was filmed on November 17th, meaning it was filmed 2 days before the video was taken. It was the Memorial Day for the 13th victim of the Mo Hyun-cheol case. The video showed the victim, Ms. S., who was 18 years old at the time. Not to mention, she was now around the age when Ms. S. was killed. The narrator mused that this world was so fair. For some, it was the day they sent off their young children, but others were just having a laugh and living happily ever after. Of course, it's not like they're wrong for it. Sure, it's not like she can't date anyone just because she's Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter, right? But the situation was funny as shit and felt like shit too. So today's lesson, God is dead. The screen showed a video titled, Teaching Them a Lesson, reporting on the debaucherous life of the worst serial killer in the Republic of Korea's history's daughter. The comments on the video ranged from those who felt the daughter should be punished to those who felt she had committed no crimes and was just hanging out outside. Scrolling through social media, the comments about the serial killer's daughter continued to pour in, ranging from concerns about inherited traits to fatalistic acceptance. Meanwhile, another commenter expressed their belief that the situation was a form of collective punishment, lamenting the fact that they were in the same class as the children involved. As the online debate raged, the protagonist_1, walked down the street, seemingly oblivious to the digital storm. Elsewhere, a group of students confronted another, accusing him of hitting someone. They demanded that he let the big man show himself, hinting at a power dynamic within the group. The situation escalated as police intervened, ordering them to stop shouting, explaining that they had received multiple reports. One of the students tried to explain that he was only heading inside for a moment. Back on social media, a live streamer asked their audience if they knew where they were filming, as more comments appeared regarding the inheritance of psychopath DNA. Another commenter dismissed the DNA argument, stating that karma determines one's nature and that studies show people often end up like their parents. Meanwhile, Min greeted an older woman, welcoming her back and apologizing for the state of the place. Another person, presumably Ji Hyun, was mentioned as being fine. Elsewhere, someone scrolled through a social media post that had asked the serial killer's daughter to be born, suggesting she should just accept her fate. Elsewhere, protagonist_1 stood in a doorway, watching a hooded figure holding a phone. The figure seemed to be communicating with someone. The hooded figure was asked if they had hidden their face properly, prompting them to question who was speaking. The person on the phone warned that if they were filmed coming in, it would cause a big issue, implying that they could be mistaken for a hooligan or someone living with the hooded figure. They dismissed the situation, calling the people involved crazy fuckers. The hooded figure, revealed to be Mo Ji-hyun, thought that they knew nothing yet and that it was 100% their doing. They saw her, and then kept chasing after her, following her home. Beckman understood how she felt, but urged her to calm down for now. Beckman told her that there was no need to react to everything those bastards were saying. They would just disappear on their own when they didn't have anything to cause drama over. She knew, but wondered what she felt the most betrayed by: the inheritance of the crime, karma, or whatever. She felt that she would never grow up normally. She believed that she would definitely go on the wrong course, and then, as soon as she looked like she was living well and healthily, things would go wrong. They would all start cursing her, saying, "Who are you to be living so happily?" She wondered what she was working for, what she was trying to prove. She had been forcefully smiling, acting bright, but just what was she? Beckman asked for a second of her time. And then, as soon as she looked, Beckman apologized, explaining that with the way it was outside and how Ji-hyun was acting, he was getting really worried. He felt he should be with her, but he was working the night shift, so she told him it was okay. It was the entrance exam period, so they didn't have classes anyway. She thanked him, and he told her not to go outside if possible, and to call them if something happened. He nodded, and the time read 3:32. The ticking of a clock echoed in the silence. The clock read 3:31. Beckman muttered a quiet no. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun, cloaked in shadow, pleaded for someone not to go down. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, whispered a desperate please. The world outside seemed to have vanished. Back inside, Beckman opened the refrigerator. He noted that there weren't any useful ingredients. Still, he thought, even if it was late, he needed to give her dinner. Beckman paused, lost in thought. He recalled Ji-hyun saying that they all disappeared, too. He wondered if it would be fine if he went to Songgang Mart just for a moment, calling out to her as he considered it. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun remained still. It was unclear if she was sleeping. Beckman reached for the door handle. He noticed the door had opened. He burst into the apartment, shouting a greeting and asking if this is Mo Ji-hyun's place. He then demands to know if the person inside is her brother or boyfriend, while wielding a camera. The protagonist_1 is surrounded by several people. He denies being either, but the others whisper amongst themselves, recognizing him from a video. He thinks to himself that these people are strange. The protagonist_1 wonders how they know Ji-hyun's name. One of the men explains that they are trying to film a three-way interview. Meanwhile, someone calls out to Ms. Mo Ji-hyun, asking if she is there. The person appears to be lying on the floor, unresponsive. Back at the apartment, the protagonist_1 demands that they leave before he calls the police, accusing them of trespassing. He notices a camera. A hand reaches out, grabbing the door. The protagonist_1 is grabbed by the collar. Someone yells for them to get their hands off him. He wonders what kind of strength they possess. The protagonist_1 is grabbed, and he struggles to breathe. The man holding him notes that he is wearing Song Hyang-hae's uniform and recalls that his daughter went there as well, even though it has been more than 10 years. The man continues, saying that she was just around his age and was very pretty. The man says that she was killed around the same age as the protagonist_1. He thinks to himself that this world is unfair for some. The attacker slammed the protagonist_1 against the wall, demanding to know where she was. Below, another figure moved through the apartment. Hearing the commotion, the figure below realized that the room was Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter's room. Above, a man in a suit approved of the situation. Elsewhere, another man admitted he had given up on something, warning that they would be in big trouble if violence was used. The blonde bully declared that it was finally his turn. The blonde bully stabbed the protagonist_1 with a knife, who questioned what was happening and yelled for him to stop. The protagonist_1 fell to the ground as the blonde bully stood over him. Another man yelled at the blonde bully. Someone walked into a room, thinking to themselves. The blonde bully asked why the protagonist_1 was getting in his way, stating that this was right. The protagonist_1 was bleeding from his neck. The blonde bully declared that the protagonist_1 was receiving exactly what he received, stating that the amount was right. The protagonist_1 continued to bleed from his neck. Someone thought that they could finally see it properly. The blonde bully stated that he was paying them back for exactly what he received, once every minute and once every second. The protagonist_1 was shown falling as his life ticked down. The men had finally found what they were looking for. They needed someone to blame, someone to take revenge on. They needed Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter. The online community discussed the situation. One person commented that Mo Ji-hyun was just hanging out outside. Another person commented that she was with a pierced hooligan on the club streets. Someone else commented that from the perspective of the victim's family, It would be ridiculous for the daughter of the murderer that killed their child to be going around like that. They needed someone they could throw it on and curse at, someone who could turn out like her father one day. The hooded figure responded with a simple. He continued, stating that it was what they wanted. The air crackled with tension. The hooded figure grabbed Mo Ji-hyun by the neck, holding a knife to her throat. The hooded figure repeated that it was what she really wanted. The man watched with a cold, calculating gaze as the hooded figure prepared to strike. Mo Ji-hyun asked if those were to be her last words. The hooded figure confirmed that they were. The knife plunged down. The sound of the blade echoed. On the live stream, the unseen assailant continued his assault. One viewer commented in shock, while another seemed to find humor in the violence. The live stream continued to show the brutal scene. One viewer stated that the victim deserved the violence, while another noticed someone behind the camera. The live stream continued, showing the assailant's brutal actions. One viewer expressed their horror, while another seemed to hear something. Suddenly, the blade pierced through the screen, shattering it. The feed showed the two men from the live stream, now in person, looking shocked and fearful. The camera's perspective shifted to the hand holding the knife. The camera panned up to reveal Mo Ji-hyun, holding the knife to a man's throat. The question lingered. What could have driven Mo Ji-hyun to this? The question remained. To become a murderer? The knife was poised above Mo Ji-hyun's victim. The man with glasses considered the possibility that she might have inherited certain traits from her father, or perhaps it was simply the expectation that she would. The thought lingered as a hand gripped a knife, its blade gleaming ominously. The blade descended, meeting its mark. The impact echoed in the silence. Whatever the case, the masked figure seemed unconcerned with the consequences. The masked figure declared that it was none of their concern. Someone cried out as they fell to the ground, the sound of their body hitting the floor reverberating through the room. A phone clattered to the ground, the screen cracking upon impact. The masked figure cursed under their breath, the situation escalating rapidly. Someone shouted for others to run, while another lamented the loss of their camera and content, prompting a harsh rebuke to prioritize their safety. The man with glasses looked on in disbelief, questioning what was happening. The young man lay on the floor, gasping for air. Suddenly, a figure loomed over him, a blade raised high. The man screamed, declaring that he would kill this kid. The blade came down, striking the young man. Another man, his face obscured, grabbed the attacker from behind, attempting to subdue him. The masked man thought to himself that, unfortunately, the same goes for him as well. The attacker's face contorted in pain as he was struck. The masked man reached out to the fallen young man, who weakly asked who he was. The masked man observed that the young man was still breathing and that he could see them. The attacker, now subdued, thought that maybe the blade wasn't as sharp as he thought, and that the young man's numbers still haven't disappeared either. The young man, barely conscious, wondered what was happening. The young man recognized the masked man, realizing that he could also see the numbers. The masked man stared intently, focused on the numbers. The protagonist is confronted with a vision of the future, one where he will take 4,000 lives. He also sees that the only things connecting the cases are the wounds in the shape of a number. Meanwhile, a television screen displays images related to the case, highlighting the number-shaped wounds on the victims' bodies. The question of motive and the meaning of the numbers hangs heavy in the air. The scene shifts, and a figure declares that if taking lives is what someone truly wants, then so be it. The protagonist gasps, seeing a vision of himself surrounded by a crowd of people, overlaid with the words, "I will take 4,000 lives in the future." In short, the vision makes it clear. This man, the protagonist, is the one responsible. The numbers 4,326 appear, along with the chilling statement that they are meant to kill people like him. A timer displays 032. His vision blurring, the protagonist realizes that this is his remaining time. He sees a figure lying on the ground, the timer now reading 050, and whispers the name Min. He refuses to let Min die, resolving that he can't leave him like that. He knows he has to do something, but with the timer now at 019, he wonders how. A masked figure appears, asking if he has any last words. After using the last of her energy, the words Ms. Lee Ji-hyun spoke echoed in the air, a question of why someone was allowed to live. Her thoughts drifted back to the man who tried to kill Min. It was a question she herself could hardly understand. Was that what she was curious about as she was dying? The man in the mask considered the situation. People with the number 1 weren't targets for elimination, even if that man killed others to save them. The outcome of a person dying wouldn't change. Ji-hyun's consciousness began to fade. Then at that point, when the masked man tightened his grip on his knife, Ji-hyun began to weaken, slipping out of consciousness. At that very moment, something strange happened. No, at that moment, to be precise, a clank echoed. Ji-hyun slipped further out of consciousness. Her body was surrounded by a strange energy. As the strange energy crackles around her, Ji-hyun remains unconscious. The energy intensifies, swirling around the unconscious Ji-hyun. The energy continues to surge around Ji-hyun's body. Elsewhere, The protagonist with blue eyes grits his teeth, his expression strained. He thinks to himself that he will do it. The protagonist with blue eyes sits across from the hooded victim transformed, who is restrained to a chair. The protagonist with blue eyes stands at a podium, declaring that if he is the only one who can, so be it, but once he proves that the numbers don't go down. The protagonist with blue eyes looks down, his expression pained. The hooded victim transformed screams. The hooded victim transformed continues to scream, their face contorted in agony. The hooded victim transformed struggles against their restraints. The hooded victim transformed is surrounded by a bright light. The hooded victim transformed roared, declaring that the woman was theirs and that they would be the one to kill her. Driven by rage, the hooded victim transformed screamed for them not to take away their only reason to live. The hooded victim transformed continued to scream. Elsewhere, the protagonist with blue eyes noticed that the hooded victim transform's number had increased. He wondered how this was possible and what was going on. Back in the fight, the hooded victim transformed was struck. The hooded victim transformed was struck again. The hooded victim transformed was struck a third time, falling to the ground. The protagonist with blue eyes told himself to calm down and think about this later. The hooded victim transformed was struck again. The protagonist with blue eyes told himself that he just had to act according to the changes and do what he must. The hooded victim transformed was struck once more. The hooded victim transformed was defeated. A voice, filled with remorse, echoed in the darkness, repeatedly apologizing. Sirens wailed in the distance, their flashing lights painting the night sky with an ominous glow. The sirens grew louder as a figure stood silhouetted in a doorway, the flashing lights reflecting off the walls around them. Inside, a body lay motionless on the floor, a pool of blood spreading around it. The victim's face was pale, blood staining their clothes as they gasped for air. Nearby, Beckman observed the scene, finding it interesting. The number associated with the victim had increased to 4,000, only to be reduced back to the same. The victim, struggling to comprehend their situation, wondered who the attacker was and why they were the only one experiencing this strange phenomenon. Mo Ji-hyun, standing outside, steeled himself, declaring that they had made up their mind. The police car sat parked outside the building. Mo Ji-hyun entered the vehicle. Mo Ji-hyun sat in the car, their expression unreadable. They drove off into the distance, the city's skyline visible in the background. The world swam back into focus, but something was wrong. She found herself sitting in the back of a vehicle. A wave of nausea washed over her as she tried to recall what had happened. Her hand instinctively went to her neck, feeling a strange sensation. Her bare foot touched the cold floor of the vehicle. Outside, the scene was unfamiliar, a dilapidated building with a partially collapsed roof. Confused, she wondered where she was. She recalled being at home yesterday, with men right there with her. The sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Startled, she gasped. Footsteps approached as she turned to see a figure standing in the doorway. Footsteps echoed through the otherwise silent building. The sound triggered a flood of fragmented memories for the woman. Earlier than he expected, the protagonist thought to himself. A metallic clang resonated as someone approached. The woman cried out as she was thrown into the back of a vehicle. Inside the vehicle, she heard someone curse. The door slammed shut. The protagonist stated that he had no intention of killing her. He told her to stay quiet. The vehicle rattled as it began to move, the woman and the protagonist inside. Her eyes widened as she stared at the protagonist through the rearview mirror. In a memory, a woman is seen with two others. The woman with the short bob, Asila, wonders if the man she met is the same one from the photograph. She recalls that the one she met at her part-time job had strange wounds. The wounds resembled numbers. Asila realizes that this man must be the infamous number. Numbers' targets are, Asila can see them, the numbers. The strange wounds were the 4,000 lives that number will take in the future. Asila wonders if she will really kill 4,000 people. Beckman is on the phone, confirming that the number is 4,326, if he's being exact. Back in the car, Asila is shocked. Meanwhile, the protagonist_1, sits in a room, sharpening a knife. Asila wonders what to do. He continued to sharpen the knife, lost in thought. He wondered if she remembered that people with the number 1 weren't supposed to be targets for elimination. For some strange reason, after she answered his question, things had changed. After she answered his question, it felt like she knew exactly what she had to do to avoid getting killed by him. It was as if bypassing her fate was something simple to do. Well, that boy, Beckman, was still alive because of her. Asila was relieved that Min was still alive, thanking goodness for it. Originally, Beckman was meant to be killed by that man, and that man was destined to be killed by her. Yet somehow, she miraculously altered fate, and her number dropped to 1. That man was supposed to survive and create a new future. With his number increasing, he would have become his next target. Next target. The protagonist, still in the driver's seat, realized that if Beckman survived, it meant something significant. Meanwhile, the number killer reflected on a past kill, stating that he killed that man before he had the chance to kill him. Back in the car, the protagonist continued to ponder the situation. He thought about the man and how his number didn't decrease. The protagonist questioned if it was like when he passed out and if someone was trying to blame him when he was the one who tried to kill him. It seemed someone was misunderstanding something, as once a number is formed, it's not supposed to change under any circumstances. The scene shifted to a representation of different fates, whether one gets stabbed and passes out or has their limbs ripped apart. Another possible fate was being confined in a place where no one can find you. At a loading dock, someone declared that it didn't matter. Because no matter what, back in the car, the protagonist realized that the numbers are bound to fulfill their count by fate. A sudden impact throws the woman against the car window. Despite the jarring force, the driver remains unfazed. He remarks that she somehow managed to change her number, reducing it. The woman's existence, whatever it means, hangs in the balance. She stares back, fear etched on her face, questioning what her existence means to him. Inside the vehicle, the woman's anxiety grows as she glances at the driver. She asks if he is taking her somewhere. The driver responds that he doesn't have a particular destination in mind. He declares that from now on, he's taking her with him wherever he goes. The woman is shocked by his statement. The driver explains that he can't just let someone like her run around freely, implying she still doesn't understand the situation. She wonders what would happen if she refused. The driver tells her to decide, adding that she can try her best. He spoke with a chilling calmness, telling her to escape from him. He continued, suggesting she could return to her old life, but would constantly be on the run. The phone displayed a news report about a murder scene discovered during a live stream, with everyone pointing fingers at her, accusing her of losing her innocence. The number killer told her she could go ahead and fulfill the fate of killing someone, just as they all expected of her. Torn between the two options, she wondered what she would choose. A voice in her head urged her not to listen to him, while another voice told her she had to escape. She realized she must escape, no matter what, and pleaded for help. The number killer stated they were at her house. He told her it wouldn't be like this if she had just listened, but she had things she needed and wanted to see her mom. She wondered what she should do, realizing she needed to pack her clothes. She thought there was no way this was going to work, but resigned herself to the situation. She steeled herself, preparing for what was to come. The woman wondered what was happening as she drove away from the scene. Meanwhile, the car was parked in a secluded area. Elsewhere, the crime scene was being investigated. Elsewhere, Silla walked down a hallway. Silla realized that the crime scene should be clear by now. In the car, the number killer planned to park where there were no CCTV cameras and be back in 30 minutes without getting caught. Back at her apartment, Silla wondered if it actually worked. It seemed that it had. Silla began searching through her belongings, looking for her jacket, ramen, and emergency funds. Silla wondered if she was missing something, realizing she had to hurry and get away from that man, deciding to go in the opposite direction. And then, Silla began to walk. Silla wondered where she should go after that. A single, menacing appears through a barely open door. Elsewhere, a car sits parked outside a building as a figure with glowing blue eyes declares that if they return, they will pass. But if they try to escape, they will fail. He knew he had to hurry to get away from that man. He decided he would go in the opposite direction. And then, she wondered where she should go after that. The door creaked open slightly. She gasped. Someone swung a weapon down. She screamed. A bottle shattered. He wondered if it was Mo Ji-hyun. The woman in the hat stands, seemingly unharmed. Min stutters, questioning what Baekmin is doing there and what he is doing with the glass bottle. Baekmin apologizes, saying he scared her. Baekmin explains that he heard the police had left, so he came back to get the bag he left behind. He then noticed the door was open and someone was inside. Baekmin apologizes again, saying he scared her and thought the crazy bastards had come back. Baekmin notices her face. Baekmin says it is all his fault. Min says, well. Baekmin asks if she is okay and if it hurts. Min replies that she is fine and it is just a scratch. Baekmin, relieved, asks where the hell she has been, stating he is just glad she is alive. Min says that after Baekmin disappeared, the media and everyone else started spreading rumors. Mo Ji-hyun stated that she fled the scene because she was Number's accomplice. Baekmin realized that was right. She explained that a detective gave her his business card earlier that day, and she was told to call him and explain everything that happened. The card identified the detective as Kwon Samuel of Daeong Police. She was also told to make those spreading lies shut their mouths. Baekmin greeted her, but she remained silent. Baekmin wondered what was with all the bags. Baekmin grabbed her shoulder, asking what was going on. She stated that he saw everything that happened, including how she got stabbed. Baekmin called out to someone, but was told that if he used violence, they would retaliate. Baekmin wondered why they were getting in his way, stating that what he was doing was right and that he was paying them back for exactly what he received. The phone is then violently smashed against a hard surface. Elsewhere, a bandaged patient lies in a hospital bed, while a figure in a suit stands nearby, asking what happened. A hand dangles a yo-yo, the strings swaying back and forth. The figure with the yo-yo, seated now, confirms that the phone was destroyed. According to online sources, it seemed that Number was responsible. It was also unclear whether the kid was dead or alive, and if she was alive, her whereabouts remained unknown. The figure acknowledges that many things are still unclear. However, since the video stopped at that moment, the public is blaming the kid. The figure, still obscured in shadow, states that since the other person is her friend, they should convince her. The figure asks that the other person please convince her, as they don't have information on Number either. Outside, someone decides to leave before the police arrive. Someone calls out to Mo Ji-hyun, asking why they are running and demanding they come back. The person shouts at Mo Ji-hyun to answer, questioning if she killed that man and asking why she would run if she didn't. She was running, but a voice called out, demanding to know where Mo Ji-hyun was going. The voice continued, telling her that she would constantly be on the run, trying to prove her innocence, with everyone pointing fingers at her. Meanwhile, the protagonist insisted that she didn't have to prove anything, questioning if she had inherited traits of a destined murderer. Mo Ji-hyun, however, told them to let everyone talk all they wanted, not caring what those people thought, because she knew for a fact that he wouldn't do something like that. She screamed, denying it all. The protagonist stated that she was wrong, that it wasn't about proving anything to anyone. Mo Ji-hyun insisted that it wasn't that simple, asking if he knew what it was like. At that time, the protagonist claimed that he didn't do it to stop him or to save her from that man. Mo Ji-hyun declared that she just wanted to kill him, stating that she wasn't out of her mind. In fact, her mind was clearer than ever at that moment, and that she wasn't trying to save anyone. She continued, saying that she just wanted to stab that man in the neck and kill him, wondering if what he said might have been true. The protagonist considered that maybe she was just like her father, that maybe she was just a destined murderer. And that's why Number was able to see the numbers above her, wondering if it wasn't for him. Then, Mo Ji-hyun's feet carried them forward, each step heavy with the weight of their decision. They thought to themselves that they had to go. Further down the street, a figure with a suitcase walked away, apologizing. Mo Ji-hyun's name was called out, followed by a demand to stop. The figure in the hat and coat insisted that they didn't want anyone getting hurt because of them, and that no one should waste their life on someone like them. They then revealed that the other person's mother had collapsed and was in the hospital. The other person questioned if they were really going to break her heart again. Mo Ji-hyun was seen kneeling, head in hands, as another person stood behind them. Mo Ji-hyun declared that this was all the more reason they couldn't be like their dad. Another person, with bandages on their face, stated that they wanted to see Mo Ji-hyun. Mo Ji-hyun wanted to see their mom again. Mo Ji-hyun walked down the street. A hand reached out and opened a car door. Mo Ji-hyun sat in the back of a car, where another person told them that they were late. The other person in the car, referred to as Mr., stated that they thought Mo Ji-hyun had run away, and that they were told Mo Ji-hyun would get rid of someone. Mo Ji-hyun, seated in the car, questioned if the people they were targeting were potential murderers, acknowledging that someone had to do it. Then, a figure responded, stating that they were the only one who could. Mo Ji-hyun continued, reassured that as long as they were together, they wouldn't have to worry about killing anyone. The figure affirmed this, telling them not to worry. The figure ominously stated that the moment they saw the number increase, they would get rid of Mo Ji-hyun right away. The car sped down a highway at sunrise. Back in the car, Mo Ji-hyun repeated their earlier sentiment, seeking reassurance that they wouldn't have to worry about killing anyone. The other figure remained silent. A device activated, emitting a sharp sound. Elsewhere, a figure stood in a room, seemingly unaffected by the activation. Another figure stated that the girl was alive, just as they had thought, but questioned why she would be. The other figure wondered if she would be sneaking around her own house like that. They added that they were still checking on the CCTV, but should have an answer soon. The hand holding the photo trembled, the image within depicting a woman in an apron. Meanwhile, a figure with glowing red eyes urged someone to hurry. Elsewhere, the female investigator and her partner drove, knowing that their only lead was Number. The hallway stretched into the distance, the only light source emanating from the far end. A frantic call was placed to emergency services. The woman on the other end of the line asked, 112, what's your emergency? The date of the report was listed as November 23, 2026. The caller, in a panic, gave her location, Prumble Unit 305. She stammered that this was happening again. Desperate, she pleaded for help, saying that he was right outside her door and begging them to hurry. The operator assured her that they would dispatch a patrol unit, confirming her address as Unit 305 in Prumble, Galanjdal. The woman, on the verge of hysteria, questioned why they wouldn't arrest him. Her voice rising, she demanded to know why they kept sending him away, saying she couldn't take it anymore and begging them to do something. The operator calmly asked her to remain calm, stating that the individual was merely loitering in her corridor and hadn't taken any direct action to harm her. The woman, her eyes wide with fear, was told that as of now, there was nothing they could do. The operator explained that they couldn't make an arrest based on something that hadn't happened yet, understanding her frustration. Enraged, she questioned if they were going to wait until she was dead before they took action. 9 hours later, a car drove down a deserted road. She ate her cereal, seemingly unfazed by her unusual circumstances. Nearby, the man in black sat in the back of the van, writing in a notebook as she ate. She addressed him as Mr., questioning his dietary habits. He responded, asking if she wanted anything besides cereal. She was told to check the second drawer on the right, which contained eggs and chicken breasts. She simply replied, no. She wondered aloud if he didn't get tired of eating soy milk and cereal all the time. He responded that he also ate eggs and chicken breasts, and besides, it didn't matter what they tasted like. He stated that it was routine. She admitted that unexpected variables that disrupted his routine bothered her more. He noted that it was the 4th day since they started traveling together with the infamous serial killer, Number. She thought to herself that they were together. He warned her that the police knew her face, so she shouldn't wander around and should stay there. He added that if he wasn't back by 1 a.m., she was on her own. His routine was always the same. He would park the van in a dark alley. Then, he would make his way to a secluded place, where he'd start searching for his next target in the crowd. That happened back at the restaurant where she worked. Now that she thought about it, he was always, who? Doing the right thing? What am I even doing here? The scent of blood? Essayla questioned the man, asking how many he had killed that day. The man responded that one had a 5, and the other almost had his number turned to 3. He explained that he had to take them out, even if it meant using force. Suddenly, Essayla gasped, clutching her chest. The man turned his head, startled. He groaned, denying something. Essayla's eyes glowed, reflecting the numbers. She insisted it was nothing. Essayla thought to herself. She realized what those numbers meant, understanding it was probably their remaining time. The man spoke Mo Ji-hyun's name, asking what she saw. Essayla appeared terrified. She stammered, questioning what it was. Essayla questioned what he was talking about, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. The man remained silent, offering only a pause in response. Essayla admitted that, to be honest, she had no, but something was off. The man sat alone, contemplating whether telling her about it would do any good. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. He was confused by the sensation. Essayla asked what was the matter and if he was okay. He simply responded with, He insisted that he was fine, though he found it strange that his eye stung for some reason. He paused, lost in thought. He realized it was just as he thought. The scene shifted to a view of several buildings. The man walked down the street, thinking he had a few things to buy and would be back in an hour or two. He entered the car and confirmed his understanding with a simple okay. Later, the car was seen parked outside a building. The woman's eyes glowed with an unnatural light. The numbers 111 and 121 appeared superimposed over a scene of people walking down a street. The woman's expression remained troubled as the numbers B appeared behind her. It was noted that the number on the right decreased at a different rate. The units were different each time. The numbers 105 appeared, representing 1 minute and 5 seconds before death. The numbers 331 appeared, meaning 3 hours and 31 minutes. If extended a bit more, the numbers 301 would appear. The 301 likely represented 3 days and 2 hours. If extended further, the numbers 419 would appear, the number above those people. The woman's eyes glowed, and she seemed to be in distress. The woman looked down, her expression pained. Another woman asked if Yini was okay, noting that she didn't look so good. The woman asked, have you, before laughing. Essayla's eyes narrowed, a deep furrow forming between her brows as she stared intently. The room around her seemed to vibrate with an unseen force. Suddenly, a figure in a white hooded cloak appeared before her, their face obscured by shadow. The figure demanded to know what was the matter, accusing someone of reporting them again. The cloaked figure declared that they wouldn't go down alone, threatening to stab someone and drag them down as well. The figure challenged someone to try them, their voice laced with desperation and rage. The figure's face contorted in fury, promising to kill someone and their family. The figure's rage intensified, vowing to kill every single one of them. A clock flashed 8:31. The image of the clock was superimposed over a group of people, the ticking sound growing louder. Essayla gasped, startled by what she was witnessing. Meanwhile, in the city, someone walked down the street. The sound of footsteps echoed through the dimly lit space. Outside, the city bustled with activity as people walked along the sidewalks. The city's buildings glowed with an eerie blue light. Nearby, a figure stood at the top of a set of stairs, looking out over the scene. The air seemed to waver, distorting the figure's form. His eyes glowing with an intense blue light, protagonist underscore, one declared that he had found his target. The protagonist, eyes glowing, was clearly disoriented by what he was seeing. Meanwhile, a family walked down the street, seemingly unaware of the danger that lurked nearby. The numbers on the license plate of the car parked nearby caught the protagonist's attention. They were the same as the numbers he had been seeing. He tried to focus, attempting to understand what was happening. Judging by the speed of the numbers, it didn't seem like seconds were passing at all. He realized what this must be. Elsewhere, the family continued their outing, with one of them suggesting they go shopping. The protagonist considered his options, wondering if he should follow them, but he knew there was nothing he could do about it even if he did. He looked down, his expression grim. Suddenly, he threw open the car door. He ran towards the family, shouting. He shouted, hoping to prevent whatever was about to happen, and now someone else was on the move. A figure in a light, gray hooded jacket ran down the street. Elsewhere, the red-eyed investigator paused, a thought crossing his mind. Nearby, Mo Ji-hyun walked along the sidewalk. The red-eyed investigator wondered if she was running away, but then realized it seemed like she was following someone. Indeed, Mo Ji-hyun was following a man in a dark jacket. The red-eyed investigator seemed surprised by this. Mo Ji-hyun continued to follow the man. The man she was following was being trailed by a shadowy figure. The red-eyed investigator's eyes glowed with blue energy as he declared that he had found his target. Elsewhere, a woman sniffled as she looked at a pink dress. Yinseo, visibly frustrated, blocked another number on her phone. Yinseo's companion suggested she report the man who kept calling her to the police, but she insisted it was someone else. Yinseo seethed, realizing the man had started posting her number publicly. It wasn't just the calls. He was making reservations under her name at various places, from restrooms and random chat rooms to skincare shops, couriers, and even funeral homes. Now, she had to block and cancel every single one. The phone screen displayed 439 unread messages, including logistics companies, funeral homes offering condolences, and strangers from Incheon. Yinseo realized she would have to pay the penalties out of her own pocket. Her companion wondered what that bastard's deal was and why he was doing this to her. Yinseo admitted she didn't know. Yinseo insisted that if she knew why this was happening, she wouldn't be sitting there. She added that she would stay there until she moved her stuff and asked him not to tell Yinseo about this. Her companion told her to stay as long as she wanted. Yinseo wondered if she was being stalked and if that meant her family was in danger too. She thought that it wasn't fair and that the kid was still so young. Her companion agreed, stating that there were 3 of them, including the kid. Yinseo, startled, exclaimed that she had been scared half to death. The other person urged her to tell them what number she saw on them. There's no point in hiding it, she thought, because he could see it on those 3, couldn't he? That's why she blindly followed them, staring at the top of his head the whole time. Yinseo wondered if he knew about it. She knew that Sharpain he mentioned all too well, and on top of that, it was odd from the start, even at death's door. She thought that she accepted the absurd idea of numbers far too easily. Yinseo wondered what she should do and if she should tell him everything, but there was no point in hiding it anymore. She realized that she couldn't do anything about it on her own as she was asked if she was done. He confirmed that she was pretty and then asked if they should go now. He greeted her, and she reacted in pain. Fine, all right, I'll tell you everything on the way. Overhead, the protagonist and Baek Min walked together. Remaining time, The protagonist thought he was still not sure about it, but it was 8 hours and 31 minutes at 2 p.m. At this rate, her family would be dead by 10 p.m. The protagonist realized he had forgotten that he overheard their conversation about being harassed by a stalker. It could be the stalker doing it, the protagonist thought, stating there was no doubt. It was definitely his doing. How did she know? Because he was right over there, the man with the number 3. It was no coincidence that his number matched the number of victims. The woman swung her fist, ready to strike. Suddenly, the man in black grabbed her by the neck, stopping her in her tracks. He demanded to know where she thought she was going. She coughed, wondering where else she could go. She knew she had to tell them. She needed to tell them that the stalker was over there, so they could file a report with the police and take precautions. The man's expression was stern. He told her that she still didn't understand. Elsewhere, a woman with short hair bumped into someone. The woman apologized after the collision. The woman with short hair apologized to the man in black. Another person dropped some items on the ground and apologized. The woman with short hair told them that it was okay. The woman's eyes narrowed. The scene shifts to a bustling area where a hooded figure stands, seemingly observing the people around them. Elsewhere, another hooded figure, this one masked, is confronted. They are asked what is wrong and what the matter is, but they only respond with a dismissive TSK. The perspective changes again, this time to a woman who is pointing and exclaiming that it's him, that it's that bastard. A man beside her questions what she means. The view shifts once more, showing a woman in shock, wondering what he is doing here. The scene focuses on the woman from the previous panel, now standing next to a tall, dark figure. The dark figure remarks that it looks like she got what she wanted. It is revealed that they found out about him, prompting the woman to ask what they should do now. The woman is shown in distress, questioning if their numbers changed. The ticking of clocks is heard. The woman cries out, realizing it's the time. She states that once a number has been set, it can't be changed. In other words, no matter what they do, their fate of being killed by that man in 7 hours and 4 minutes won't change. The hooded figure's face is partially obscured, but his expression is clearly one of intense focus. Nearby, Baek Min stands with a worried expression. The protagonist, his face shadowed, declares that he will kill someone. Footsteps echoed in the distance. The clock read 3:30 p.m. The remaining time, 7 hours and 2 minutes. It meant their time of death remained unchanged. The protagonist thought there was no need to rush, He could take his time and prepare as usual. Mo Ji-hyun was instructed to keep following those three until he returned after finishing his preparations. He told her to try to be as discreet as possible, or he'd catch on and become wary. He told her to hold on. The woman with the cap wondered if she could really pull this off, and how they were supposed to meet up if he removed her phone SIM card. The protagonist revealed that he had planted a GPS tracker on her earlier, so he would know her location. The woman was shocked. She told him he was so creepy, and that he had told her she was free to run away. He responded that he told her she was free to run away, but he never said he was going to let her. He asked if she was acting of her own will, wasn't she? He responded that he understood, but that he had ended up helping Number with his crimes. The man with the dark hair demanded that she tell him immediately if she didn't want to. The woman insisted it was nothing, but he retorted that he would rather do this alone than have her be a hindrance. She thought it was hard to believe that this would only stop once that man dies. She wondered how her number could remain unchanged after everything that had happened. He continued, thinking that, first of all, the police only take action after something happens. The woman thought that it was better to take precautions beforehand. The man with the dark hair stated, second, while the woman walked ahead of him. Another man behind them sensed a certain level of emotion from him. It was as if he'd been meticulously planning this murder for a long time. The man with the dark hair sat at his desk, surrounded by photos and notes, meticulously planning his next move. His red eyes glowed in the dim light. He thought to himself that simply locking her door would not be enough. Displayed on a computer monitor was a building floor plan, but it wouldn't be enough to stop him. The time was 9:17 p.m. The remaining time was 1 hour and 15 minutes. Elsewhere, a man in a police uniform was speaking to someone, saying it wouldn't be enough to stop him. He paused, then continued. Meanwhile, Esela thought to herself that if that stalker had shown up, they would have taken precautionary measures, like putting an electronic bracelet on him. But he hasn't appeared since she saw him at the shopping mall, and he's nowhere to be found right now. One of the officers excused himself, asking if they were leaving already. Esela asked them to keep wearing the smartwatch they gave her and to try to stay inside the house as much as possible today. The officer told Esela that they would do another round before they left and let her know if anything came up. Another officer acknowledged the statement. Footsteps echoed down the hallway. The sound of a lock echoed through the room. Breathing a sigh of relief, the protagonist wondered if they were gone. It had been a close call, he thought, also noting that the place seemed to be under construction. He was glad it was empty. If there were still doubts, the protagonist considered, he would go see for himself. Since they were on the highest floor, the protagonist reasoned that the murderer wouldn't be able to happen. He finished his thought, as long as he kept guarding the front door. The protagonist sighed, scratching his head. He recalled feeling uneasy when he first heard they had to kill someone. But if, like Number said, it was necessary for that person to die in order to save those three, even if he couldn't do it himself, the protagonist thought he had to help in some way. Footsteps echoed down the hallway. The clock read 9:53 p.m., with 39 minutes remaining. The protagonist could hear the sound of someone approaching down the hallway, their footsteps echoing in the confined space. A figure in a red hooded jacket walked towards the cell. The footsteps grew louder as the figure approached. He stopped, realizing they were at the next door. The sound of tape being pulled echoed through the hallway. From inside the cell, Mo Ji-hyun groaned, wondering what the approaching figure was doing. They couldn't see anything. The figure in the red jacket continued to approach the cell. The sound of tape being applied to the bars of the cell door filled the air. Elsewhere, a room with a broken window sat in silence. The figure in the red jacket continued to apply tape to the cell door. Mo Ji-hyun wondered if the figure was leaving. The clock showed 10:06 p.m., with only 26 minutes remaining. The sound of a door opening echoed in the distance. Mo Ji-hyun wondered what was happening. A young woman asks her father if he smells something. He seems confused. She realizes with horror that the gas might be leaking. The father is surprised by her statement. Elsewhere, the young woman wonders if she forgot to close the gas valve. She realizes that is why she felt dizzy. The young woman calls out to Minseo, asking her to open the window. She attempts to open the window. She struggles with the gas valve. Below, Minseo is seen from the outside. Suddenly, a figure breaks through the door. The door is broken down. The young woman is shocked by the sudden intrusion. She wonders what happened and calls out to someone. The figure demands that she open the door. The young woman is seen bleeding, exclaiming, "No!" The hooded thug shouts at the people in the room, telling them not to mince him. Meanwhile, the blonde bully smiles, stating that it has been a while. Elsewhere, the hooded victim transformed yells at someone, asking how they dare run away when they should be begging for mercy, adding that it is unbelievable. The blonde bully grabs the hooded victim transformed by the hair, telling them that he warned them that he would kill every single one of them. The blonde bully shouts that if they kept treating him like garbage, this would happen. The hooded victim transformed falls to the ground. The blonde bully looks down at the hooded victim transformed, who is on the ground. The blonde bully wonders what is happening. The hooded victim transformed is shown with glowing eyes. Mo Ji-hyun is told to report. The protagonist's blue eyes is shown from back. The situation is described. The clock ticked, showing 10:11 p.m. There were only 21 minutes remaining. The hooded figure, consumed by rage, screamed that he had warned them all, that he would kill every single one of them if they continued to treat him like garbage. A blade flashed. The victim fell, their vision blurring as they looked up at their attacker. The hooded victim, now on the ground, wondered what was happening. The attacker walked away, leaving the victim behind. A phone began to buzz. The phone screen displayed a message. Mo Ji Hyan. Report. The victim, struggling to focus, thought to themselves if this was what number had been talking about earlier. The phone displayed a message on a phone with no SIM card. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair looked up in shock. The man yelled for Mincio to run as the attacker lunged towards them. He then cried out for Yuni. The hooded thug kicked to the fleeing figures. The blonde bully and another thug continued their pursuit. The blonde bully was struck by a blast of something, causing him to cry out in pain. The attacker held a fire extinguisher, ready to strike again. The blonde bully was hit by the spray, recoiling in pain. The blonde bully, confused, wondered what was happening. Coughing, the hooded thug and the blonde bully were disoriented by the spray. The woman with the fire extinguisher asked if they were okay, urging them to flee. The woman coughed, seemingly affected by the spray herself. She realized the clock had started ticking again. The blonde bully, panting heavily, questioned who the woman was and what she intended to do. Huffing, the distressed woman asked why he was doing this. The blonde bully chuckled, stating that she must be the one who kept chasing after him. He then asked what she was going to do about it, and if she was going to report him too. A news report stated that a man in his 20s had murdered his ex-girlfriend and her family. The blonde bully remarked that the reporters were going to love it. The woman remained silent. The blonde bully told her to go ahead, stating he didn't give a damn. He then asked what she could even do about it. The blonde bully stated that by the time the police got there, they would all be dead anyway. The woman screamed. The blonde bully lunged at the woman. The woman wondered how many more there were. The scene replays in someone's mind, showing a man with a knife standing over a victim, while another man stands by. The man with the knife wonders how many more victims have to suffer. The memory continues, showing the victim on the ground. The person recalling the memory thinks it's because of scumbags like him. The memory shifts to a woman watching a news report on a screen. The memory shifts again, showing a woman running in the rain, being chased by a man in a red jacket. He shouts for her to come back. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoes through a hallway. The protagonist _1, wearing a red jacket, walks through the doorway into the hallway. He pauses, his expression troubled as he looks down the hallway. Sung continues down the hallway, his pace quickening. The hallway stretches into the distance, lined with doors. Sung pauses, lost in thought, wondering what is happening. Another thud sound echoes, louder this time. Sung stops, questioning if what he heard was his imagination. He continued down the dimly lit hallway, the silence broken only by the sound of his own footsteps. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from above. An attacker lunged from the shadows, their weapon raised high. The blow landed with a sickening crack. Sung gasped, staggering from the impact. The attacker pressed their advantage, continuing the assault. A desperate cry echoed through the hallway, followed by the sickening sound of more blows landing. The attacker, shrouded in shadow, offered their victim a chilling choice, asking if they had any last words. The victim, barely conscious, struggled to remain standing. With a final, desperate breath, the victim questioned their attacker's identity. Another blow landed, silencing the victim. He fell to the ground, the impact jarring his already injured body. The attacker, breathing heavily, advanced. Below, a woman watched the scene unfold with a look of terror. The attacker lunged, shouting a curse. From above, a voice commanded the attacker to return. The attacker's fist connected with the floor. The woman below gasped in shock. She cried out as the attack came dangerously close. The attacker, sent flying by a fire extinguisher, crashed into the wall. The woman's companion approached her, while the attacker coughed up blood, lamenting that he wouldn't have behaved that way in the first place. Coughing, the woman wondered who had saved her. Someone demanded to know if they were people. The monstrous figure lunged, claws extended, ready to strike. His eyes widened, reflecting a surge of inner turmoil. A strange energy pulsed from an unseen source. The air crackled with unseen power. He reflected on his past, realizing he never wanted to become a murderer like his father. Was that truly the only reason he decided to follow number? He knew he could have easily gotten rid of the phone number planted with a GPS tracker, and he could have easily escaped while he was gone. He wasn't being guarded or anything. He wondered if he was unable to escape because he was afraid of number coming after him. Or perhaps he had another reason. He realized he was waiting for an answer from this man. A hand reached out, its intentions unclear. The question hung in the air. Who justifies murder? With his twisted logic, Mo Ji Hyan questioned, killing to save others? The question echoed in his mind as he remembered the blonde bully. He recalled the bully's words. He was going to ask him one last time. The memory shifted, and he wondered if he was actually hoping to change the future with his twisted logic. He envisioned a world where his loved ones could live in peace, free from harm. He believed that no one would have to suffer or be hurt by scumbags like him. The blonde bully, lying defeated, asked Mo Ji-hyun if he had any last words. The woman in the light blue jacket took a step forward, her expression strained as she reached out a hand. She asked if the other woman could stand, and the woman in the brown jacket responded with a soft, thank you. The woman in the brown jacket hesitated, then asked who the other two people were. The woman in the light blue jacket stammered, suggesting that when the police arrived, they could pretend they never saw them. The woman in the brown jacket and the woman in the light blue jacket walked away together. The woman in the brown jacket mumbled to herself, realizing it wasn't that simple. The woman in the brown jacket continued, saying that they should at least not tell the police what they looked like. In the background, a television played a news report. The woman in the brown jacket's eyes narrowed as she thought about these people. Outside, a building loomed in the darkness. A hand reached out and swiped a card to enter a building. The woman in the brown jacket stood in a kitchen, her expression one of shock. She ran through the building, calling out for her dad. She found him lying on the floor and asked if he was okay. The two men stand over another man on the couch, who groans in pain. Below, Asela looks on with a worried expression, the clock behind her showing the time. The man in the dark jacket thinks to himself that his wounds aren't critical. In the background, Asela stands in the doorway, looking concerned. He believes that the man should survive once treated. The man in the dark jacket states that it is, but of course. The injured man groans, thinking that this is only after they handle the numbers. The man in the dark jacket is addressed, but he curses. The injured man is asked if he is still alive, and he thinks that it is if it weren't for the man in the dark jacket. The injured man thinks that if only he hadn't interrupted him, asking if he even knows who he is messing with. The man in the dark jacket looks down at the injured man, who continues to speak. The man in the dark jacket wonders if he should. He thinks that he is not curious at all. The injured man declares that he doesn't care who the man in the dark jacket is or what his story is. The injured man's face contorted in anger as he declared that he didn't care about a murderer like the man in the dark jacket. Coughing, the injured man questioned who would even try to kill a child before demanding that the man in the dark jacket not run his mouth. The injured man continued, stating that the man in the dark jacket didn't know anything, before trailing off, seemingly resigned to his fate. The woman, addressing the man in the dark jacket as Mr., warned that the police should be arriving soon and urged him to leave the place. The man in the dark jacket told her to go ahead, stating that he still hadn't heard his last words, adding that it was true that they didn't have much time. The woman questioned what the man in the dark jacket was doing, before urging him to hold on and asking if he had any last words. The man in the dark jacket told her not to tell him, before questioning if she was being serious when she asked him about his last words. The man in the dark jacket responded, stating, of course. The man in the dark jacket asked why else he would ask if he wasn't being serious about it. The woman began to protest, but the man in the dark jacket cut her off, questioning why she would even listen to someone like him before telling her to go outside if she didn't want to hear it. The man in the dark jacket instructed her not to take the main stairs to the first floor, but to use the emergency stairs and head to the rooftop instead. It was then that the man in the dark jacket realized the rooftop would be. The woman realized that the rooftop was their escape route. She was shocked by this revelation. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. The police were closing in, their sirens echoing through the streets. The woman's expression shifted to one of fear and desperation. From the rooftop, she could see the police converging on the building. She thought back to the man in the dark jacket, remembering that she came to the rooftop because he told her to. She wondered how they were supposed to escape from up there. The rooftop offered no obvious means of escape. Below, the police sirens grew louder. She still didn't understand why the man in the dark jacket was so obsessed with getting the other man's final words when they should be making a run for it. Blood splattered across the floor. The number killer stood over his latest victim, his blade dripping with blood. Her companion descended the stairs, and she told him not to tell her that. The man stated that he had placed them there earlier. Based on the layout of the area, he explained that they would either get caught by the police or their faces would be captured on CCTV as soon as they got the job done. She asked if he was suggesting what she thought he was. He confirmed that they would jump down from there, and she understood that it was their escape route. She asked what about her. A hand reached out, grabbing the rope. The man yelled for her not to fall. He called for time out. The man thought to himself that it was not yet time. He told her hold on tight, and that it was just a bit more. The sound of fluttering wings filled the air as butterflies surrounded the room. Dan Wu's eyes widened, a sense of unease washing over him. Suddenly, a voice echoed, commanding action. A foot descended with force. A woman's face contorted in terror as she screamed. Below, the woman and Dan Wu plummeted from the building, suspended only by their makeshift rope. The woman screamed as they fell, the ground rushing up to meet them. The pair continued to fall, the city sprawling beneath them. The building loomed as they descended further. A case report detailed the grim discovery. The time was November 26, 2026 at 22:15. The location was identified as Jianan Street 114-2, Building 105, Unit 708. An investigator stood nearby, looking at his phone. The report stated that a case of stalking had been reported. Officer Choi Yunyol and Superintendent Park Hong-shik initially discovered the scene. Based on the wounds, the victim lay lifeless on the ground, and the number on the victim's wrist was visible. The report stated that this case was believed to be connected to the serial murder case. In short, it was the work of number. The scene was filled with the sounds of murmuring. Police sirens wailed as officers arrived at the scene. Footsteps echoed as someone approached a vehicle. Someone examined a vial of red liquid, contemplating its contents. Two figures stood together, one remarking that it had happened here this time. Huh? The other simply replied, yes. The camera's point of view shifts to a tall building. The perspective moves closer, focusing on a security camera. The view changes again, this time to a man's face, his eyes narrowed as he looks through binoculars. Through the binoculars, the man sees a building with a security camera. The view shifts slightly, focusing on a different part of the building and another security camera. Elsewhere, Sela stood outside a building, looking up. Glass's man friend approached, informing Sela that he had brought the CCTV footage. Sela told him to look, asking if something didn't remind him of dog poop. Glass's man friend disagreed, believing dog poop was rounder. He then asked where the files were, and Sela told him they were here. Glass's man friend said okay, stating that he only brought the footage of nearby areas since bringing everything would have been too much, and Sela thanked him for the good job. Glass's man friend asked Sela to hide his yo-yo, fearing the chief would be angry if he saw it. Sela told him to just get rid of it. Elsewhere, police continued to investigate the crime scene, the area cordoned off with yellow tape. Inside, forensic teams meticulously searched for clues. Beckman sighed, frustrated by their lack of progress. Another investigator confirmed that they hadn't found any traces this time either, the fire extinguisher having erased everything. The investigator lamented that they had nothing except for the prints from the victim's family and the deceased. Beckman rubbed his face in frustration. Detective Kwan asked where the victim's family was. He was told that the father had been admitted to the hospital, so they should be there by now. Kwan asked them to share the address with him. Detective Kwan smiled as he looked at his phone. Beckman, standing nearby, asked him to repeat what he said. The two men in protective suits stood amidst the crime scene. One of them questioned if the other had noticed how hard everyone had been working since early that morning. Meanwhile, another investigator asked if someone was going to take responsibility if they ended up contaminating the evidence with their dirty shoes. The investigator with light hair smirked, remarking that it seemed he had come at the wrong time and interrupted everyone's hard work. With that, the female investigator suggested they go review the CCTV footage, adding that they would be back later. The light-haired investigator told everyone to keep up the good work. The investigator with dark hair clicked his tongue in annoyance. The dark-haired investigator addressed the light-haired investigator as chief. The dark-haired investigator complained that the chief didn't have to go that far, especially for people who took the time to come all the way to their district. He added that the chief seemed like a pretty decent guy to him. The chief asked if he was done and told him to get his ass back to work. The dark-haired investigator responded that he knew, adding that he just couldn't make him see reason. The chief thought to himself that he wanted to be friends, but the other man just wouldn't give him a chance. The female investigator asked if they should head to the hospital, but the chief refused. Sela asked if he cared to take a look at something. An extreme close-up of an eye followed. The CCTV footage showed a figure walking up a flight of stairs. Kim Deok-hyun remarked that the man looked familiar, and Sela confirmed that was right, even though his face was still a mystery. The footage showed the man entering the building at 22 hours 11 minutes and 49 seconds on November 25th. However, there was no sign of him exiting the premises. The CCTV footage showed the man walking up the stairs of the building. Kim Deok-hyun asked if she could guess what happened. Sela stated that it must be the rooftop. It was possible he exited from a lower floor, though. If one considered the residents' testimony and the blind spots in the CCTV footage, the camera showed a close-up of the rooftop railing. Kim Deok-hyun stated bingo as he stood on the rooftop with Sela. He asked if she saw it, and she confirmed. Sela expressed her confusion, stating that she didn't understand. The investigator with red eyes asked if they should take a look as the screen showed the CCTV footage of the rooftop. The footage showed the exterior of the building. The camera continued to record the building's exterior. The footage continued to play, showing the building's exterior. The footage showed the building's exterior. Kim Deok-hyun and Sela reviewed the footage. The investigator with red eyes explained the exact range of the CCTV coverage and its blind spots, noting that the witness was looking at that exact time. The footage showed the exact moment when the bright light suddenly flashed once the power came back on, and the exact moment when the swarm of moths appeared. The footage showed that the moths, startled by the light, blocked the CCTV for several seconds. All of these factors can only be pieced together now, but there's no way you'd know all this while committing a crime. Yeah, this guy. The hooded figure walked forward, surrounded by shards of glass. It seemed they always managed to escape somehow. It was as if they were taking the safest and most efficient route imaginable. Meanwhile, Sailah's colleague believed that the suspect could predict the future. Salah considered that the suspect's ability might be similar to someone else's. Salah and the red-eyed investigator walked up the stairs. The investigator smiled, his red eyes gleaming. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a hospital building at night. Inside the hospital, a patient was being wheeled down the hallway. Back at the cafe, the red-eyed investigator called out, beckoning someone over. The protagonist, looking weary, greeted the investigator. The investigator stated that he was just there to ask a few questions. A vision of the date 23,103 flashed in the protagonist's mind. The investigator asked how he was feeling. He insisted that he was fine, that he had gotten much better. The date 23,102 flashed before his eyes, a painful reminder. A figure spoke, their words hanging heavy in the air. The figure continued, stating that he was surely aware and demanded that from now on, he not lie and answer their questions honestly. The figure pressed, demanding if he understood. He simply replied, yes. To be continued. The question of how many lies humans tell on average lingered in the air, with some estimating only 2 or 3 lies per day. However, when considering trivial, customary, and everyday lies, the nature of liars varied immensely. Studies claim that people lie as much as 200 times per day, a way to navigate through a sudden situation, or even if it's simply just purely driven by black, poisonous malice. Because the nature of liars varies immensely, a uniform statistic may hold very little meaning. To be able to estimate someone's future number of lies, that's when you can peer into the essence of that person. For now, he would just quickly check. With his physique, height is probably about 180 centimeters. The question remained whether that matched the number witnessed. And you didn't see his face. Yes, it's not that he didn't see it, but it was dark. The witness, Ms. Lee Ji-hyun, admitted that her memory was fuzzy, making it difficult to recall details. The investigator listened intently, absorbing the information. The investigator confirmed that, according to the timeline, Number had already subdued the stranger at that point. The other investigator confirmed this was correct, adding that it wouldn't have been long after the power went out. Salah listened, her expression unreadable. The investigator continued, clarifying that it would not have been more than 3 to 5 minutes after the power outage. The investigator presented a screen showing that Number entered the apartment when the power went out at 22 hours and 11 minutes. The investigator inquired if she knew what happened next, adding that if they reversed their thinking and assumed Number ran away after looking into the future, this would be the exact moment Number would have left the apartment, 22 hours, 32 minutes, and 19 seconds. The investigator explained that after entering the apartment at 10:11 p.m. and subduing the stranger in 5 minutes, Salah wondered what Number did during the remaining 15 minutes. The witness admitted she wasn't sure, stating she only briefly ran into Number. The witness recalled being in the hallway the whole time. The detective considered the witness's statement that when she returned home, he was already gone. The evidence log showed that she didn't run into him or have a conversation with him, only briefly ran into Number, and was in the hallway the whole time. The detective knew that she didn't want the police to know something, and he wondered what the reason for that was. He recalled that she had mentioned being a victim of stalking. Lee Ji-hyun crossed her arms, looking distressed. The detective considered the shattered window, realizing that it appeared she was very prepared for something. The detective pressed on, asking what that had to do with the case. He apologized if that upset her, explaining that he was just trying to find out the criteria Number used to choose his victims. The detective asked Ms. Shin Eun-seo what she thought, wondering why the victim was the stalker. Lee Ji-hyun was asked if she had a rough idea or not. The thought of it stressed Lee Ji-hyun out. The lie detector simply rejected the question, stating that it could not be judged as a lie. The detective considered digging deeper, but sensed a strong resistance. He placed the photo on the table. The detective had one last question, asking if she had ever seen the girl in the photo before. The photo showed the distressed woman in an apron. Ms. Lee Ji-hyun looked shocked. Later, the detective recalled the woman's request to pretend they had never seen her. Ms. Lee Ji-hyun admitted that she had seen her before. She claimed to have seen her on the news. The detective acknowledged her statement. The numbers 2701 appeared, seemingly related to the case. The detective confirmed that she was correct, though he was sure her face was blurred on the news. Ms. Lee Ji-hyun grew agitated, questioning why he kept talking, as if he doubted her. The detective wondered what reason a victim would have to lie. A pair of glowing red eyes pierced through the darkness. The scene shifts to a man sitting at a desk, illuminated by the glow of a computer screen. Elsewhere, a figure walks down a dark street, unaware of the monstrous figure lurking behind them. A hand carefully places a vial onto a surface. The man from the second panel muses that there are truthfully many people on the brink of death who had one thing in common. They all survived thanks to Number. It was possible that they may subconsciously want to repay the favor. Another woman considers that it could be to hide something themselves, as a hooded figure walks down a street. A hand is seen covering the mouth of an individual. The man from panel 5 thinks to himself that it was not on the news or a report, but that day at that time. Someone asks if another person has ever seen a specific girl. The Daejeon Police Agency stands tall. A report concludes their quick brief regarding the Sunlight Apartment stalker murder case. At the briefing, a suspect's dossier is displayed, detailing the case. The chief sighs, wondering how many times they've been on this wild goose chase. The chief's companion reminds him that the Special Task Force's reputation is on the line. Speaking of Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter, the chief's companion recalls that in the Yeong Min-dong case, the possibility of her joining forces with Number grew. Beckman listens intently. Beckman states that he sees, adding that the witness hasn't seen Mo Ji-hyun before. The clock continues to tick. Beckman doesn't believe the witness is lying. The chief understands. Beckman states that there was no evidence that Mo Ji-hyun joined forces with him. There are no fingerprints or DNA found, nor any clearly identifiable CCTV footage. Someone is asked if they're sure they want to delete the file. The witnesses' families mention nothing. A stern voice commanded understanding, emphasizing the importance of repeating the rehearsed statement when speaking with the police, promising that doing so would prevent any problems. Meanwhile, the order came to continue pursuing Mo Ji-hyun in connection with the Yeong Min-dong case. However, regarding the Number investigation, it was deemed best to handle the arrest and investigation separately. The investigator listened intently to the briefing. Elsewhere, a car sped down the road. Inside, the red-eyed investigator sat beside the female investigator. The female investigator wondered if what they were doing was right. The red-eyed investigator considered what would happen if Shin Un-seo were to talk, but quickly dismissed the thought, stating that he had met her himself, and she only gave general answers. Meanwhile, on a computer screen, a prompt asked if the user was sure they wanted to delete a file, with the words "hiding Mo Ji-hyun is a safety net" displayed above. The person mused that Number could see the future, and that it was unlikely they would be able to follow the trail due to the kid. The red-eyed investigator recalled that they hadn't been able to have an open conversation yet. The female investigator was told that they couldn't let the police officers catch them first. Now that some issues had been taken care of, the protagonist drove. The unseen speaker suggested they give chase. The scene faded to black. The door creaked open. A figure returned to the bedside of another, who acknowledged their presence with a simple, "Yeah." The patient in the bed asked what the detective had said, wondering if it really was Number. The other figure stated that the detective also said he didn't know why they almost died. The figure continued, saying that something kept gripping their chest, and that the stalker didn't have any particular reason to stalk. They added that the other person had said they didn't know who they were. A crazed figure, holding a knife, questioned how someone dared run away when they should be begging for mercy, wondering what the other person meant by that. Someone stated that their whole family almost died, pointing to a bag containing a knife labeled as evidence. The figure ominously spoke the name Min-seo. Someone reassured another that it was okay. The unseen speaker stated that they didn't need to know that stuff. A figure embraces another, offering comfort and reassurance. The embraced figure, visibly distressed and tearful, is told to not think about it. The unseen person continues, suggesting they shouldn't think about scary things anymore. The scene shifts, now focusing on the back of someone's head. The figure stands in what appears to be a hospital room, declaring that this is enough. The perspective changes to a close-up of a remote control. The remote falls, hitting the ground with a thud. The view descends further, revealing a pile of remotes stained with what appears to be blood. Surrounded by the bodies of his victims, the protagonist_1, struggles to breathe. His mind races, and he remembers someone calling out the name Rudy. The protagonist recalls someone else's voice, calling out the name Hanul, and questioning why he is doing this. The protagonist_1, screams, demanding to know why. A woman with long white hair stands over someone, declaring that she did it. The protagonist_1, remembers the woman saying it was because he wouldn't do it himself. The woman, holding a gun, tells him that if he doesn't like it, he should just kill her. A gun is fired. The number 116 is displayed. The protagonist_1, stares intensely. The protagonist_1, sits in a vehicle, looking forward. He remained hunched over in the vehicle, his head bowed, as if burdened by the weight of his thoughts. Lost in thought, he remained still in the driver's seat. He stirred slightly, groaning softly as if waking from a troubled sleep. He wondered why he would remember something from so long ago. He knew there was still a lot left to do and that he'd better get started. The sound of a door opening echoed. The air hung heavy. The vehicle traveled down a city street. Footsteps approached. Footsteps continued. Gunshots rang out as a figure stood over another. In a memory, the protagonist stares intently at a figure standing beside him. Elsewhere, a figure with tattooed hands peers through a barred opening, remarking that it has been a while. The protagonist, standing in a doorway, is confronted by someone who asks where he has been and why he hasn't visited since becoming famous. The scene shifts to a collection of items, including recorders, with a note indicating they're the items requested. A woman with short hair looks startled, muttering to herself. A hand presents a card, noting that it is the contact requested earlier. The items from before are shown again, and a voice wonders if the expenses should be deducted from them. The woman from before suddenly remembers something. She realizes that the items are the recorders he has been carrying around. The woman from before sees the figure from panel 2 and exclaims, finding the situation interesting. The woman wonders why she was the only one he spared. A woman's voice urged someone to hurry, suggesting that ignoring her would lead to endless trouble. The man simply responded with a dismissive, "Oh." Again, a voice called out, this time addressing someone as kid. A figure walked away from building. A car drove down a road. Inside the car, Isela sat quietly. The man driving asked about the recorders. He stated that it was none of her business. Isela questioned if he had recorded them, emphasizing that they were the victims' last words before they were killed. The man sighed, wondering why and to whom he was delivering them. Isela reflected on those recordings, realizing they were the dying messages to the ones the victims wanted to talk to one last time. It was revealed that some leave behind a message, final words meant for the ones they loved. Others instruct their attorneys on how to divide their wealth and legacy. And then, the man appeared to be in distress. Isela considered the weight of the information she had just received. There were those, she thought, who used their last breath to curse the ones they failed to kill. The sky was a pale blue, the trees a vibrant green. Meanwhile, the man she was speaking with acknowledged her point, but wondered about the memos. He explained that sometimes they were the only clues left behind, just bits and pieces pointing to where the dead used to live. Isela countered that no one would leave their address knowing they were about to be killed. The man considered that if you put together the deceased information and their connection to the recipient, a figure appeared, gesturing for silence. They would handle the delivery without leaving a single trace. Isela questioned if that wasn't too risky. The man responded that anything that could alert the police was removed, clarifying that that wasn't what he meant. Isela sighed, clearly frustrated. She admitted that she still didn't understand why he was doing this. The man explained that he was trying to eliminate future murderers. But then, he continued, he would go and deliver their last words for them. Isela asked what the point of that was. It was the same as last time, she thought, when they almost got caught by the police because they were trying to pass along some dying message from scum like that. They arrived at their destination. Isela looked up at the man she was with. The man walked ahead, carrying a bag. He placed the bag down and knelt. Isela noticed flowers already placed at the grave. She wondered who they were from, but the man said he didn't know. The man stated that he was putting flowers on his sister's grave, which Isela acknowledged. Isela thought to herself that this was the final wish of the man she killed. The man paused. He reflected that he thought he had a reason once, but guessed it didn't really matter now. He had simply decided to do it to carry out the final wishes. He thought of the people he had killed. He stated that no matter who they are, as long as it's something within his abilities, that's the rule he made for himself. Isela considered that even if that person, she considered the possibility, was he truly a cold-blooded murderer? He dismissed the question, stating that it didn't matter. Right or wrong, good or evil, he would continue. If they were among the future murderers he intended to eliminate, he would still honor his commitment. Isela affirmed that this was the path she had chosen, and she would stick to it. That was just ridiculous. That's what she thought he was doing all this time. But she didn't get it anymore. Isela wondered if he even cared what kind of person he was about to kill. She wondered if something had happened to him in the past, admitting she couldn't help but wonder. What keeps a cold-blooded killer like him going? The car came to a stop. He announced that they had arrived. They stepped out into the night. The group stood outside a building, the name Woozing emblazoned above them. They entered a building with a neon sign that read Binia. The man thought to himself that this was the final wish and that it was on the list. Inside, the club was in full swing, people dancing and drinking. He steeled himself to carry out his mission. He held up a photograph, thinking that this was the revenge he never got to finish. The club was packed with people. The man sat, holding a bottle. The hooded figure struggled against an unseen force, his muffled cries echoing in the night. His body contorted, the unseen force tightened its grip. Desperate, he pleaded for someone to end his suffering. The protagonist, observing the scene, wondered who the hooded figure wanted dead. The hooded figure's face contorted in agony as the unseen force continued to torment him. The protagonist found himself in a room, the scene of a recent struggle. He muttered that the previous encounter was not fun at all. The hooded figure, now severely injured, was told that he should have led a better life. Blood splattered against the wall. The hooded figure begged for mercy from the one tormenting him. The protagonist stood in the city, looking down at a tablet. A series of images flashed by, including a hand placing a card and a framed photo of a stern-looking man. With a determined look, the man in the images declares that this is his final wish. Elsewhere, A crowded club pulsates with energy as people dance and socialize, seemingly unaware of the darkness brewing elsewhere. The club's layout features multiple levels and a complex lighting system. High above the dance floor, a man sits, his legs dangling over the edge, a tattoo visible on his ankle. He thinks to himself about his unfinished revenge. Below, a server approaches another man seated at a table, ready to take his order. Back on the dance floor, a patron orders another bottle from a passing server. The server acknowledges the order with a "Yes, sir." Nearby, another man sighs, seemingly annoyed. He complains that he is not being allowed to have any fun. Another man tries to placate him, suggesting that he has already had plenty of rest for the entire week. Elsewhere in the club, a transaction takes place. One man asks how many people are involved this time, and is told the price is 7,000 per head. The deal is finalized over a photograph of two people. The man involved in the transaction notes that the client threatened to kill his family if he didn't follow the conditions, and now it looks like he's ready to act on it. He adds that he doesn't take any pleasure in killing civilians. The man found the situation to be a hassle, dismissing any guilt he might have felt. Meanwhile, another man knew things wouldn't quiet down for a while, and he would have to handle things himself if he couldn't make it look like an accident. Elsewhere, a man sat patiently, inquiring when he could expect the task to be completed. He was told it would be 6 days. The man on the phone confirmed that it sounded good and promised to keep in touch. The man from the phone call walked away. Elsewhere, a woman pointed out that someone was there. The man from a phone call stood outside a building. Someone thought to themselves that it was them. The man on the phone instructed someone to find out the whereabouts of the 3 people he was about to send them and report back to him. The woman wondered if that man was their target. The man on the phone confirmed that was right. He thought to himself that it was 34 in the photo and hoped that he hadn't added another one to the list. The woman stated that you could even see the numbers from a photo and confirmed that you could. The man on the phone thought to himself that the photo only showed the number at the time it was taken. He wouldn't be granting his dying wish if the number was 1 or 0. Mo Ji-hyen's eyes glowed with an eerie light as they observed the scene below. They seemed to be communicating with someone or something through an unseen connection. The target below was unaware of the danger looming above. Below, a man in a suit walked with purpose, unaware of the eyes watching him. The man paused, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. The person Mo Ji-hyen was observing gasped, narrowly avoiding detection. They muttered that it was close and that he almost saw them. The man in the suit continued his walk, unaware of the near miss. Elsewhere, the man who arranged the hit told someone to head down. He thought to himself that it was that man's dying wish. The man wondered if the target was to kill that man. He then wondered if he sought vengeance, got the number, and then died by his hand. The man in the suit stood overlooking the city, lost in thought. He considered that it would have been better if he had. The person who was almost caught thought to themselves that now that they've confirmed his number, if they had just left him alone and let him have his revenge. The person continued to think that if he had gotten his revenge, 33 people would have been removed from the list of those destined to die. The man who arranged the hit thought that they couldn't be sure he would have gone through with a murder for revenge. He thought that he could have ended up killing someone else instead of the one he sought revenge on, and that he couldn't be sure. The person who was almost caught thought that that's exactly why they needed to confirm it. The numbers loomed over the figures, a grim reminder of the impending doom. They speculated that the numbers could be used to predict the identity and quantity of future victims. One of them wondered if it wouldn't make more sense if the intended targets were bad people. The question hung in the air, unanswered. A dark energy seemed to emanate from the figure as they considered the implications. The scene shifted to a room littered with bodies, a stark contrast to the previous discussion. The words to leave the target alone echoed in the silence. The room was in disarray, papers scattered around a kneeling figure. A woman stood nearby, her expression unreadable amidst the carnage. The woman declared that she was different. She stated that if the ones he's planning to kill are bad people anyway, it makes sense. The figure responded that the ones they kill are destined murderers, warning the woman not to make them laugh. The figure challenged her, asking how she could be so sure when she couldn't even see the numbers. They stated that it didn't matter how many they were going to kill. The figure continued, stating that it didn't even matter if they killed someone or not, they would eventually end up bad anyway. That's all these children ever saw and learned. The figure demanded an answer, questioning how the woman could be so sure. Mo Ji-hyen was present as the figure spoke. The figure loomed, asking if they were really. The figure questioned the claim that one could tell the difference, stating that they knew which numbers should be left to die, surrounded by stuffed animals. The figure continued to press their point, questioning which lives might go on to save others. Mo Ji-hyen remained silent as the figure leaned in closer. He asked if she was seriously suggesting that one could tell whose lives were worthless. The figure pressed on, asking who should be spared and who was good or evil, implying they could tell the difference. Mo Ji-hyen, growing more agitated, questioned who the figure thought they were to make such judgments just by looking at the numbers. Mo Ji-hyen stammered, questioning if it was really that hard to tell the difference between people. The figure responded that it wasn't even that difficult to tell them apart, stating it was obvious and that there was no way a hired killer was like her. The figure then recalled their childhood, remembering how adults were always smoking on the streets in the neighborhood they grew up in and wondering if they could ever make a positive difference in the world. The figure continued to reflect on their childhood, recalling that they didn't know what the adults were smoking or how harmful it was, but the smell was awful, and just breathing it had made their throat and nose burn. The figure stated that telling bad people apart was kind of like that, and it didn't need to be that complicated. The figure sighed, realizing that Mo Ji-hyun just didn't get it, and decided to calm down. The figure concluded that Mo Ji-hyun was just a clueless child, and that there was no need to get worked up trying to convince her. Whatever the case may be, the figure demanded a simple yes or no answer. Continuing, the figure asked if Mo Ji-hyun had to choose between one man's life and the 33 people who would be his victims, would she choose to end his life? Mo Ji-hyun paused, then quietly affirmed that she would. The figure stated that was more than enough. The figure then stated that they needed someone to do something. An unseen person responded, agreeing to the request. The figure responded that it was beyond their reach right now, so they would teach them how to awaken their eyes to the next level. The person seemed shocked by this revelation. The city loomed, a silent witness to the unfolding events. The information was displayed on a screen, detailing the club where the target took the job and the location where he was staying based on surveillance. The man with red eyes explained that the target's subordinates usually kept a low profile, but this location was the office from which they operated. He then stated that the number was 14:9. Judging by the fact that the 9 didn't change even after watching him for over a minute, the man with red eyes began to calculate the possibilities. It could be 14 hours and 9 minutes, or 14 minutes and 9 seconds. And since 14 was greater than 12, it couldn't represent 14 months and 9 days either, which meant it had to be 14 years and 9 months, especially since he usually took on a job every 2 weeks. Even if you factor in the jobs he orders his subordinates to carry out, plus, he'd have to handle it himself. If he couldn't make it look like an accident, killing 33 people in just 14 days and 9 hours wasn't nearly enough time. While he kept a close watch on him and looked for an opportunity to take him out, he needed someone to monitor his subordinates and take photos or videos of their faces. Also, looking closely at the number above each of his subordinates' heads, the man with red eyes asked if she wanted him to handle all of them. He knew it was a lot to ask, so he was going to teach her how to awaken her eyes. The red-eyed investigator tells Baek Min that they still have some time left. The man with red eyes explains that he intends to teach Baek Min how to use the ideal future. The pair stand outside a van, next to a crate. Inside the crate, 2 guns rest on a red cloth. Baek Min stares at the guns, lost in thought. The red-eyed investigator tells Baek Min that there are 2 guns, one with an empty barrel. He clarifies that the other gun is loaded. The man with red eyes continues, stating that he will press one of the guns to Baek Min's head and pull the trigger. He urges Baek Min to choose, asking if he will pick the right or left gun, leaving Baek Min in shock. The red-eyed investigator tells Baek Min that he is kidding, and that if he chooses the empty barrel, nothing will happen to him. However, if Baek Min chooses the loaded one, his life will be over. Baek Min's face is shown in profile, his expression unreadable. The red-eyed investigator asks if Baek Min understands the rules of the game. He explains that by checking the numbers, Baek Min will know how long he has left to live, and thus, which gun is loaded and which is not. In response, Baek Min's expression is one of shock and disbelief. He is seen with his arms crossed, lost in thought. Baek Min recalls seeing his remaining life and the word life displayed with numbers counting down to 0. He thinks that focusing will use up more of his brain cells. Baek Min realizes that he saw his own numbers. He remembers seeing his numbers at that time. He recalls someone telling him to focus and imagine the numbers right there. Baek Min is reminded of the red-eyed investigator telling him to close his eyes. He is told to slowly focus on the numbers in his head. Baek Min closes his eyes, concentrating. Energy crackles around him as he focuses. Baek Min's eyes are drawn to the numbers, 9, 4, glowing brightly before him. The numbers seem to be affecting Yuni, who cries out in pain, realizing what is happening to her. Elsewhere, a figure stands over a wooden crate, the sound of creaking wood filling the air as they focus intently. They note that the numbers appear to be written on a glass floating in the air. The man's expression is serious as he listens to the instructions. Back in the memory, Baek Min contemplates his options, seeing 2 guns before him. He wonders which direction to choose. Yuni struggles to speak, weakly suggesting left. The numbers continue to fall, now showing 0, 7, as Yuni's distress intensifies. The man acknowledges the direction, confirming that she said left. Yuni, in a panic, urges Baek Min to tell her if the numbers are decreasing, counting down from 5, and then screaming. She desperately cries out for them to stop. Yuni frantically repeats that the numbers are decreasing. The man takes a moment to catch his breath, the sound of his heavy breathing filling the air. Heavy breaths fill the air, followed by a shout. Mo Ji-hyun asked if he was really planning on shooting her. The man responded, stating that it was the only way to tell if the numbers were decreasing. Mo Ji-hyun looked away, concern etched on her face. A voice instructed her to imagine applying this method to every action she took from now on. She was told that once she was able to see the traps and dangers she couldn't before, she could choose the ideal route to move around safely. Mo Ji-hyun was asked if it was easy, even for a little girl like her. She looked down, lost in thought. She thought to herself that she wasn't saying she wouldn't do it. Mo Ji-hyun resolved to think of it as saving potential innocent lives, but she couldn't help but worry about what would happen if something went wrong, or if she missed the ones with the higher numbers and ended up in danger. She feared she would just be a burden to him. The man responded that she'd probably wish she'd done it herself instead, right? He didn't. He asked who she was worrying about, just because she messed up. The girl considered that her numbers wouldn't change and that there was absolutely nothing stopping her from eliminating her targets. She told herself to stop worrying about pointless things, confident that her plans weren't so fragile that a little girl could ruin them. A little girl like Mo Ji-hyun could ruin them. Elsewhere, a man walked through a crowded street. The man continued through the city. Meanwhile, another man stood with a woman. The method number uses to foresee the future involved Ji-hyun's ability. Ji-hyun could use that same ability, and he tried to avoid any decrease. In a number of future murders, a drop in the number meant he failed to kill his intended targets. By failing to eliminate them, he also failed to save the innocent lives. Those deaths would have protected. The man continued to walk through the city. After all, Number knows better than anyone that he won't compromise his beliefs. There's not even the slightest chance he would, even to lower the numbers. The pipe bursts. The number killer's eyes narrow, because even a single drop in his number would inevitably. The number killer's eyes widen. The blade is drawn. The number killer strikes. The blade slices through the air. The number killer stands over his victim. The number killer struck, the force of his blow echoing in the confined space. His target dodged the attack. The blonde bully smirked, admitting he had a feeling someone was following him, but the person was better than he expected. The blonde bully marked a deadline. The protagonist, hidden from view, wondered who the blonde bully was referring to. The blonde bully readied his knife. The text declared that this encounter marked the second time Number had ever faced a deadline. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. Two men in suits entered the room, one asking if this was the place. The other confirmed. The first man remarked that it felt a bit crowded. Byung-jin was told to wipe them out. The sounds of a brutal fight erupted as the men attacked. One of the men stated he was told to take out the manager. He decided to see what he could find. The man with the white hair was attacked. Someone called out to Byung-jin, asking if he had seen a particular guy. Byung-jin realized he had forgotten something. Byung-jin remembered he had found him. The man coughed up blood. The man, surrounded by his attackers, weakly asked who they were and why they were doing this. A blade is pressed against the roof of a man's mouth, the threat of violence hanging heavy in the air as he is asked if he is talking to them. The man, terrified, begs them not to kill him. He continues to plead for his life, asking them to spare him. The attacker questions if he is asking them to spare him or not kill him. The man with white hair is held at knife point. His attacker finds him to be an interesting guy and asks if he is begging the knife or something. The man continues to beg for his life. The attacker is told that he did a good job and that the rest will be left to him. The subordinate confirms the order. The man with glasses wonders who these guys are. The man's face is shown in detail. The man lies dead on the floor, surrounded by other corpses. One of the thugs says that he doesn't know, it just seems like some random job. Another body lies on the floor, the title of the series, Destined Murder, displayed over the scene. One of the thugs says that he really doesn't care. Two men stand outside a building at night. On a screen, two men are visible. One is wearing a suit and the other is wearing a hoodie. Nearby, Esela looks at her phone, relieved. She notes that there are 7 of them. Esela laughs as she looks at the screen on her phone. She thinks it feels like collecting Pokemon. She realizes that there should be others who haven't left the office yet. Esela continues to look at her phone, thinking that they will have to head home sooner or later. She realizes that an entire day has passed since she began moving alone. Elsewhere, the protagonist thinks that he still hasn't had a chance to use the new ability he learned, even though he's been trying to follow the ideal path. A symbol is shown, and the protagonist thinks that his numbers haven't changed at all. Esela eats something as she thinks about how he said something about taking risks. The protagonist is shown, and the text says that it is to make it easier to spot the changes in the numbers. The protagonist is shown fighting someone. The fight continues. The protagonist continues to fight. The protagonist is shown standing over someone. The protagonist's opponent was clearly skilled. There was no doubt about it. This guy was a professional. The fight was like a sport, a game of fencing. Combat was mind games, like chess or even gambling. Any system with winners or losers. It was ultimately about gaining the upper hand. When to attack, when to defend, when to feint, and which vital point to target. Is there anything nearby that can be used to your advantage? Slash or stab, dodge, guard, counter? When to attack. All of these factors must be taken into account to gain the upper hand over your opponent. No, something doesn't feel right. It's practically impossible. I've had the upper hand since this fight began. No matter how fast he reacts, he's bound to be a step behind my moves. But something fell off. The gap between their movements seemed to be shrinking. It almost felt like he was already ahead. Instead of evading after the attack, he was anticipating it. It was as if he was anticipating the move and dodging before the strike could even land. He cursed, wondering what he was even thinking. It was impossible. What number had been doing was simple. If his number got higher, it was the correct path. But if it hit 0, it was the wrong one. However, the only difference was that he was applying this method to every single action he takes over and over again like a machine. While they needed to use their eyes to observe others' numbers, they didn't need to look at their own. The numbers were visible in their minds. The decisions they make, the future they lead to, and the number, all of these factors are processed in milliseconds as feedback in our brain that reflects their future. Created from this can't be changed. Number stands, bloodied, with a determined expression. His face is marred with cuts, and he grimaces. The fight continues, a flurry of motion and impact. The narrator notes that Number's actions are beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Number, whose name is revealed to be Choi Chong-hyuk, states that he has killed 33 people. Chong-hyuk believes that 33 innocent lives can be saved. Choi realizes his opponent is Number. He laughs, stating that he finally understands. Chong-hyuk thinks that by killing his opponent, everything will make sense, and that his opponent is just like that albino. The scene shifts, becoming distorted with static. The distortion continues, obscuring the details. A figure with long white hair is shown holding a gun, smiling. The hooded figure stood silhouetted against a backdrop of ominous red streaks, their glowing eyes piercing the darkness as they considered their next move. Suddenly, a voice echoed, filled with disbelief and shock. What? The source of the voice was revealed to be the protagonist _eyes, who was being escorted up a brick stairwell by 2 men in suits. The men continued to lead him up the stairs, their expressions grim as they ascended. They reached the top of the stairwell, the protagonist's face etched with concern as he looked ahead. Below, a figure's legs were visible as they descended the stairs, a bag of food in hand. The figure offered the bag to the protagonist, saying simply, "Here." The man in the suit, wearing glasses, smirked, telling him to enjoy your last meal. The protagonist stared back, his expression a mix of defiance and apprehension. The hooded figure chuckled, finally understanding the situation. Now that he finally understood, everything made sense to him. The hooded figure's eyes glowed with intensity as he fixated on his target, the albino. The albino, caught off guard, could only utter a single word, "What?" The albino grunted, clearly in pain. The hooded figure taunted him, demanding that he repeat himself. The albino, pinned against a wall, revealed that he knew the hooded figure was after the albino who could see the numbers, asking what he knew about that girl. The albino's face contorted in pain. Meanwhile, the city continued its nightly routine. Back at the scene of the crime, the albino lay dead, a gunshot wound visible. A gun smoked, the shooter remaining unseen. The shooter, observing the scene, remarked that someone had already beaten him to it. The scene of the crime was gruesome. Bodies lay scattered, a stark testament to the violence that had unfolded. Below, a woman with white hair stood, her expression unreadable. A man approached her, questioning her identity. The woman responded that she was someone who lost a job because of him. The man pressed further, asking who she thought he was. She asked if he was also there for the job, clarifying that the men had bumped into children on the street. The woman noted that they even used violence. From the shadows, a man in a hat watched them, thinking she was one of them. She continued, stating that it seemed he also came to kill them. She then asked if he was one of the good guys. The woman's face was covered in blood, and she smirked. The man recalled that it was in China. The man with black hair realized that they somehow had the same target. He muttered that it was years ago. The man admitted that he didn't know. A sudden burst of energy erupted. The hooded figure unleashed a flurry of blows. His opponent, battered and bruised, refused to yield, retorting that he would never reveal her location. The hooded figure continued the assault. The man grunted in pain from the relentless attacks. His eyes began to glow with an eerie blue light. The man screamed in agony. The hooded figure stepped back, landing softly. The man cursed, lamenting the strain he had put on his eyes in such a short time. He realized that the hooded figure had managed to escape. The events in China flashed through his mind. He sat up, recalling that they somehow had the same target. He reasoned that the hooded figure must have gone to either his residence or their office. A car sped off into the city. Inside a vehicle, a man asks Junbeom if he is okay and wonders who could have done this to him. Meanwhile, in the back seat, another man thinks about Number. Junbeom receives a call. The caller asks where he is. Elsewhere, a man says he's on his way back and asks why. He explains that they finally caught the rat that had been sneaking around since yesterday. At first, he was confused, as it appeared to be just a young girl. The man continues, explaining that it turned out to be Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter, the one they've been talking about on TV. Junbeom thinks about the kid who went missing along with Number. Junbeom chuckles, finding that things are getting interesting. He asks what's going on. The man on the phone says nothing. He reveals that he is currently being chased by Number. Elsewhere, a man orders the others to get the boys into position and have them ready. Meanwhile, the red-eyed investigator thinks to himself. The investigator realizes it's been years since he's gotten a lead and vows not to let him slip away. The man decides to give him a proper welcome. The city stretched out below, a concrete jungle of towering structures. Below the towering city, a figure approached a nondescript building. The figure descended a set of stairs. The figure paused, peering from the shadows. Inside a warehouse, the blonde bullies stood before a group, their fate hanging in the balance. The man in the red shirt greeted the figure, remarking that he had arrived and welcoming him. The figure, Moji Hyen, was the subject of the man's thoughts. The man in the red shirt mused that the girl must be special, being the only survivor spared and brought along. The man in the red shirt proposed a win-win situation. They would release the kid if they were left alone. He demanded that they return to where they came from and that they would have no further business with them. The man threatened that if they declined, they would get the idea. The figure declined. The man in the red shirt told the figure to do what he wanted, stating that he didn't care. Moji Hyen was told that if anything happened to the kid, he would actually be doing them a favor. They asked if he understood what they were saying. The man with the gun pressed the barrel against the hostage's head. The hostage gasped, his face showing a mix of confusion and fear. He managed to utter a weak, "Well." The man with the gun stated that if that's what the hostage wanted, then so be it. The sound of footsteps echoed through the warehouse as the thugs gathered. Footsteps approached. One of the thugs, holding a blade, declared that if fear took over, they would end up dead. The only way to survive, he said, was to keep attacking. Another thug stated that no matter how strong he was, he only had 2 arms. He continued, saying that if each of them struck, they would be able to stab him at least 15 times. The thugs were told to take him down all at once. The thugs confirmed that they knew the drill. The man in the red shirt was told to make sure to recall his memories while he waited. The man with the gun stated that he had plenty of questions for him. The hostage responded with a defiant, "Fuck you." Moji Hyen is told that once he remembers everything, they will be finished with him. Meanwhile, the man holding Junbeom states that it will be Moji Hyen's turn to answer his questions. He then orders someone to kill the kid. A subordinate responds affirmatively to the order. The man with the gun recalled someone saying something about taking risks, about making it easier to spot the changes in the numbers. He declined, understanding the difference between the numbers, and was told to choose the one that would prolong his life. He didn't care what happened to that kid, and was told that he would actually be doing someone a favor. The man was asked if he understood what was being said. At that moment, Number was trying to tell him that he would help him. The man wondered what he should do, what he was supposed to choose. He found himself in a situation like this. Junbeom called out. The man heard a voice telling him to kill the kid. The man prepared to fire. The gun clicked. A group of people stood nearby. The man fires the gun, the recoil intense. The bullet strikes the man holding Esela, his eyes widening in disbelief as a golden light emanates from her. Esela realizes something, understanding dawning on her face. A question echoes in the air. Was this the right answer? The bullet pierces through the man, impacting Esela as well. The man collapses, questioning what has happened. The man who fired the gun is also hit, recoiling in pain and confusion. Chaos erupts as the others in the room react to the gunfire. The man who fired the gun is shocked by what has transpired. He realizes that the man wasn't bluffing, cursing in frustration. The man who fired the gun is now on the ground, bleeding. A shadowy figure looms over the scene. The hooded figure, still looming over the scene, watches as the man who shot Esela's captor is now being attacked by another man. The attacker grabs the gun that fell to the ground. He points the gun at the man on the ground, yelling at him to die. Sung grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed. The attacker fires the gun. Beckman watches the scene unfold. The attacker continues to fire the gun at the man on the ground. Sung's eyes widen. Beckman yells for the attacker to shoot him. The attacker realizes the gun is empty. The attacker is suddenly struck by an unseen force. The attacker is sent flying backwards. The thug with the scar on his face yells, as the other men behind him prepare to attack. Meanwhile, the woman in the light-colored jacket runs away from the scene. The man who ordered the attack demands that they get her. The man in the suit confirms the order. Sung, eyes glowing blue, prepares to fight. The thugs attack Sung, but their knives are ineffective. Sung realizes there are 15 of them. He recalls that his Kevlar suit covers him from neck to thigh. He sees 2 individuals with 1 or no numbers and realizes they must not be killed. Sung prepares to fight. He is surrounded by the thugs. Sung attacks. The thugs are quickly dispatched. Sung clicks his tongue, annoyed. Sung thinks they are a troublesome gang, but they don't flinch or back down from a few cuts. The thugs closed in, each determined to bring Sung down with everything they had. Cornered, Sung realized that he was left with almost no options. The first thug lunged, knife glinting in the dim light. Sung parried the blow, the force of the attack sending shockwaves through his arm. He cried out as the thug pressed his attack. The blonde bully's gloved hand tightened around his knife. Sung was struck, blood splattering as the knife found its mark. A voice echoed in his mind, telling him to give up. The voice mocked him, declaring that he was too weak. Despite the pain, Sung's eyes burned with determination. He retaliated, striking back with a fierce blow. The thug cried out as Sung's fist connected, sending him reeling. The thugs continued their assault. One of them groaned in pain as Sung fought back. The blonde bully, holding Sung by the neck, asked if he had any last words. Sung groaned, struggling to breathe. A voice declared that he was next. The hooded figure, wielding a large blade, prepared to strike. Elsewhere, a woman ran through a corridor, pursued by a man in a suit. She ran past a series of doors, the end of the corridor coming into view. She heard a voice telling her to go to the middle one. The woman slammed the middle door shut. She gasped, looking around the corridor. She realized it was a dead end. The door slammed shut, trapping the distressed woman inside. Frustrated, the woman realized that no matter what she did, she couldn't escape. She knew the time wouldn't go above 3 minutes, and she desperately wondered what to do. For some strange reason, the man thought back to a conversation. He recalled being told that his number had changed to 1 right before he passed out. Somehow, he had managed to change that and had his number reduced. A voice asked if he understood now what his existence meant. The woman wondered what it all meant to her. And yet, the door remained sealed. A man in a suit stood outside the door, looking down at the woman trapped inside. Another man, wearing glasses and a suit, spoke on the phone, stating that he couldn't spare the person on the other end after this, and asked if they were aware of that. This is what happens when a kid gets involved with a madman like that. Well, then again, she is the daughter of that serial killer. Of that serial killer, aren't you? None of this would have happened. A surge of blue energy erupts around the room. The energy intensifies, engulfing everything. He groans in pain, struggling to maintain control. He grits his teeth, a look of intense strain on his face. If it weren't for people like her, the blue energy continues to surge, filling the room. The fuse box. Why is it open? The woman looks on in shock and fear. SLA considered the implications of the information she had just learned, noting the mention of her jacket and the presence of water. The realization that electrocution was a possibility hung heavy in the air. Suddenly, a surge of electricity erupted, filling the room with blinding light and crackling energy. The electricity struck the man with glasses, causing him to cry out in pain. The current coursed through the floor, the man's legs twitching as the electricity arced around him. The air crackled with residual energy. SLA watched as the man collapsed to the ground, defeated. The protagonist, still struggling to control his powers, supported the man with glasses, preventing him from falling completely. The man with glasses gasped, realizing how close he had come to death. For the first time, SLA understood that Ji Hyen's choices weren't just based on numbers. It had been a carefully calculated move. SLA realized she could make it. The hooded figure stood surrounded by a blue aura as the man in the red shirt looked up at him. The man in the red shirt cursed, realizing the dire situation he was in. He called out to someone, telling them to turn on the flashlight. The man yelled at the person to hurry and turn on the phone lights. The hooded figure pierced the man's chest with a blue light. The blue light swished. The man's face contorted in pain as the blue light pierced him. And that decision allowed Number to move freely as he wished. It wasn't as if there was any solid proof to be had, but ever since he heard the explanation, one question continued to linger in his mind. If a fixed number would never change, unless the person was killed, then why did the numbers that Number and he saw keep shifting? How could something that was never supposed to change be moment by moment, as if they're alive, start changing just because they're thinking about what to do next? For some strange reason, your number changed to 1 right before you passed out. It was absurd in its simplicity, 1639, that this is all he had to do if he didn't want to be killed. SLA considered this. But if that's true, he could change the numbers that were never meant to change. He saw the lines of fate glowing with an eerie light, crisscrossing and branching out in complex patterns. The men surrounding him seemed unaware of the power now awakening within the protagonist. The thugs, caught off guard, exclaimed in surprise as the situation rapidly escalated. The lights flickered, reflecting the growing intensity of the protagonist's power. He realized what this meant. He could potentially alter the course of events. He understood that he could reach in a number's foresight and even intercept his future. The blue energy intensified around the protagonist, a visible manifestation of his newfound ability. One of the thugs, noticing the shift in power, urgently told the others to get the flashlight. Another thug, visibly agitated, demanded that someone turn on their phone lights. The decision to act had been made, and the consequences would soon unfold. Number had been allowed to move as freely as he wished, but now, the least the protagonist could do was buy himself time. He would stretch his lifespan just enough to change what was coming. To shape the future he needed, to slaughter his enemies as he pleased, the power surged within him. So that he could slaughter his enemies as he pleased, the power surged within him. He gasped, the effort taking its toll. His eyes glowed with an intense blue light as the power manifested. The energy crackled around him, a visible aura of power. The surge of power knocked back the thugs, sending them flying. The blue energy lashed out, striking with incredible force. One of the thugs was sent sprawling, the energy leaving a trail in its wake. Another thug cried out as he was struck, the force of the blow evident. The impact sent the thugs reeling, their bodies contorted in pain. Another thug was struck, the energy blade cutting through the air. The sound of rustling filled the air as the thugs fell. The man's face contorted in anger as blue energy crackled around him. The energy surged, a visible manifestation of his power. The sound of metal echoed as something clanked to the ground. A voice echoed, stating that they should try again from the top. The scene shifted to a memory, dated November 2026. Choi Chang-hyuk's name was spoken, along with the date of December 1st. A young woman, seemingly distressed, spoke the number 33 foot. Below, a bloodied figure was being asked to tell everything they knew. A voice declared that by killing the person, they would be granting their final wish, but they would give them the same right. The speaker urged someone to say their dying wish, promising to carry it to the end. The voice continued, stating that this was their final chance to make a wish within reach. The figure was told to tell everything they knew about the albino who can see the numbers. A woman wonders aloud if she wished to live, would he grant that wish? Below, the blonde bully laughs, calling it a joke. The hooded figure responds that it's not possible. If he doesn't kill the blonde bully, then 33 innocent lives will be taken someday. The hooded figure mumbles that this is why he has to kill them all, so that countless innocents can go on with their lives. The blonde bully laughs weakly, coughing up blood. The blonde bully scoffs, saying he's never met anyone as clueless as the hooded figure in his life. The hooded figure is told that he really doesn't make any sense. The blonde bully continues, saying that he's just a tool, and asks if the hooded figure honestly thinks the bastards who gave the order will suddenly stop just because he's gone. The hooded figure is asked if he's saying that he should sit back, do nothing, and watch innocent lives be slaughtered. The blonde bully states that even if the blade breaks, they'll just replace it. The blonde bully asks, so what? The blonde bully says that it's right in front of his eyes. The hooded figure demands an answer, asking when the incident in China happened. The hooded figure is asked how he found out, and it's revealed that she can see the numbers. A silent pause hangs in the air, the weight of unspoken words heavy between them. The revelation about Korea lingers, a dark cloud over their grim task. The blonde bully reveals that the person they seek is currently in Korea. A swift strike lands, the sound echoing in the confined space. The hooded figure is relentless, their movements precise and deadly. Another blow lands, the force of the impact evident. The fight is brutal, a desperate struggle for survival. The hooded thug lies defeated, blood pooling around him. The fight has taken its toll, leaving a scene of carnage. The blonde bully, wounded and bleeding, declares that this is only the beginning. The hooded figure dismisses the bully's words, stating that this is a war between lunatics. They question the bully's ability to even struggle against them. The hooded figure scoffs, doubting the bully's ability to survive the real fight to come. The scene is a grim tableau of violence, the aftermath of a brutal encounter. The hooded figure stands amidst the fallen, a silent testament to their deadly efficiency. The hooded figure pauses, their expression unreadable beneath the mask, contemplating the events that have just transpired. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room, a figure declares that it is time to leave. The sound of footsteps echoed through the dimly lit corridor. The speaker wondered about the man with glasses. Nearby, a figure lay motionless on the ground, his glasses askew. His count had reached 0. Someone declared that they couldn't kill him. A woman reached out, concern etched on her face, and asked if he was okay. Someone remarked, almost as an afterthought, by the way. The protagonist, following instructions, moved according to the numbers he was given and found something new. The woman stood beside him. His brain had reached its limit. In response, the woman looked on in horror. It began sinking deep into the buried corners of his past. Further and further down, he continued to sink. Into his buried memories, a glimpse of the past flickered, of his origin. The pages of a comic book fluttered, revealing images of heroes and villains locked in battle. Meanwhile, a young woman looked on in surprise as a boy clutched the comic book. Elsewhere, a girl exclaimed that there was a new kid. The boy was asked what his name was. The orphanage stood silent, the word orphanage etched on a stone pillar. He didn't. The boy thought to himself that he didn't have a name yet. His mind struggled to grasp at something, anything. He focused on what might be his earliest memory, but the details remained elusive. The memory seemed to center on a woman, but he couldn't be sure if this was the place. No, it wasn't. The memory was even further back. He had forgotten. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember anything before a certain point. A woman's voice echoed in his mind, asking if he was okay, if he could hear her. The woman asked if he would like to come with her. That day, did he take her hand? He somehow found a book. The book had been hidden in a desk. He began reading it. The book depicted a horrifying scene. Sung continues to read the book he found. The book depicts a shadowy figure striking down a pig-like creature. Sung's eyes widen slightly. Suddenly, the girl sitting next to Sung startles him. The girl asks if he likes the book. The girl comments on how handsome the character in the book is. She admits to having snuck the book in, revealing that it contains a hidden path. The girl explains that only she knows about the path, and that there are tons of books there. She pleads with Sung not to tell the teacher, explaining that she got scolded the last time. Sung assures her that he got caught, but he won't tell anyone. The girl looks at him intently. She asks Sung how old he is, noting that he doesn't seem that much younger than her. The girl's face was close to his. The girl was writing in a notebook, noting that he didn't have a name, estimating his age to be 5 or 6 years old, and that he didn't know his age either. Sla reassured him that it was all right, that lots of kids had gone through the same thing. The wall behind her was covered in framed photos. Sla explained that the teachers would eventually give him a name, like they did with the rest. Sung stated that he understood, then paused to consider something. Sung guessed that he was the odd one since he used the name he was given before he came here. Sla changed the subject, telling him that he would probably be in class 1 on the first floor since he just got here. Since she was on the second floor, Sla told him he could call her Nuna. The scene fades to white. A young girl, Soa, stood in a dilapidated hallway. Sung was told that they would meet again to read. A building was observed from afar. Beneath the thick, tangled underbrush, a narrow mountain path wound its way to a quiet, hidden town. Their small school stood. It was home to 27 students and 4 teachers. The children were split between the first and second floors of this school and dormitory that felt torn from the pages of a fairy tale, completely sealed away from the outside world. This was where he spent his childhood. Sung was greeted by Dome. Hanjul approached Sung, questioning what he was doing. A young blonde bully approaches Sung, asking what he's doing. He urges Sung to hurry, saying that everyone else has already gone to lunch. 16 years before the incident involving the number. Another new book for Sung. Sung explains that he took the English book from the library. He says it had the same letters as the book he wanted to read, so he figured he'd learn it. The blonde bully mocks Sung, calling him smart. He reminds him that Sung couldn't even read anything when he first arrived. Sung seems surprised by the comment. The English book falls to the ground. The blonde bully calls out to Kanchan. Kanchan asks if he isn't going to apologize. The blonde bully questions what he should apologize for. The blonde bully says that Sung dropped the book on his own. He then asks Kanchan if he is kidding him, reminding him that he bumped into Sung while trying to cut in line. Sung says it's okay. Kanchan insists that he is fine and tells him to let it go. The girl in the headscarf wondered what they were staring at and asked where her soup was. The teacher had said that they were supposed to serve the order. Next was Hanjul, then Deum, then Ruda, then Biori Uni. Someone wondered what was going on. Someone told them to shut up, and that she also said to tell her if anyone tried to cut in line. The girl with bandages on her face stood with Hanjul and another student. Another student clicked his tongue. The student thanked the kid, saying that he really got him good back there. The students continued to serve the food. Sumtenget iun. The girl in the headscarf thought that it was. Someone said, yeah, and to be careful not to get hurt later. The school building stood silent. The school building was eerily silent, the desks and chairs arranged neatly, as if awaiting students who would never return. Further inside, the scene was much the same, empty and still. The stairs and the entrance to the basement were equally devoid of life. Suddenly, the silence shattered as the blonde bully and protagonist blue eyes were caught in a fierce struggle. From the shadows, a figure descended the stairs, their intentions unclear. Meanwhile, a group of men, led by one wearing a helmet, moved with purpose. One of the men cried out in pain. The helmeted figure demanded that they stop slacking off. Another figure, kneeling, responded with fearful compliance. A disembodied hand signaled for everyone to prepare. A woman announced that there were only 10 minutes remaining. Another figure urged everyone to give it their best. The sound of impact reverberated through the air. The speaker declared that they must not go outside. They also said that they must not be tainted. It was said that the people outside were foolish and immature. They added that the people outside wouldn't understand their mission. The speaker repeated that they must not be tainted. It was declared that they were surrounded by foolish and ignorant cultures and values. A voice declared that they knew very well how hard and painful each and every one of the classmates' lives were before they came here. The voice continued, stating that the pain each of them received was slightly different. It was stated that the suffering they experienced wasn't their fault. The speaker reflected on war, poverty, and survival of the fittest, noting that the world was slowly heading toward ruin. The voice concluded that people, blinded by immediate greed, don't even realize the truth. They were marching toward destruction, and that was precisely why Godmother Charlotte built their orphanage. Chapter 3, verse 12 on page 26, right? The godmother said, even if they abandon themselves. And that is precisely why she would embrace all the foolish ones and lead them into the future. All shall be dealt with by her apostles and disciples. That part appears in each and every one of them, with their talent and potential, having grown up pure untainted by the outside world. With Godmother, they would change the world. Perhaps it is children like them, with excellent and upright hearts. All evildoers and heretics who hinder this, for that to happen, they'll need to listen to their teachers well. They are the chosen children and must study hard, right? Now, that's it for the morning class. Enjoy their lunch. Today's homework is to copy the underlined verses 3 times. Attention! A voice echoed in the training room, expressing gratitude. The training room stood empty, the silence a stark contrast to the earlier activity. Close up, a pair of hands wrapped in bandages bore the marks of rigorous training. The protagonist_1, winced at the sting of his injuries as another student asked if he was all right and if he had been cut badly. He brushed off the concern. Back in the dorm, protagonist_1 sat on his bunk, continuing to wrap his hands. Another student remarked that this kind of injury during gym class was unavoidable. After the evening gym class ended, the students were given 1 hour of rest, followed by evening roll call. Lights out was strictly enforced at 10:30 p.m. After that, one of the teachers would stay on night watch, locking every single window and door. Considering the CCTV cameras installed on every outer wall, sneaking out of the orphanage at night was practically impossible. Of course, the children knew this. None of the kids ever really tried to go outside anyway. From the bunk below, a voice whispered, asking if protagonist_1 was asleep. He mumbled a response, questioning why. He wondered if the stories he had heard were true. Meanwhile, another student yawned in bed, wondering what was happening now. He recalled how it was in the comic books. The teacher's words from the previous day echoed in his mind. Even if the lessons felt hard now, or it didn't make sense, as they kept learning, their eyes would open more and more. The students sat in their desks, their eyes wide. Sung knew this wasn't how it was supposed to be. Back in the room, the other student, startled, wondered what that was. He dismissed it as nothing, but the other student insisted that he had been acting weird lately. He pressed him, asking if the girl from the second floor class had told him something weird again. The student denied it, asking what he was talking about. He insisted it was nothing like that. Suddenly, a figure with a pig mask appeared, lunging forward. The students screamed as they saw Crow. They urged each other to run. Sung, seemingly unaware of the chaos, continued to read. Suddenly, Sung was punched. The pig-masked man pleaded, demanding to be released and questioning how much money his captor wanted. The unseen figure seemed to consider the offer, thinking about 30% or perhaps even 50%. The hooded figure sneered, declaring that there was no chance for villains. The figure reiterated the sentiment, stating that those who would defeat the villains with Godmother would change the world. Elsewhere, a girl with glasses laughed, thinking that perhaps it was children like them who would change the world. Meanwhile, Sung looked up, confused by the sudden noise. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room. Sung looked around, wondering what was happening. Elsewhere, Soa greeted someone with a cheerful hello, explaining that she had left her bag behind. Sung noticed Um's presence and asked if they were studying with their Nuna. Another student commented on how diligent they were, reminding them not to skip dinner. Sung stood beside a puzzled expression on his face as he wondered what Nuna was doing. The sound of tearing fabric echoed. Suddenly, a voice snapped Sung out of his thoughts. Nuna scolded him for almost getting caught again, lost in his own world. The memory flashed. 15 years before the number incident, someone lamented the state of their hair. The girl in the memory reminded him that he needed to be careful, pointing out that getting caught meant more than just losing his belongings. Sung knew that going outside would become even harder. He was greeted by Nuna. Nuna told him that next time he went outside, she asked if he could take her with him too. Sung wondered why the sudden request. He recalled her mentioning a place with piles of books, and that there was more than just comics there. Sung didn't want to just hear about it from the teachers. He wanted to check it out himself. He wanted to see what the outside world was really like. Nuna listened intently. She mused that today was definitely Thursday. So I counted off the reasons why they should go outside. An English textbook sat on the table between them. Sung paused, considering the request. She pressed her case, seeing no reason why they couldn't go. With a gasp, Soa declared that they would go that very night, her excitement palpable. Sung stammered, admitting he wasn't mentally prepared. He reminded her that they didn't go in and out that often, usually. Soa countered that the conditions were right that day, making it possible. She added that after tonight, they'd have to wait about 9 more. Sung wondered what conditions she was referring to, as she asked if he wanted to go now. The full moon hung high in the sky. Later, Sung lay in bed, a basketball resting on his chest. A clock on the wall showed the time. A message was left for him. If he was coming, he should wake up exactly at 2 a.m. and wait. Sung stood by a door listening. He was told that she would come down to the first-floor class sleeping quarters, so he should leave the door open. Sung wondered if this was okay. He was warned that if he came this far, the hallway night watch teacher might catch him. He found himself pondering a lingering question. How did she manage to come and go unnoticed? The school was under constant surveillance, with locked doors and CCTV cameras. Meanwhile, Soa was already on the move, descending the stairs. He heard her call out to him, warning that the teacher was nearby. Sung told her to wait a moment, then urged her to sneak out quietly. Elsewhere, the night watch teacher sat at his desk, seemingly unaware of the students' activities. Sung paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The teacher remained at his desk, his presence a looming threat. The teacher's gaze was fixed, unmoving. The teacher remained seated, seemingly lost in thought. Sung, peering through the doorway, told her to come out quietly. Soa, with a cheerful expression, suggested they go for a midnight stroll. The hand reaches out, as if beckoning someone forward. The story is to be continued. The figure stood in the dimly lit hallway, the shadows clinging to him. Meanwhile, a man sat at a table, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. Elsewhere, a voice called out, seemingly in distress, uttering the word teacher. A hand clenched tightly, knuckles white with tension. The man with glasses was startled, and someone urged him to hurry. A woman insisted that they could get out this way, while the protagonist looked on. The sound of a lock echoed in the silence. The windows were securely locked. The woman explained that the teachers usually locked both the hallway door and the bathroom window every night. A hand reached for a door handle, attempting to open it. He and the woman with long white hair stood near a window in what she called a storage room, though she noted it was out of the way. She suggested that the window was simply locked and forgotten. The woman forced the window open. She explained that she had secretly swapped the lock with one she could open herself, which was why she was able to open it. The woman referred to the lock. The protagonist wondered where he had been, admitting he didn't really remember. The woman with long white hair stated that she had kept many things she thought might be useful. She had taken some things from the teacher's office drawers when they weren't around. She continued, saying there was useful stuff piled in the corner of the supply room, and even a place in the woman with long white hair pointed out a basement that looked like a lab, stating that the drug that made the teacher all woozy came from there. The woman revealed that she tested the drug by mixing small amounts into the teacher's coffee. She explained that the social studies teacher was the most careless and the most affected, so she was targeted when it was her turn for night duty. The woman noted that the events overlapped with the full moon, like this week, on Monday and Thursday. The woman with long white hair stated that if they hadn't gone today, they might have had to wait quite a while. The protagonist told her to wait and hold on. The woman with long white hair tells him to wait a minute, questioning if what they are doing is even okay. Meanwhile, the protagonist, looking out the window, wonders what would happen if the teacher got seriously hurt, but then reassures himself that everything will be fine. The woman with long white hair states that she didn't just test it once or twice. She continues, thinking that the teacher probably won't remember a single thing anyway. Elsewhere, an unknown person sits at a desk, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding. Back at the school, the protagonist stares out the window, lost in thought. Under the light of the full moon, the school looms. A security camera is seen attached to the building. The woman with long white hair tells the protagonist to be careful when he jumps, saying that it's a bit higher than it looks. The woman with long white hair points out that there are 3 CCTV cameras. She explains that each camera rotates side to side to eliminate blind spots, so they need to slip by the moment none of them are covering the area. The protagonist realizes something, and the woman with long white hair asks if it's okay now that they're all looking the other way. The woman with long white hair tells him to sit and wait a little before moving, fearing they'd get caught while running. She recited the timing of the security cameras, noting that the one directly ahead covered the area for 6 out of every 20 seconds. The camera on the pillar went for 2, 10, 2, and 4 seconds, totaling 4 seconds out of 18. The one on the roof went for 3, 18, 3, and 4 seconds, totaling 6 seconds out of 28. The protagonist looked on, confused. He wondered how many times she had gone back and forth to calculate all of that. The woman with long white hair explained that the next blind spot window was from 855 to 865 seconds, just 10 seconds. She suggested they wait about 3 minutes before going. The protagonist agreed, impressed. He commented that she really knew her way around. The woman with long white hair mumbled to herself, counting to 691 and 692, still calculating. She clarified that she wasn't really calculating, but that she could just see it. The woman with long white hair explained that she had wandered around a lot since she was little. She believed that whether it was the locks or the CCTV, all of them were probably installed because of her. The protagonist was shocked by this revelation. He realized that no matter what they tried, they couldn't stop her explorer's spirit, which he found to be a damn shame. The woman with long white hair continued to mutter to herself, repeating that she had to block and break through. She recalled that they finally started posting night watchers. The protagonist looked on, concerned. The woman with long white hair admitted that she still couldn't stop thinking about how they left the teacher in that state, and that it was just that look on her face. The protagonist thought that she was so different from usual, and it was terrifying. He realized that they kept learning this. A young girl with glasses grins widely, revealing sharp teeth. She declares that all of them are equally blessed by their godmother. The scene shifts to a memory of the same girl with glasses, standing with 2 other girls. They are reminded that outside of training, no one in the orphanage should ever fight or hurt each other. The woman with long white hair states that they also learned that all outsiders are either fools or villains. A young man with dark hair states that they must never leave and always listen to the teachers. The woman with long white hair is seen holding the young man with dark hair. He expresses surprise. The woman with long white hair continues to hold the young man. She says that maybe it was a dangerous thing to do, like their timid dom said. The woman with long white hair wonders if it really was such a dangerous drug. She then questions why the teachers were keeping it in the first place, and in a place kids weren't even allowed into. The young man with dark hair says that she kind of felt it too, didn't she? The woman with long white hair agrees that something's off about this place. The woman with long white hair says that's why she said she wanted to come along. She adds that hitting others is wrong, right? The young man with dark hair wonders what about Crow, who defeats villains. Is Crow a bad person too? The woman with long white hair responds no. The woman with long white hair asks if the villains were the ones who did bad things first, and if the teachers are the same, right? The woman with long white hair embraces the young man with dark hair, stating that they locked them up first and kept doing it, so she's just doing what she can do. The woman with long white hair stated that if they're bad people, then it's okay to do bad things to them. Meanwhile, someone counted down, noting that there were only 20 seconds left. Elsewhere, the woman with long white hair told someone to slowly get ready, pointing out a tree in the distance. She instructed them to run to the tree within 10 seconds when she gave the signal. The protagonist with blue eyes acknowledged the instructions. Doam remained silent. The woman with long white hair asked if they knew that besides Class 1 and 2, she explained that for children who have certain talents and meet specific conditions, there's an honors class. She added that next year, they'll all graduate from Class 2 and move into the honors class, asking if they by any chance have that talent too. The woman with long white hair stated that they must meet the conditions too. The protagonist with blue eyes told her to join, then stating that he'll tell her everything. The woman with long white hair wondered what she was going to do. The protagonist with blue eyes stated what plans he's making, everything without exception. The protagonist with blue eyes' eyes glowed with blue energy. Looking back, it seemed like it was around that time, though he couldn't say he remembered clearly. Maybe it had been a little earlier, but he knew it wasn't. It might have been much later, but he couldn't be too specific, even if it couldn't be helped. It was obvious now. Rubbing his eye, he thought back. But back then, he just thought it was a trick of the eye, regarding numbers and their meaning. Without a doubt, he started to clearly perceive them. 1 year after that, 14 years before the number. With a clap of his hands, the teacher addressed the class. He reminded them that it had already been half a year since they had moved up to Class 2. The teacher announced that they would be having one-on-one counseling for the first time in a while. The students were informed that the science teacher would call them one by one, and when their name was called, they should make their way to the counseling room. The teacher looked on with a smile. The first student called was number 1, who responded with a quiet affirmation. The next student called was Hanjul. The teacher reviewed Hanjul's file. The file indicated that Hanjul's academics, social training, and shooting practice were not outstanding, but ranked high across the board. The teacher remarked that Hanjul seemed the most motivated among his peers. Hanjul wondered why that was. Hanjul considered the path laid out before him. He knew that to be considered special, he would need to get into the honors class and graduate with top scores. That way, he could work directly at Godmother's side. He seemed to understand. If it weren't for the teachers and friends, he would have never known he could be someone precious and chosen, someone special. He reflected on what his life could have been. He knew he would have been beaten by his dad and ignored, shriveling up like that forever. He looked up, a determined expression on his face. Meanwhile, the man with red eyes stared intently. Hanjul wondered why he lacked motivation. Yell had been there for 5 years since admission. Among his peers, he was at the top in all subjects. But he was at the bottom of the class when it came to training. They asked if he was scared to hurt others. He declared that he would punish evil in Godmother's name. The girl insisted that something else was bothering her. Meanwhile, in a drab room, another student assured their counselor that they wanted to study hard and be helpful. The sign outside identified the location as the counseling room. The student continued, lamenting that compared to the other unis and appas, they felt small and weak. The counselor, Kong Chan, seemed to recall something, responding with a simple ah, right. I remember you. Kong Chan reflected on the student's file, noting that they had a terrible academic brain, but excelled only in the training subjects. The counselor mused that it was no wonder that person had personally coached Kong Chan. Back in the counseling session, Kong Chan was asked about stinging eyes or frequent migraines. Kong Chan denied experiencing those symptoms. The file showed that Kong Chan was in their 6th year since admission. Kong Chan admitted to experiencing the symptoms sometimes. The counselor noted that Kong Chan had been experiencing a tingling sensation regularly since their admission 6 years prior. Kong Chan hesitated, estimating that the tingling had started about a year ago, he thought. The counselor questioned why Kong Chan hadn't mentioned it sooner, remarking that a year was a long time. The man with the dark hair asks if the other has ever seen anything. Suddenly, the other asks if he sees it. Elsewhere, Kim Deok-hyun sits with his hands together, deep in thought. The man's eyes glow blue as he wonders what his number is. A woman's voice echoes, stating that there is an honors class for children who have certain talents and meet specific conditions, and that they shouldn't be too scared. The woman continues, saying that the requirements aren't that strict. The man with the dark hair says that he isn't sure if it's a number. The man in the white coat notes that some sort of heat haze keeps rippling. A document shows the name Park Han, with an admission period of the 7th year, and a location found in Songdong City. The promotion status is marked with 2 X's, and the symptoms section is filled with scribbles. The man in the white coat states that he was the last one. The man is told to go back to class and bring this kid, and this kid too. The man in the white coat turned around. The medical examiner and another man walked down a long hallway. The protagonist followed behind them. The man in the white coat remarked that this year's yield was good. The group continued down the hallway. The medical examiner led the way, with the others trailing behind. The protagonist wondered if there was a place like this in the underground hallway. The girl with short hair commented that it smelled weird, and the man with a buzz cut asked if they were almost there. The protagonist's friend stated that if they went by what was written, it should be to the right. The group walked down the hallway, the numbers 7, 1, and 2 visible above them. It had been about a year since the protagonist first started seeing numbers. He still didn't know their meaning, but by this time he had already reached the stage where he could freely turn the numbers in his vision on and off. The reason he deliberately hid it was the teacher's reaction, which seemed almost desperate. He thought that merely saying "I see something" would be enough to get into the honors class. The protagonist realized it too late, lamenting how complacent he had been. The judgment had been made. The speaker reminded the others to be careful. Outside, someone was moving around the building. The individual was bound and surrounded by others. Someone insisted that they were always there, referring to them as rat-like bastards. The masked figure struggled, desperate to find anything they could get their hands on, even sneaking into the forest to film or record. The speaker reiterated that was why they always told them to be careful. Meanwhile, someone was moving around outside the building. He casually cocked a gun, preparing for what was to come. With everyone present, the speaker announced that they would begin. It was first come, first served. The first person to shoot would be accepted into the honors class. Someone reassured another that it was okay. When it was this close, there was no need to worry about missing. Someone asked Yeol what was wrong. She was told that since she said she wasn't scared, she should do it. She was reminded that she said she could shoot and was told to kill them. Or perhaps what she said about wanting to be everyone's strength. The man with the dark hair wonders if it was all a lie. The pressure mounts as Lee Ji-hyun struggles with the situation. The gun is pointed forward, ready to fire, as a voice urges, "Oh, come on." The figure in the white coat holds the gun, and it is noted that the person holding the gun doesn't know what they have learned all this time. The man in the white coat says that it can't be helped and asks if he should help a little. The man in the white coat asks Lee Ji-hyun how it is and if it's a bit easier. Lee Ji-hyun is told that she doesn't need to hesitate anymore and that it's okay, just a process she has to go through. She is told that when she overcomes this instinctive fear she's feeling now, her spirits will become even stronger and more faithful. Lee Ji-hyun is told that this is her last chance, right now. Lee Ji-hyun is told to kill them. Lee Ji-hyun's hands are shown on the gun. The man with the dark hair is shocked, while Lee Ji-hyun and Kong Chan are seen with a gun. The man's expression was one of pure malice. Suddenly, a figure was shot at point-blank range. Another person was shot, the scene painted with red. The sound of gunfire echoed, followed by the distinct click of a weapon. A gun lay discarded on the floor. Someone wondered if the test was over. Another person questioned if it was over now that a successful candidate had stepped up. A man with long dark hair laughed. Elsewhere, a man pointed a gun at 2 figures. Someone realized that there were still 3 more people remaining. A figure sat slumped in a chair. The young man realized that this time, it was also first come, first served, and the first one to shoot and kill someone would pass. The rules of the test were laid bare. If 2 out of the 3 remained, they would pass on a first come, first served basis. The alternative was grim. The voice continued, stating that the last remaining person would not be sent back until they passed. It offered help to anyone who thought they couldn't do it, just like before. The voice declared that from now on, things would be different. A woman with long white hair stood before a mirror, gun in hand. The reflection showed a distorted image. With a click, she prepared to start. The gun was raised, the intent clear. It was discipline. The gun fired. Now looking back, it was groundwork. That wasn't even a test, since all 4 of their promotions had already been decided. It was discipline, like forcing apart legs that won't naturally split. They were forced to experience death, forced to murder, all to shape them into a usable mental state. One asked what they were doing, but the order came. Hurry and shoot. Right now. They said the new batch was coming up. So she dropped by just in case. Whether back then or now, the teacher really hasn't changed one bit. Esila, gun in hand, muttered that things were ahead of schedule, but she hoped everything would be fine. Even if they moved things up a little, she thought it would be fine. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor. Esila held her gun at the ready. Footsteps grew louder as someone approached. The figure walked closer, and Esila muttered that this was getting serious. Someone wondered if it was this teacher again. A figure in a full bodysuit walked down the hallway. The figure continued to approach. Footprints marked a path through a dusty floor. The figure spoke, asking if someone was there. The figure asked if they were a student and what floor and class they were from. Esila stands in the hallway, her expression unreadable. The figure questioned if she was the one who stole the training pistol and swapped it with a fake. The hallway stretches out behind Esila. Esila aims her pistol, muttering calculations. The hallway is dimly lit. The lights flicker ominously. Esila's eyes widen as she realizes something. The hallway stretches into darkness. A hand flips a light switch. Esila's expression hardens. She raises her pistol, the sound of metal echoing. Gunshots ring out. The man in the white coat appeared surprised by the sudden gunshot. The bullet had struck its target, piercing the helmet. Below, the man with the white hair stared wide-eyed. The figure in black stood with the gun still raised, the sound of the click echoing in the hallway. The man in the white coat, hearing the gunshot, wondered what was happening. The figure in the helmet wondered what was with the gunshot. Suddenly, 2 darts flew past the man in the white coat, embedding themselves in the door behind him. The man in the white coat groaned, wondering what was happening. Another man crouched in the hallway, wondering what had happened and asking the teacher what was going on. A discarded pistol lay on the floor. The figure in black paused, thinking to themselves, no. The man in the helmet thought to himself that it was nothing at all, and then wondered about the new class's promotion ceremony as the man in the white coat stood beside him. Ah, yes, everything. Just finished here, too. The protagonist, lost in thought, seemed to be piecing together fragmented memories. He couldn't clearly remember. How he got back to the dorm was somewhere between vision and reason. It felt like there was a white film over everything. After they got back for about a week, no one spoke first, and the numbers they saw on each other's backs began to disappear one by one. The 4 new arrivals were told to come to this classroom from now on, including the original 3, the 7 of. The protagonist found himself back in the classroom, where students sat at their desks. A girl with white hair smiled and waved, noting that they were now peers in the honors class. Footsteps echoed down a staircase. The sound grew closer as someone descended. The footsteps stopped, and the protagonist stood in place. Elsewhere, the girl with white hair stood on a balcony, the wind blowing through her hair. She turned to the protagonist, who stood behind her. He looked back at her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The girl held up a manga, exclaiming that it was a new volume of Claw. The protagonist thought to himself that it had taken so much effort to sneak this one in again, and that it had already been 6 years since they first met. A figure with a mask stood ominously, thinking that now they would finally see each other every day. The protagonist gagged. He vomited violently. The woman with long white hair gasped, overwhelmed by an unseen force. Meanwhile, the man with dark hair questioned why he had been summoned. He never thought. From above, Dom reassured the man with dark hair that everything would be okay. Someone urged them to tell Nuna everything. Dom's expression was serious as she spoke. Dom knew that the man with dark hair had a special ability, just like her. The man with dark hair, eyes wide, asked if she could see the numbers. Dom reminded the man with dark hair that she had promised to explain everything once he joined the honors class. Dom explained that when she looked at someone, she could see the number of people they would save in the future. She could see how many lives they were going to rescue from danger. The man with dark hair looked at Dom. Dom listened as the person with white hair ordered the death of all the teachers. At the same time, the figure commanded the destruction of the orphanage as well. The person with white hair declared that it would just be the 2 of them together, and that they would become heroes. A book lay discarded on the ground. The protagonist, looking distressed, wondered aloud what was happening on Earth. Elsewhere, Doum held the protagonist, questioning who would save the number of people. Doum's face was close to the protagonist's as she spoke. Doum asked how many people she and the protagonist would save in the future. Doum held the protagonist's face, her expression intense. Doum then told him that he was telling her too. The protagonist, looking shocked, denied it. Doum told him to wait a minute, saying she wasn't following any of this, and asked if he was going to save people. Doum looked on with a smile. Doum asked how he knew in the first place. Doum's words hung in the air, a revelation that the numbers held a deeper meaning. Her expression shifted, a flicker of confusion crossing her face as she considered what she was implying. The protagonist, visibly shaken, heard Doum say that he didn't know what his number was yet. Doum urged him to try and remember clearly again. The protagonist recalled the first time the numbers changed. He remembered it had been almost a year since then, as he watched 2 figures playing soccer. He then recalled the numbers that hadn't changed at all, and how they started decreasing one by one. He thought back to that exact moment yesterday. The protagonist, his eyes now glowing blue, wondered what it all meant. He strained, tried to recall if anything came to mind. His eyes widened as a memory surfaced. The memory began with a close-up of the protagonist's face, his mouth agape in a silent scream. The memory continued, revealing the words that echoed in his mind, the command to kill all the teachers. The scene shifted to the protagonist sitting, his expression one of disbelief as he was asked if he was serious about the command. In response, a figure with white hair smiled, stating that it might be easier than he thought. The memory showed a group of people with the words, "You've seen it too." The scene suggested a desire to cultivate children who were voluntarily loyal. The recollection continued, explaining that they didn't try to suppress them with force or control them physically. At first, they acted purely as family. The memory showed framed pictures on a wall, emphasizing the idea of building bonds as good teachers, and only after making them dependent on that sense of belonging. The memory then focused on a hand holding a gun, with the implication that they forced them to kill people directly, trampling on their very core, so they could never act on their own initiative again. The protagonist was shown covering his mouth with his hand, seemingly disturbed by the memory. The white-haired figure and the protagonist were shown again, with a figure stating that each teacher wasn't some great being. The figure continued, saying that if you peel back a layer, they're all just ordinary humans who would drop dead with a thud. The memory concluded with a gun pointed at someone's head, followed by the protagonist's realization. If you shot them in the forehead while they slept. The girl with long white hair tells someone to stop. She realizes that there's a problem. Her expression is one of concern. The helmet teacher is mentioned. The girl explains that she has tried poking around, but that teacher, she doesn't think she can handle them by herself. So, the execution date is November 17th of next year, the only day each year. The helmet teacher takes a vacation and is absent. First, they must kill the remaining teachers and take control of the orphanage. Second, they must ambush and deal with the helmet teacher when they return the next day. Lastly, they must find the person who established the orphanage, Godmother Charlotte, and uproot all facilities and networks. The protagonist, listening to these instructions, appears shocked. The sound of footsteps echoed, a stark reminder that he wouldn't be alone in this endeavor. But the girl with long white hair recalled the day they met, a day marked on the calendar. She believed their meeting was more than chance, a kind of destiny, given their special superpowers. Dumb's voice cut through the air. The girl with long white hair asked him to come with her to defeat the villains. She wanted them to become heroes together. The girl with long white hair reminded him that he wanted to experience firsthand just how bad the teachers were. She spoke of the promotion ceremony. She reminded him that he wanted to experience firsthand how bad the teachers were. She added that at the same time, they should kill someone, and when he got used to it. She clarified that it wasn't her intention for them to kill the teachers together, unless he was in the honors class. She explained that one could learn much more about this ability, adding that the teachers also wanted to acquire gifted individuals. They might not have such expectations for all students in the honors class, but if a student with an ability appeared, it was like hitting the jackpot. The protagonist recalled her mentioning someone during the promotion ceremony. The white-haired girl stood silently. He still couldn't get that time out of his head. The white-haired girl reflected on what she had learned there: dagger techniques, marksmanship, skills to harm and kill someone. Scattered around were items representing knowledge to get high scores in knowledge to avoid getting scolded by the teachers. They were just things she knew. She had never once thought that. The protagonist realized he could actually do it. The white-haired girl thought that it must have been the same for them. Hanjul, Hyung, Yul, and Chan Hyung, who always pretended to be rebellious, were like her, she thought. Like her, they must have been the same way. The white-haired girl wondered if those kids might all eventually become like the teachers if they just stayed still like this. The figure on the ground reached out, his hand outstretched as he muttered that they would be with all his friends. Elsewhere, the protagonist looked off to the side, his expression unreadable. A voice commanded him to run away. November 17th, she reminded him, was what he had said, and that he wouldn't interfere with her. She would take advantage of that opening and escape. A hand placed a photo on a table. The white-haired girl held up the photo, questioning what it was. The protagonist thought that it couldn't be, that it was like Crow. The white-haired girl stood on the rooftop. Below, the protagonist walked away. A hand clenched. The protagonist screamed no. The white-haired girl told him to snap out of it, that he had. The man screamed, demanding that someone kill her now. He thought about it, wondering why her number was so high. He considered her a suspect, even though she had said she'd take over the orphanage. The scene showed a body lying on the floor. He wondered if she didn't mention the children at all. The scene showed a hand holding red cards. Elsewhere, someone thought that something was strange. Someone with wings thought, two bad people, you could do bad things. The woman with long white hair thought it was so easy. The man wondered why they couldn't understand. Someone yelled to kill her now. Someone thought, you could do bad things. The air crackled with an unseen energy. 1 year later, the scene shifted to the school. A figure stood, clad in a helmet and jacket, a bag slung over their shoulder. The sound of footsteps echoed. 1 year later, on November 17th, the doors to the school stood ajar, shattered glass littering the floor. A hand gripped a gun, the metal gleaming. A figure reached through a doorway. 12 years before. The words "the number incident" were displayed over a view of the school. January 16th. The date was marked on a lined sheet of paper. January 16th was written on the paper. The writer recalled using tricks they learned from Nuna when they were young. The writer was secretly going back and forth outside, creating an escape route. Little by little, they were filling in the empty spaces on the mountain path map. Nuna and the writer stopped talking. March 7th. It wasn't that they fought or that someone was angry. The ambiguity was just the most awkward thing, and the writer couldn't bear it. March 7th. Han Jul-hyung was on disposal duty this month. After Chan Hyung, who was on duty last month, and Han Jul-hyung's number also dropped to 0. The writer knew to be sure of the meaning of the numbers they were seeing. 137. How is it so many? No, don't think about it. Whether it's Nuna or the teachers. Don't care about it anymore. Only then could the writer finally. July 28th. Convincing their friends wasn't easy. Yeol looked even more listless than before, and Chan Hyung's violent behavior noticeably increased. It was hard to explain, but it felt like everyone was broken. In some way, October 2nd was approaching, leaving little time until November. The protagonist still didn't know if she would really succeed, but he wanted to get as many children out as possible during that time. Until then, he wondered if he would be able to. He wondered if he could convince Han Jul-hyung. The protagonist still didn't know if Yuni would really succeed or not. He realized that's how it was with Daeum and Soa. Han Jul thanked the woman for bringing this, and she cautioned him that the hallway was dark, so he should be careful going back. Daeum was just fooled, the teacher thought. That kid, ever since he was little, whenever he came back with that Yuni, he'd ask strange questions and say things that didn't make sense. Even the things written in his diary surely weren't his true feelings. There, the teacher reassured. She knew, and she would talk to Daeum slowly and clearly. The woman with long white hair listened intently as the protagonist spoke, urging her to report anything similar happening to her friends. He emphasized the importance of Han Jul guiding them well. Responding to his request, she quietly agreed. A soft sigh escaped her lips. She lamented that it was a diary only she secretly read, expressing her disappointment. The dates 10.23, 11.7 are shown. The dates 11.14, 11.15, and 11.16 are shown. The scene fades to black. The view from inside a building looks out onto a schoolyard. A figure in a motorcycle helmet and brown jacket stands on a grassy field, carrying a bag. The figure's black boots step forward. The scene shifts to a doorway marked with the year 2012 and the date November 17th. A figure's hands are shown holding a gun. The scene shifts to a sterile environment, the door slightly ajar. 12 years prior, the story returns to the school. The number incident is destined to occur. The title, Murderer, appears. Inside the school, someone runs down a hallway. The figure, wearing a green jacket, continues to move quickly. Clutching their injured arm, the figure raises a gun, their face contorted in pain and determination. The figure fires the gun. A figure with long white hair stands in the hallway, unfazed. She wonders what is wrong with the teacher. The woman with long white hair asks if the shooter was there to dispose of her, stating that a gunshot from that distance would not hit. The shooter, panting, shouts that the woman will not be safe after this. A hand demonstrates the proper way to hold a gun, crossing both hands and applying pressure only to the fingers. The woman with long white hair calmly states that it feels like inserting a needle. The woman fires her gun, the bullet piercing through the figure in front of her. The bullet travels at high speed. The woman with long white hair acknowledges that someone learned very well. The woman continues to fire her gun, hitting her target multiple times. Junbeom is shocked and confused by the sudden attack. The woman with long white hair declares that she taught him very well. The woman continues to shoot, hitting her target repeatedly. The woman with long white hair is surprised by something. Junbeom pulls the trigger, but the gun is empty. The woman with long white hair continues to shoot at Junbeom. The woman with long white hair confirms that someone learned very well. The protagonist, with his enhanced vision, sees a series of events unfolding. He sees a future represented by a digital display showing the number 14723. The protagonist is seeing how many people he will save in real time. The vision shows the woman with long white hair pointing a gun. The gun fires and someone is shot, blood splattering. The vision continues, showing more shots being fired. More gunshots ring out in the vision. The protagonist's friend, Baek Min, watches him, realizing that something has begun. Soa tells Yeol that they need to break a window of the room they're escaping through first. Another gunshot is heard, and the woman with long white hair is seen with blood on her face. The woman with long white hair points a gun at someone sitting at a desk. The woman with long white hair laughs, calling someone arrogant from beginning to end. The woman with long white hair stated that she thought a moderate amount of rebelliousness would be helpful. She admitted that she had let someone run wild for a few years, even though she knew better. The woman with short dark hair, covered in blood, heard the woman with long white hair say, "The end." She accused the woman with long white hair of stabbing her in the back, not even understanding the grace of being raised. The woman with long white hair responded that it was good. A hand was seen on a table as a voice said, "You're doing well." The voice continued, saying to not admit your wrongs until the end. The woman with long white hair was told to not let go of everything as if she had reached enlightenment, and to be like a villain, shamelessly and hideously. But the woman with long white hair was told to cry and struggle until the very end and die, and to give her catharsis. The woman with long white hair smiled. The woman with long white hair stood next to a woman with short dark hair, holding a knife to her neck and a gun to her head. The woman with short dark hair apologized to Soa, saying that she wasn't the only one who could see the numbers this term. The woman with long white hair was seen with a man in a suit behind her. The woman with long white hair looked shocked and said Ji-Yul's name. A man with black hair and a red, I was seen holding a gun, and he said Miru's name. The woman with long white hair asked what was happening, stating that she was trying to save them. The woman with long white hair found the situation laughable, questioning who had asked for the other person's opinion. She reflected on how close she was to graduating at the top and becoming Godmother's direct subordinate. These achievements, she thought, weren't just a dream, but she lamented that someone had ruined everything. Meanwhile, others were being subdued. The woman with long white hair thought that it was already too late to bring them back to their senses. She realized that everyone was already. The scene shifted to a classroom, where the woman with long white hair thought that it had been tainted. She believed it was already too late to bring them back to their senses, lamenting that it was too late. Then now, the woman with long white hair declared that they were villains too. The perspective shifted to an aerial view of a building. The scene then focused on protagonist_1, who was with Soa. He realized that the window he had been watching was blocked. Protagonist_1 realized that the window he had been watching was blocked. Dom was nearby. The man in the black shirt instructed them to stop and move slowly, guiding them forward. As they moved, the man warned that they were being fooled. Suddenly, a voice called out, exclaiming about that Nuna. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the city. Chaos erupted as masked figures attacked civilians in the streets. From a rooftop, a figure demanded an explanation of the unfolding events. He was informed that the magpies had taken over the entire city, overwhelming the deployed police forces. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure clenched their fist, hearing a voice warning them not to act alone and to wait for the other heroes to arrive. The figure was told that citizens were dying. The cloaked figure resolved that they needed to quickly figure out the identity and weaknesses of their enemies. The figure, now revealed to be wearing a long coat, moved forward. The figure thought it was a good thing they brought their coat. Nearby, a woman looked down at the coat she was wearing, realizing it wasn't hers. The woman's eyes widened. She noticed a body nearby and realized something. The woman remembered seeing the coat before. Lost in thought, the protagonist wondered what he should call himself as he walked down the hallway. The hallway was eerily quiet, the only sound the echo of his footsteps. Elsewhere, a girl looked on with wide eyes as the protagonist stood beside her. The protagonist stood in front of the girl, his expression unreadable. He realized that the window he had been watching was blocked. Footsteps approached, slow and deliberate. The protagonist told them to come this way, as a man with a gun stood behind the girl. The protagonist warned the girl that they were being fooled by that woman. The man with the gun aimed directly forward. The protagonist looked on in shock as he heard someone call him Hyung. The man with the gun stated that he had already evacuated them to the inner classrooms, so they couldn't recklessly follow him outside. The man with the gun stated that the teachers would soon catch Yuni, and that they should stop talking about escaping. He ordered them to come over obediently and wait with them. The protagonist was shocked by this. The man with the gun told him to put the gun down first, noting that Yul was hyperventilating because they were pointing guns at each other. He asked if he had to threaten them like that when he talked. The man with the gun readied his weapon. He thought to himself that Yuni had to overcome it. The man with the gun wondered how long he would keep trembling and remain a spoiled brat. The protagonist was confused. Suddenly, a blade appeared. The man with the gun told him not to make him laugh, stating that no matter what he said, they were getting out of here. The protagonist realized that Hyung also felt it, and that this place wasn't normal. The man with the gun denied it all. The man with the gun stated that they were just as the teachers said, and that they just weren't good at learning and couldn't fully adapt, insisting that the teachers couldn't have been wrong and that this place. The woman in the brown dress insisted that what they were experiencing couldn't possibly be wrong. Below, the protagonist's face contorted in anger, while the blonde bully looked on with a mix of fear and desperation. The blonde bully wondered what they would do if they couldn't escape. The protagonist questioned why they had been living like this. For nearly 10 years, they had been living only in this place, and already 2 people had died. The blonde bully wondered how they would live from now on. The protagonist's friend called out to him, and he told him not to worry about things like that. The blonde bully stated that the book he was reading said so, and that they were just kids. He continued, saying that the adults who made them have no choice were the ones who were truly wrong and responsible. The adults, it was said, made them have no choice but to worry about such things. The protagonist's friend told him to come this way. The protagonist extended his hand, stating that they should escape together. The protagonist and the blonde bully stood in front of the doorway, the protagonist reaching out his hand. The protagonist, the blonde bully, and the woman in the brown dress stood in a room. He looked down to find himself holding a gun, confusion etched on his face. Elsewhere, a figure with long white hair spoke, recognizing someone. The figure identified them as the one who tattled with the diary. Meanwhile, someone called out for Hawk to respond. A cloaked figure declared that they knew who the magpies really were, and that the villain mentor was someone they defeated 10 years ago. The figure realized it was their fault and should have. It was revealed that these individuals were students raised by mentor from a young age, growing up without ever learning right from wrong. It was explained that those children became magpies, seeking revenge for mentor and harming citizens. The cloaked figure moved with great speed. They had been completely isolated from the outside world and had taken action beforehand. Someone yelled for Dong to stay back. The figure with long white hair pointed a gun forward, a crazed look in her eyes. The figure in white declared that they would save someone. The declaration was followed by the sound of something heavy falling, accompanied by a splatter of blood. The scene was obscured by streaks of motion. The protagonist, his eyes wide with shock, stared into the distance. Nearby, a bloodied hand lay on the floor. The protagonist stood in a room with boarded-up windows, his back to the viewer. He paused, a thought forming in his mind. He wondered aloud what was happening. Footsteps echoed down a hallway. A woman ran in terror, a gun appearing in her hand. Two figures clashed in a flurry of motion. A woman screamed for Crow to save her. The distressed woman screamed for help as a man with a knife approached. He moved to strike her down. Suddenly, the woman turned and fired a gun. The bullet struck a masked figure. The woman screamed. Elsewhere, people thanked someone. The woman smiled, covered in blood. The crowd continued to thank Crow. The protagonist underscore eyes stood over a body, as someone declared him a true hero. The protagonist underscore eyes was told to get rid of them all. Someone tried to open a door, but it was locked. A young woman told someone that the windows outside were all blocked. The woman from before aimed her gun at the protagonist underscore eyes. The sound of footsteps echoed as someone approached the fallen woman. The attacker advanced, their white coat stained with blood. The bullet pierced the glass, shattering it into fragments. The woman was thrown against the wall, the impact jarring her. She scrambled away, desperate to escape her attacker. The attacker, wounded and enraged, struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Blood dripped from his face as he tried to regain his composure. The scene was one of carnage, with bodies strewn across the floor. The attacker, breathing heavily, stared down at the scene of devastation. He muttered names, his mind reeling from the chaos. Overwhelmed, the attacker screamed in anguish, demanding to know why this was happening. The woman, now towering over a smaller figure, held a gun, her intentions unclear. The woman with long white hair declared that no one, not even the person she was facing, had done anything. Meanwhile, the blonde bully, covered in blood, stated that he did what he did instead because everyone would eventually become villains. The woman with long white hair stated that she would not allow them to become heinous criminals in the future. She declared that no one did anything, and that they would have become villains as she held a gun. The blonde bully was left screaming in pain. The blonde bully screamed in agony. The woman with long white hair stood over the blonde bully. The abandoned building stood silent, marred by signs of a recent struggle. A figure, covered in blood, reached out, their expression a mix of pain and terror. A desperate plea echoed in the darkness. The victim begged their teacher to save them. Nearby, a figure in a dark jacket stood over another, their face obscured by shadows. Another body lay motionless on the floor, a pool of blood spreading beneath them. The scene shifted, focusing on a helmeted figure, their thoughts hidden behind the visor. The figure wondered if they were in the second-floor classroom, before the scene erupted in violence. A figure fell backward, their scream of terror cut short. A figure with long white hair walked down a hallway. The woman with long white hair held a gun, her expression grim, blood splattered across her coat. She wondered if the target was nearby, as a body lay motionless on the floor. The clash of blades echoed through the room as the woman with long white hair engaged her opponent. The sounds of the struggle filled the air. The fight continued, the intensity escalating with each passing moment. The air crackled with unseen energy. The protagonist, his face marred with blood, fought with a desperate ferocity. In a memory, the woman with long white hair stated that she acted because no one else would. The protagonist, his face still bloodied, thought that everyone would eventually be heinous criminals in the future, and that it didn't make him laugh. The woman with long white hair called out to Nuna and questioned how he knew that, comparing him to herself. The protagonist thought to himself that she didn't even see those numbers, and then realized she was referring to his numbers. The protagonist wondered if the future kill count mattered. The woman with long white hair told Doam that he should have hidden his diary better, and that he hid it so poorly that kids like Hanjul just went and tattled. The protagonist thought to himself that those who were already tainted just went and tattled. The protagonist recalled that Hanjul was crying, even as he aimed his gun at them and tried to stop them. Hanjul was confused about whether this was really right. If it weren't for Nuna, things could have been different. The woman with long white hair insisted that things were different. She asked if he really thought so. She questioned how he could know that. The protagonist was shocked by her question, wondering what she meant. He screamed, wondering how she could be so sure. The woman with long white hair explained that the kids who've taken aiming guns at each other for granted won't cause any problems once outside. Without parents or guardians to guide them, they're thrown into a world with completely different rules than now. The protagonist wondered if she really thought that they'll adapt properly and make a living. The woman with long white hair stated that it wasn't it, and that it was obvious. She continued, saying that they'll be weeded out, cast aside, pushed into the darkest corners without sunlight, and eventually utilized. What they know best will make them slip into that kind of world. She finished by saying that cost will keep cycling until it circles back to an innocent person living a normal life somewhere. The protagonist stands, bloodied and injured, his expression unreadable. He struggles to speak, the words catching in his throat. He believes that it was because of baseless delusions that everything happened. The woman with long white hair questions if he killed everyone. She asks him if he is just. She continues, asking if he is saying that his villain friends are more important, no matter what happens to others. Dom calls out to him. The protagonist is told that he is a very selfish kid. The protagonist is shown standing over the woman with long white hair, his hand raised. He moves with great speed. The protagonist stands over the woman with long white hair, yelling that they are not villains. He shouts not to judge arbitrarily, questioning how anyone could know whether they'll truly become villains or not. The woman with long white hair is shown with a shocked expression. It is revealed that it wasn't just Han Jae-hyung, but Yeol, Chan Hyung, and everyone else too. The number above their heads was 0. The protagonist states that for the rest of their lives, they wouldn't have killed anyone. Of course, before that happened, the woman with long white hair declared that she had already killed them all. She continued, stating that it was thanks to her dealing with them first. The protagonist, visibly shocked, could only manage a disbelieving, "What?" The woman with long white hair asked if he didn't understand. She explained that them not killing anyone in the future wasn't because they were going to reform. She questioned if they were not villains, suggesting that they could have changed. The woman with long white hair asked how he could be so sure. Her expression twisted into a manic grin as she raised a gun. She revealed that they became unable to kill anyone because she killed them. The gun was pointed directly at the woman with long white hair. A gunshot rang out. A voice echoes in the darkness, a declaration of intent. The voice continues, revealing a desire to be together. The speaker recalls shared interests and a deep connection. The sentiment is repeated, a longing to have gone together. A memory surfaces, showing the woman with long white hair and the protagonist, along with another figure. She insists that he doesn't want to kill the teachers. She declares that he doesn't want to stop her, the one who will kill 137 people in the future. The protagonist lies on the floor, unable to move, as he recalls forcing a gun into someone's hand until the very end. He remembers being called a weak child who can't harm anyone. The woman with long white hair lies bleeding, telling the protagonist that he has no right to be a hero. The protagonist lies on the floor, unmoving. The woman with long white hair stood over the fallen figure, her expression unreadable. A gun was raised, the intent clear. To be honest, it was probably unnecessary, but she hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly. She wondered if he had celebrated his daughter's birthday well. The woman with long white hair considered the situation. Helmet, no, she thought. The name echoed in her mind. Teacher Imo Hyun-cheol. She decided to confirm one last thing. The woman with long white hair declared that she was killing everyone. She wondered if that was what he was doing. Gunshots rang out. The bullets rained down. The scene of the shooting was revealed to be a school. The woman with long white hair lay in a pool of blood. She lay motionless amidst the shattered glass and debris, the silence broken only by the sound of wind whistling through the broken windows. Nearby, his hand rested on the floor, stained with blood. He looked up, his gaze falling upon the broken pieces of a blade scattered on the floor. The scene around him was one of utter devastation, bullet holes peppering the walls. When he woke up, he found himself alone in the aftermath. No one was there. He realized he was the only person left, still alive. The sound of footsteps echoed through the halls. The halls were stained with blood. He continued forward, stepping over bodies. He collapsed to the ground. He wondered where he was. He heard someone approaching. The boy smiled, telling him to hurry, or there wouldn't be any food. He found himself in a dining hall with other children. He then found himself in a hallway, where 2 other children asked if he was okay. He held a book titled Trolley Dilemma. He asked if they wanted to try solving it. Ahead, 5 people are tied to the tracks, directly in the train's path. But if Hyung pulls the lever to switch the tracks, on the side track, 1 person will die. The protagonist wonders if Hyung would pull the lever in this situation. He admits that he doesn't really know either, but wonders if 1 person wouldn't be better than 5. The orange-haired protagonist continues to ponder the dilemma. The black-haired protagonist is asked if he would kill that Nuna himself. The orange-haired protagonist recalls that he was the only one who knew that the numbers were future kill counts. It wasn't just 5 people. There were 137 people tied to the tracks, and he did nothing. He hadn't thought she would kill Hyung and the other kids. The accusation echoed in his mind. Was he saying that if it wasn't them who were going to die, he would have left her alone? Have chosen one path? Doem's voice echoed, accusing him. The disembodied voice continued, questioning if he wasn't a very selfish person. He should have acted, the voice insisted. The voice pressed, asking if he would have left her alone, have chosen one path. The voice accused him of acting as he did back then. He ran through the hallway, desperate to escape the accusations. The voice declared that if he had been ready to make a choice, he would have seen it, that in the end, one side must be sacrificed. He reached for the lever, his face contorted in anguish. If he hadn't avoided that fact, he would have seen the real right answer, which was to kill the defenseless science teacher. The scene shifts to the protagonist sitting at a table with woman long white hair. The protagonist's face is shown as he says that Yuni is not the one to blame, but the woman with long white hair denies it. The protagonist asks how she can say that. She asks him to choose a path without a moment's hesitation, stating that he can't trust his own judgment. She continues, saying that whether they deserve to die or, on the contrary, they had the potential to benefit the world. She states that for him to think about his mere self-deciding, she just can't bear it. The scene shifts to a child with glasses who says that only chosen children like him can understand. The woman with long white hair says that the people on the tracks could defeat the villains with Godmother, and everyone would eventually be heinous criminals in the future. The protagonist is shown crying. He says that he sees. So, in fact, the woman with long white hair explained that everyone was the same. She continued, asking if they had no worries at all. The sound of clenched fists echoed as she stated that everyone arbitrarily chose villains. They claimed to be on the side of justice, yet randomly sacrificed others based on their own standards. In reality, they might not have been villains at all. Sung finally understood, realizing he should have checked for himself. The woman with long white hair stated that he should have killed her first, then checked the numbers above the heads of the surviving children. Sung realized he should have checked for himself whether they would have reformed or not. Only he could see the future kill counts, and those people became destined murderers. Before his friends died, Sung could have confirmed it. She asked what if he checked, and there were numbers. Was he going to kill that kid too? The woman with long white hair told him to give up, stating that he was weak. Now, Sung wouldn't hesitate. There could be no exceptions, no matter his preferences, judgments, or biases. He would discard all his trivial subjectivity. The number killer would not allow his feelings to cloud his judgment. And unlike the others, he would be fair. He would be fair to everyone. The life of each and every person would be weighed equally, without exception. Not as some hero, but as part of rule, he would act. The number killer gripped his blade, ready to continue his work. He continued his grim task. The number killer's eyes glowed with determination as he stalked his next victim. The aftermath of his actions was a scene of carnage. He had to prove that the number killer stood over his victims, the weight of his self-imposed duty heavy on his shoulders. Elsewhere, the authorities continued their investigation, determined to establish a pattern and bring the killer to justice. The investigation was proceeding as a self-evident rule and standard. If Yuni was alive somewhere, he vowed to find her before he finished. He had to ask himself, how many lives would he save in the future? The question echoed in his mind. How many? He reached out, as if grasping for a lifeline in the depths. He had to find her. He would find her and hear her voice. Meanwhile, the protagonist, still in bed, was being watched over by Soa. He gripped his head, the weight of recent events pressing down on him. Elsewhere, a figure sat amidst a storage area, carefully examining a small, rectangular device. The figure's eyes widened, a look of shock spreading across their face as they stared at something in their hands. Back with the protagonist, tears streamed down his face as he struggled to contain his emotions. A voice echoed, filled with confusion, as someone questioned their location. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of what appeared to be a parking garage or loading dock, with a vehicle parked nearby. Nearby, a woman stood frozen, a paper bag clutched in her hands. Elsewhere, the protagonist sat up in bed, his expression troubled. He recalled something, his face contorted with anguish. He remembered someone taking something and eating it. The woman continued to eat, blood smeared around her mouth. The protagonist recalled that she had hidden it deep inside. His eyes widened, and he demanded to know how many she had eaten. Back in the van, the protagonist lay on the bed, seemingly unconscious, as Mo Ji-hyun watched him with concern. Mo Ji-hyun called out to him, using a familiar term of endearment. The protagonist coughed, and Mo Ji-hyun asked if he was okay. Outside, the van was parked on a road near what appeared to be a storage facility. The world fades into view. He finds himself lying on the ground, surrounded by blood. The scene is gruesome, but they must move on. Ahead, the hooded figure stands amidst a pile of bodies, seemingly waiting. A young woman stands beside the figure, looking back. He struggles to his feet. The woman with him explains that she kept looking at his number, just like he told her to, and thinks she vaguely figured something out. She urges him to move. Suddenly, the woman is grabbed from behind. She cries out as she is pulled away. The woman cries out in pain as she falls to the ground. She coughs, asking if he's all right. He is covered in blood, his expression grim. The scene was a blur of violence, the aftermath painted in blood. The protagonist, his face marred with cuts, knelt beside the woman, his expression a mix of shock and desperation. The woman lay on the ground, her body twisted at an unnatural angle. A pool of blood spread beneath her. The protagonist stared down at her, his mind racing, trying to make sense of the chaos. His face was a mask of pain and confusion, the events of the night replaying in his mind. The woman's face was etched with fear, her eyes wide with terror. The pair were discovered at the foot of a staircase, the scene suggesting a hasty retreat gone wrong. The woman lay motionless, while the protagonist remained kneeling beside her. Time seemed to stand still, the silence broken only by the protagonist's ragged breathing. The protagonist recalled the woman's words, her mention of bloody tears. He confirmed her statement with a simple, yes. The woman's voice echoed in his memory, a fragment of a conversation resurfacing. While driving here, he remembered her saying, "You didn't react even when I talked to you. Then as soon as we arrived, you just collapsed." The woman's words continued to haunt him. She had said he'd been lying down ever since they arrived, and that he didn't. He realized he had been overworking his eyes too much, causing him to overload and pass out. He knew that when this happened, he lost his memory for about 2 to 3 days. He paused, a sudden realization dawning on him. Wait a minute, what's today's date? The woman, looking pale and drawn, informed him that it was December 3rd, and that it had been about 2 days since the incident. He remained silent since collapsing. The car sped away. Inside the vehicle, the protagonist asked where they were going. The woman in the passenger seat simply replied, "Anywhere." The protagonist thought to himself that they needed to go as far as possible, to a place where he could heal his eyes. The woman admitted that her eyes were already malfunctioning. She reflected that she couldn't have foreseen the best future, just like she always did when escaping from a scene. Meanwhile, investigators examined the scene, noting that evidence must have been left behind. The investigators focused on something, no matter how small. They found a new clue. The woman considered that, given they stayed near the scene for 2 days in that state, it was a miracle the investigation hadn't closed in on them yet. She added that she was also looking at the numbers while they were escaping. Salah considered the man's words, his statement that her numbers were her lifespan. He wondered if her lifespan would decrease if she were arrested. But then, she questioned why he did what he did. He responded that he wasn't blaming her, stating that it was clearly his fault. The woman recalled working for almost 40 days straight without a single break, using her eyes to foresee the best future. Salah realized that she knew they'd eventually get overloaded. She knew, wondering why she always. The man wondered if it was albino. He then wondered if it was related to that Nuna person. Salah thought back, trying to recall what he said her name was, so. The car sped down the road, leaving a trail of questions in its wake. Inside, the tension was palpable as the occupants grappled with the implications of their recent discoveries. The protagonist, visibly shaken, struggled to process the information. He wondered how Salah knew the name 404. Salah remained silent, her expression unreadable as she stared ahead. She weakly groaned, admitting she hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but while Ajusi was unconscious, he was groaning so much. The protagonist stared ahead, listening intently. He was told that he kept muttering so much in his sleep. He paused, a realization dawning on him. Salah stated that he was someone who never talks in their sleep. The protagonist, his expression troubled, stated that he understood. He recalled saying, Hyung Nuna, in his sleep, and repeated that he understood. The car continued its journey, the tires humming against the asphalt. Inside the vehicle, the tension remained thick as the protagonist drove. Salah asked if he was angry, but he simply replied that he wasn't. Salah apologized, explaining that she wasn't trying to make fun of him. He retorted that he wasn't the one who made her into this kind of person, and she asked him to tell her a little bit too. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an unknown figure wondered why on earth the other person kept doing these things. Elsewhere, another figure wondered what on earth was happening. The scene shifted to a door labeled Interrogation Room. Inside, a file was slammed onto a table. A man asked if the other person was ready, and then asked if they should begin. Another man, with a sinister smile, stated that, as they may already know, from now on, they must never lie. The man sat with his hands clasped on the table, awaiting a response. The Incheon police station stood as a silent sentinel. Inside, the investigation was about to begin. Footsteps echoed through the halls as a group walked together. Park Tae-han confirmed that he was from the Incheon police station's Violent Crimes Unit 1, after being asked if he was from the Seoul Police. Kang Hyun-guk introduced himself as the head of the Special Task Force. The group gathered, and Kong Hyun-guk explained that the number task force would be organized at the Incheon police station, which had jurisdiction. He added that later, as the crime area moved, it would be transferred to the Bashung Provincial Police Agency. Kwon Samuel from the Anti-Corruption Investigation Team introduced himself. An unseen figure stated that they had specially assigned them, noting that they were quite good at this kind of thing and that the remaining personnel would arrive soon. The detective was described as having an unnecessarily irritating look in his eyes. At first glance, he was a detective with an unnecessarily irritating look in his eyes. He got along with others well, and seemed like he was just fooling around. The detective lounged on a bench, seemingly carefree. When the protagonist stood before certain individuals, based on criteria difficult to pinpoint, a distinct change occurred. Okay, if you're ready. As you may already know, from now on, you must never lie. He would spew a hatred that wasn't hidden by a smile. The pages of a book rustled, revealing a photograph. The man with red eyes stated that the previous statement was enough regarding the on-site testimony. He would like to ask a few things separately now. Only 3. It was noted that someone survived. For a crime committed by number alone, the scale was quite extreme. Furthermore, why did only these 3 people survive? The aftermath of a brutal attack is visible, the floor stained with blood. The figure in the suit claimed to not know anything, and that they had no idea at all. The man with the glowing red eyes suggested changing the question. The investigator considered the question of why those 18 people were numbers targets in the first place. It was noted that 80% of the number incident victims were ex-convicts. The female investigator was informed that this number included relatively light punishments like fines or probation. It was difficult to say if there was a direct causal relationship, but the more severe the crime, the more likely they were to be a target. The investigator was told that the tendency clearly existed and was asked what they were trying to say. Kim Deok-hyun listened intently. The investigator had looked through the records of a local police station and found that during assaults or disappearance cases, it was revealed that some of the staff members were investigated as suspects quite a few times. On the surface, it was an outsourced security company, but those clubs acquired through a transfer from acquaintance. Kim Deok-hyun considered the situation, musing that the entire scenario felt like some kind of conventional disguise. He wondered if the number incident was also deeply related to this. Meanwhile, Detective Kwon stated that it was clearly a false accusation. Detective Kwon, his eyes glowing red, pressed Go Jun-beom about his cell phone. The detective continued, explaining that whether it was a disappearance or an assault, he believed all those cases were ultimately not sent for prosecution. He questioned if it was gangsters or a disguise. The sound of a click echoed. Detective Kwon pressed Go Jun-beom again, asking about his cell phone. The detective demanded to know where Go Jun-beom's cell phone was. Go Jun-beom retorted, asking what they were talking about and stating that he had already submitted it. Detective Kwon clarified that he wasn't talking about that piece of junk, but the one he actually used for work. The phone that Choi Chong-hyuk received a call from right after he was attacked by number, and the phone with the number Go Jun-beom called from, Detective Kwon stated. Go Jun-beom denied having such a thing and claimed he didn't make the call either. Even though it's the only number you regularly contact, Kim Deok-hyun wondered if there was any evidence that it was him all along. Detective Kwon stated that he was present as a survivor of the number incident, not as a suspect. If the questions were going to remain irrelevant, he would exercise his right to remain silent until presented with evidence. The detective believed there were enough suspicions to warrant an investigation. Kwon told them to proceed with the investigation as they pleased. If they were going to do it, Kwon wanted the date for the substantive examinations set quickly, stating he didn't need any other lawyer aside from Beckman. Sila stood silently. The sun began to set. Kim Deok-hyun offered Saila a coffee, which she accepted with thanks. Saila wondered if there was an insider at the police station taking a cut. Kim Deok-hyun believed it would be a stalemate no matter how many of the remaining personnel they assigned to it. He thought it was the same even if you had a special ability. Deok-hyun mused that when you play the mafia game, even if he, as the police, figured out who the mafia was all by himself, convincing the citizens was a different matter. The figure considered the situation, realizing that, in the end, they would need to persuade the system. The man with the earring listened, hearing that according to the laws and rules, it was meaningless. He knew it all and was used to it. But when he had to let go of a case he'd almost solved, it was always a little stressful. The stress was palpable. Meanwhile, at the port, Beckman was asked if he got the coin wallet. Beckman confirmed that he sent it. The person on the other end of the line, however, questioned why he didn't tell them about the pigs. The man with glasses asked about what, specifically. He was told it was about that little girl and was questioned about why he was leaving people who caused such a mess alone. The man on the phone was asked what he was talking about and if he was a dumbass. He thought to himself that he should let those bastards get caught by the police and be punished by the law. He was reminded that there was a skilled woman who was in contact with Hyungnim, and that if they were going to get revenge, they should do it thoroughly. Hyungnim was interrupted, but the man on the phone simply stated that they would do things their way. Besides, he wondered why they should trust incompetent police who've done nothing but mess up for 2 months. The protagonist, arriving at a dock at night, pauses, a sense of unease washing over him. Elsewhere, a phone lies on the ground, its screen displaying a message. What, hello? Hey, what's going on? Meanwhile, someone receives a message on their phone. They think to themselves, what is it, you bastard? The message indicates that the other person hasn't reported in either. The person receiving the message reflects that every minute counts, but none of them are trustworthy. The waves crash against the shore. Someone is being choked. The hooded figure continues to choke their victim. The victim struggles, blood dripping from their mouth. The hooded figure asks what the victim is, thinking to themselves that they are incompetent police. The hooded figure wonders if this is proper punishment, agreeing with themselves. The hooded figure agrees that this is the proper punishment. The phone lay on the ground, cracked. Tears streamed down the man's face. The man was pinned, his captor sneering down at him. He questioned what the man was. The captor responded that he felt the same way. The captor stated that one shouldn't trust civil servants, adding that they always chase dead ends. He continued, ranting about human rights and the inability of the authorities to deliver satisfying punishment. The captor explained that a gun or knife was too fast and that one had to take their time. His goal was to inflict as much pain as possible. Elsewhere, a boat was battered by waves. Below deck, two figures stood among shipping containers. The waves continued to crash against the ship. One of the figures seemed surprised. The man with glasses seemed confused, while the other man gritted his teeth. The man with glasses was suddenly struck from behind. The man with glasses is struck from behind, causing him to curse. He turns to see his attacker. Meanwhile, the hooded figure continues to walk, pausing only to use their phone. The figure sighs, continuing their walk between shipping containers. The figure continues to walk, thinking that they will be yelled at again. Back at the scene of the attack, the man with glasses struggles to his feet, visibly angered. The hooded figure continues their walk. The hooded figure hums to themselves as they walk. The man with glasses grits his teeth, his anger rising. He curses, frustrated that he can't seem to shake his pursuer. The hooded figure continues to walk, wondering how the man with glasses is able to keep up with them. The hooded figure continues their walk. The man with glasses continues to struggle to his feet. The man with glasses is struck with a powerful blow. The force of the attack sends him crashing into a stack of shipping containers, the sound echoing through the yard. Heavy footsteps approach the downed man. Elsewhere, Esela continues her investigation. The blonde bully pins the glasses man to the ground, choking him. The glasses man struggles, his glasses falling to the ground as he hears the blonde bully's words. The blonde bully reminds him that he always gets caught off guard, resulting in others having to clean up after him. Nearby, Beckman approaches, a sinister smile on his face. The blonde bully continues to choke the glasses man, stating that everything is fine because others always clean up after him anyway. The glasses man grits his teeth, surprised by the blonde bully's strength. Beckman continues to approach. Beckman asks if the glasses man wants to live. Beckman tells him that he can let him live because he believes people can change for the better, before mentioning contract killings and scams. Beckman urged the glasses man to truly reflect and repent for all the murders and malicious deeds he had committed. Understanding dawned on the glasses man as Beckman's hand rested on his head. The glasses man insisted that he would repent, begging Beckman to look at him. The glasses man swore he would never do it again. He promised to confess everything. The glasses man vowed to never get involved with anything like that again. Beckman, his eyes glowing red, stated that he would sincerely apologize for the victims as well. The glasses man pleaded for the rest of his life. He continued to beg. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a coastal area with large concrete barriers. The camera panned across the coastline. A barrel was then thrown into the water. A barrel bobs in the water, its contents unknown. Another barrel, this one red, also floats nearby. A voice wonders if it contains candy. A disembodied hand holds up a lollipop. The voice assures someone that it's okay, reminding them that they don't like strawberry flavor. They urge the person to start remembering. The lollipop is presented again, the voice admitting it was their bad and that this was all that was left. They mused that apple or lemon would have been better. Two figures stand together, one eating something from their hand while the other holds a wine glass. The scene shifts to a silhouetted figure sitting on a step. They wonder who the woman was that someone was trying to call. The figure, revealed to be Mo Ji-hyun, sits with their back to the viewer. They admit they don't know. Mo Ji-hyun's face is revealed as they hold up a phone. They think it would be impossible to hide from the police by now, but they will find out who she is when they go through that phone. They muse that it's a good thing he turned out to be exactly the scum they thought he was. Another figure states that it's only a matter of time, indeed. Footprints are visible in the snow. A voice states that the very fact that such evidence was left behind means there's a problem with the best future that number sees. A figure stands on a pier, looking out at the water. Another figure crouches nearby. They state that if they want to reach them before the police, it'll be close. The figure from before asks what the other is going to do after they find them. They mean. The other figure states that they'll have to see and judge both of them themselves before making a decision, just like before. The hooded figure sat in the back of a van, pondering the nature of the people they were tracking and most importantly, the criteria by which they would be judged. The figure considered what criteria they used for judgment, resolving to be fair and hear them out first. But if they were not convinced, the figure mused that they would think about that when the time came. The figure continued to contemplate whether they would be seen as a hero or a villain. The figure affirmed that they never. The figure honestly didn't care whether they were seen as a hero or a villain. The figure considered the concept of being a hero or a villain. The figure thought that the truth was that they couldn't trust anyone's judgment, not even their own. They wondered who was good and who was evil, and whose life was worth more. The figure thought that if all human lives and potential were equal, then the figure concluded that out of the two paths, they would choose the one that saved the most people. The figure declared that there was one standard they would never compromise on, deciding that it was time to move on from the boring old story. The figure then asked if that was the answer they were looking for. A man with light hair responded in the affirmative. Meanwhile, another man suggested they start with Mo Ji-hyen's side first. The scene shifted to a footprint analysis report. The bustling city street was filled with the sounds of daily life. A bell chimed from above. Mo Ji-hyen, standing beneath the awning, waved goodbye. The time was 1 p.m. Mo Ji-hyen checked their phone as they walked down the street. They reviewed a checklist on their phone, confirming they had clothes, water, protein bars, disinfectant, and chocolate. Suddenly, someone called out to them, identifying them as a student. Two girls approached Mo Ji-hyen, complimenting their beauty and asking if they were a college student. Mo Ji-hyen was taken aback by the sudden attention. The girls stammered, saying they just wanted to share some kind words, then quickly apologized and ran away. Mo Ji-hyen, surprised, exclaimed that they had a boyfriend. The scene shows a quiet street. Nearby, Mo Ji-hyen is relieved they weren't caught. They were scared. Mo Ji-hyen recalls that their face can be seen on a YouTube stream. Thankfully, no one seems to recognize them, perhaps because the video quality was bad. Mo Ji-hyen wonders if enough time has passed. 2 weeks, they think, is a long time in Korea. Mo Ji-hyen recalls a memory of a person holding a knife to their throat and the number 4326. Mo Ji-hyen pauses, lost in thought. They remember the first time they met number. Mo Ji-hyen thinks that's enough of the boring old story. Mo Ji-hyen wonders if that was the answer they were looking for. The date is December 4th, 10:30 a.m. They considered the recent events, try to make sense of the lingering unease. It just didn't feel real, as if a crucial piece of the puzzle was missing. The memory of a horrific event surfaced, the kind that shook the very foundation of their country. It was a stark reminder of the darkness they were fighting against. Elsewhere, a figure emerged from the back of a van, the air thick with unspoken tension. The question of revenge hung heavy as they spoke of Soa, the woman at the center of it all. The figure clarified that it wasn't about revenge, but about preventing someone like her from continuing to live in this world. It wasn't a sense of duty, but something more personal. The only reason he was trying to kill her, he explained, was because her number was so high. If he could save one person or 100, he reasoned that it was only natural to save the 100. He believed that the value of every human life was equal, and if he didn't think that way, he would be no different from them. He concluded, his expression hardening with resolve. The thought then occurred to him. She could see the numbers too, right? But her ability was the exact opposite of his. A memory surfaced of a girl asking if the number of people to be saved was correct. He confirmed that it was. He knew it was definitely correct, but something about it still bothered him, a nagging feeling he couldn't shake. No matter how he thought about it, there was some kind of contradiction he couldn't explain. The pieces just didn't fit together. A sudden realization struck him, causing him to gasp in shock. The truth was far more complex than he had imagined. Mo Ji-hyen and an unknown figure stand near an open car trunk, seemingly preparing to leave. They passed by, and Mo Ji-hyen sked, stating that this was no time to be talking. An unknown person tells Mo Ji-hyen to take something. Mo Ji-hyen reflects on damaging their eyes badly 3 nights ago, noting that they've healed enough to see simple numbers again, allowing them to see the best future again. Mo Ji-hyen thinks it will take another 2 days or so. Ideally, they should lay low until then, but they don't know what kind of evidence they might have left behind that night while they were unconscious. Mo Ji-hyen considers the possibility of the investigators closing in on them already. It might be safer to cut any ties to the evidence and get out of here as fast as possible. Someone tells Mo Ji-hyen to get themselves a new outfit while they work on getting the car ready, and to head downtown and buy the things they listed. Mo Ji-hyen is asked what is wrong and is told to get everything from their hat to their shoes. A close-up shot focuses on a pair of shoes. Sounds of voices are heard as Mo Ji-hyen walks down the street. Mo Ji-hyen is told to get themselves a new outfit as they walk down the street. Mo Ji-hyen walked down the street, the yellow numbers swirling around them, a constant reminder of what they could see. The numbers allowed them to see someone's lifespan, but they still struggled to accept what that meant. The number could see someone's future kill count, and Soa could see it too. The question remained. If the choice was between saving 1 person or 5, it was only natural to save the 5. Mo Ji-hyen thought about it, but still couldn't completely accept it. The question arose, What if someone's number was high because they were a cop or a soldier? Or what if it was someone out for revenge against bad people? It was like some over-the-top comic book character. What if there was someone who only targeted obvious psychopaths or serial killers to carry out their own brand of justice? Mo Ji-hyun wondered if that was really the path to a better world. But of course, they weren't saying Soa was like that. What if it was a hero like that? But how could anyone be so sure? The question lingered, unanswered. How can anyone be so sure that children who grow up thinking it's normal to point guns at each other will turn out all right? The question is posed. Will they be problem-free when they grow up? Meanwhile, some innocent person is just trying to live their life. The thought arises, somewhere won't they? The question lingers. How's a kid supposed to grow up stable with their dad in prison? Thinking realistically, it's hard to say it's absolutely right, but the fact that there won't be anyone to properly guide them is true. Realistically, think of it realistically. The question remains, how's a kid supposed to grow up stable with their dad in prison? Who'd put her on the right path? When she starts going off course, she'll face. Think of it realistically. With money problems, she won't get a proper education, and she'll obviously slip onto the easier path. A voice, filled with rage, questioned why a future criminal was being taught in their children's school. The shadowed figure believed it more rational to stop someone before they caused irreversible harm. The girl in the hat asked if they caused irreversible harm. The hooded figure agreed, stating that if his friends were truly kids who would kill someone, then, right now, he would kill them without hesitation. Likewise, the girl in the hat still would. The hooded figure stated that Mo Ji-hyun shouldn't regret trying to kill them because they weren't labeled a killer based on prejudice or guesswork. She was genuinely going to kill 4,326 people. She was destined to be a murderer. The girl called out for her mom. The girl in the hat noticed that Nuna was in pain, and another girl expressed concern. One of the girls remarked that Nuna looked sick, and another asked if she was okay, noting that she didn't look too well. Doam gasped, trying to reassure herself that she was all right. The world around her seemed to warp and distort, a chaotic swirl of violence. She exhaled shakily, the constant thoughts of killing and being killed weighing heavily on her mind. A sharp pain shot through her head as she questioned her own reality. A vision flashed before her eyes, a figure stained with blood, a question echoing in her mind about what kind of person she was becoming. The electronic display showed the bus to arrive was the 4450. The next bus was arriving, a young boy pointed out. Da omes eis videnten alarm. She heard a child calling for their mother, the sound of the bus growing louder. A voice urged them to come inside before they got hurt. The bus approached, its headlights cutting through the night. People waited at the bus stop, unaware of the danger that might be lurking. The numbers continued to flash above the heads of the people waiting at the bus stop. The bus pulled up to the station with a squeal, its arrival momentarily distracting Daeom from the unsettling visions. This stop was Nadiel Station, and the next stop was Dojong four-way intersection. The bus doors opened, and the waiting passengers began to board. The next stop was Dojong four-way intersection. Individuals with foresight abilities can glimpse parts of the future according to the rules assigned to them. Number can see blue numbers, which show a person's total murder count. Murder refers to any act that has a direct causal link to someone's death, regardless of intent. Mo Ji-hyun, on the other hand, sees yellow numbers, which represent a person's remaining lifespan. Death is determined when the revival of all physical cell functions is deemed irreversible. The numbers appeared as A, B, showing only 2 units. Years ticked down to seconds, displaying the countdown in the order of largest to smallest unit. Year, month, day, hour. It was just like learning how to use a regular clock. If one got used to the range of numbers for each unit, it was quite easy to know what they meant, but the numbers 19 verse 55 ticked down. It was still hard to get used to seeing people's lifespans tick down in real time, whether by minutes, seconds, or some other unit. It was the same as the stalker case back then, where everyone's timers synced up. The numbers continued to tick down. 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 Something horrible was about to happen. He could still spot some people whose lifespans looked normal. He realized something after watching them for 2 stops. Those people would. This pattern, the narrator explained, would repeat for the next 19 minutes, until time ran out. The narrator continued, stating that only those with their fates sealed remained on the bus. Inside the bus, the woman with glasses looked around, a sense of unease washing over her. A young boy offered her candy, calling her Nuna. The boy insisted that if she was sick, she needed to take her medicine. He then stated that his daddy would give her candy, just like this, as a man's hand reached out to him. The woman with glasses chuckled, thinking to herself about our little friend. The boy smiled, stating that he liked strawberry. The woman with glasses smirked, a sinister glint in her eyes. Suddenly, an incoming call appeared on her phone, the caller ID restricted. Answering the phone, the woman with glasses wondered what was going on. The woman with glasses pleads for help, her voice barely a whisper amidst the hum of the bus. Meanwhile, the protagonist, lost in thought, sits in a dimly lit room. Outside, The bus continues its route, unaware of the impending danger. On her phone, the woman with glasses sees that she is on bus 23, and there are about 17 minutes left. The protagonist estimates that the incident will likely happen around 5 stops from their current location. The bus route sign indicates they're somewhere between Osel Plaza and Dosup Apartments, heading towards Moreau Terminal and Jongwon Station. The protagonist wonders what will cause the incident, but admits he can't really tell. Back on the bus, the woman with glasses tries to reassure herself that it's just an ordinary bus ride. She then asks someone to head to the spot she mentioned, stating that she will figure out a way to clear the bus. The protagonist asks the person on the other end to find out what's going to happen there. Outside, a dark van sits parked on the side of the road. The protagonist instructs someone to first send him a photo of the passengers, especially the driver. He considered the situation, realizing he needed to verify the number of victims. Meanwhile, SLA wondered if the driver could be responsible for causing an accident. The voice on the other end of the line responded, finding it obvious that accidents should count towards the kill count. Elsewhere, the man in the dark jacket stated that stabbing someone was no different. SLA stammered, pointing out that they didn't have murderous intent, except the weapon was a car. Then she'd better hope someone there had a number, the voice concluded. The scene shifted to images of floods and earthquakes. The destruction continued with buildings collapsing and pileups. The man in the dark jacket explained that in cases like natural disasters or complex accidents where multiple factors were involved, it was hard to pin the cause of death on one person, so that death didn't count toward anyone's number. However, it was explained that if that number was concentrated on one person by killing them, the bus driver, Kim, was reminded that he was expected to save everyone else. Inside the bus, the passengers remained unaware of the impending danger. The protagonist, his blue eyes glowing, realized that if no one on the bus had a number, there was almost nothing he could do. He commanded them to find a culprit. The first outcome, find and deal with the culprit near the destination. The second, there is a culprit, but he fails to act. The third outcome, there was never a culprit to begin with, and everyone dies in an accident, as shown by the wreckage of a bus. Back on the bus, the man with the hat asked if option 1 was being considered. The protagonist, standing amidst a forest, declared that it didn't matter. If there was even a chance to save more lives, he had to act as if it were true. The man with the hat ended the call. Outside, the bus continued its route. Inside the bus, the transfer machine beeped as someone swiped their card. 2 people had boarded, and the bully fixated on the time, realizing there were only 14 minutes left. He knew he needed to stir something up, somehow force the bus to stop, so everyone had to get off. Nearby, a passenger dozed off in their seat. The bully thought to himself, apologizing for what he was about to do. He muttered that he was just borrowing something for a bit. He reached in his pocket, thinking he would tear off a bit of his newly bought padding. He reasoned that he didn't need a big fire, but at least something big enough to force the bus to stop. He clicked a lighter. Click, click. The glasses-wearing bully clicks the lighter, a determined look on his face. He clicks it again, his expression shifting to frustration. Clicking the lighter once more, he wonders why it's not working, noting that it's full. Finally, the lighter sparks to life. He exclaims in triumph, finally succeeding. Outside, rain pours down on the bus as it travels down the road. Inside the bus, the blonde bully cries out in alarm as the lighter is dropped. The lit lighter tumbles to the floor, along with several others. The glasses-wearing bully reaches out, calling for the others to wait. Another passenger asks if the lighter is his, as the glasses-wearing bully reaches for it. The lighter is handed back to the glasses-wearing bully, who thanks the person. Outside, the bus continues down the road as the lit lighter falls to the floor inside. The bus erupted in chaos as the lighter fell to the floor, the passengers screaming in alarm. The lighter skidded across the floor, coming to a stop. Then, with a sickening crunch, it was crushed underfoot. Startled, the blonde bully looked on in shock. Elsewhere, a phone rang, displaying an incoming video call with the words, "Do your best." The caller wondered if it would even matter, but ultimately, they didn't know. The caller paused, a look of determination on their face. Nearby, a boot stepped forward. The protagonist _1, walked down the street, holding a tablet. Suddenly, a vision flashed before him, showing the blonde bully from the bus. The vision intensified, revealing the caller from the phone. A voice echoed, stating that the numbers don't change, but the protagonist considered what Mo Ji-hyun would do. If it were him, what would he do? A number, once set, does not change. Out of countless possibilities, only those that don't contradict the number remain. Even if you try to alter the fixed number, a fated inertia operates and is forcibly maintained. Suicide is not counted as murder. If multiple people share responsibility for a death and it can't be pinned on just one, it isn't counted as murder. When it comes to lifespan, the visible remaining time shifts, but the actual date of death never changes. The emergency hammer swung violently. It continued its destructive path. The voice in his head questioned if he was causing a commotion, but urged him to do his best. The hammer struck again, closer this time. The woman with glasses watched in horror as the hammer approached. The woman thought to herself that she didn't know what was happening. The bus lurched violently as the hammer made contact, causing the passengers to cry out in fear. Passengers yelled at the attacker to stop, urging each other to hold on tight to the handrails. The woman with glasses muttered that this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. She covered her face, seemingly overwhelmed by the situation. She wondered why this kept happening. As the bus rattled along, the woman with glasses pondered the recent events. Were these accidents truly just coincidences? She had barely tried to light a cigarette when, because of this, her lighter was stepped on by a passenger and broke. When she had tried to smash a window with an emergency hammer to cause a ruckus, it bounced off at an absurd angle. The hammer, then, fell out of the window. No matter what she tried, it didn't work. It was as if something was preventing her. That something, she realized, was preventing her from stopping this bus. Elsewhere, the hooded figure thought to themselves that once a number was set, it never changed. The woman with glasses wondered if this was what they meant. Her phone buzzed, and she looked at it with surprise. A message appeared on the screen. I'm here. A figura encapuzada estava entre o local previsto do acidente e os apartamentos. Eles verificaram tudo, mas, como esperado, não havia causa ou culpado visível na superfície. The hooded figure considered that, stemming from the condition of the buildings, it didn't look like a collapse or anything like that. It was probably an accident at best. Mo Ji-hyun sat on the bus, listening to the automated announcements. She thought to herself that as the accident time approached, the search area would narrow. For now, she would keep waiting. The bus continued its route, beeping as it went. Mo Ji-hyun tried not to get her hopes up too high. Another automated announcement sounded. Mo Ji-hyun glanced at her phone, then at a digital display showing the time, 12:24. The display indicated that only 12 minutes and 24 seconds remained. Mo Ji-hyun told herself to calm down. The narrative voice stated that if a number was set, it could not be changed. If one tried to change it, they would be obstructed by some kind of force. Something didn't add up for Mo Ji-hyun. According to that logic, shouldn't the numbers be unable to kill people destined to become murderers? The narrative voice continued, stating that their future kill count was already set, so if they died before that, it was a contradiction. The narrative voice explained that the number would change to 0. Mo Ji-hyun wondered how he could kill destined murderers without getting obstructed like her. The narrative voice asked if she understood. If she checked the numbers that showed how long people had left to live, she would know which gun was loaded and which one was not. Mo Ji-hyun realized she had overworked her brain too much. For almost 40 days straight without a single break, Mo Ji-hyun had been using her eyes to foresee the best future. She stumbled, barely catching herself on the bus's railing. The sudden lurch of the vehicle nearly sent her sprawling. A digital display flashed a stark warning. 11 minutes and 9 seconds remained. The implications were clear to Mo Ji-hyun. Time was running out. The bus continued its route, the other passengers oblivious to the impending doom. The atmosphere inside the bus grew heavy, the air thick with unspoken tension. A hand reached for the fire extinguisher, its presence a stark reminder of the potential for disaster. Mo Ji-hyun felt they were getting closer to the accident. The numbers representing her lifespan appeared, superimposed over the scene. It was the same as everyone else's. Mo Ji-hyun considered the implications of leaving the bus, realizing that their lifespan would revert to its original state. First, staying on the bus meant dying in the accident. The countdown continued, the digital voice echoing in Mo Ji-hyun's mind as the bus hurtled toward its doom. Outside, the world seemed to move in slow motion as the bus approached the intersection. Inside the bus, passengers braced themselves, anticipating the inevitable impact. A fire extinguisher, mounted near the front of the bus, shook violently in its bracket. With a final jolt, the extinguisher broke free, tumbling onto the floor. It bounced erratically, a potential weapon in the chaos to come. Mo Ji-hyun, seizing the opportunity, grabbed the fire extinguisher. They pulled the pin, a surge of hope coursing through them as they realized it might actually work. A manic grin stretched across Mo Ji-hyun's face, a mix of desperation and exhilaration fueling their actions. They realized they could interfere with the timeline, the numbers on the dashboard clock serving as a stark reminder of the impending collision. The text revealed that during the stalker incident and at the gangster's hideout, Number always looked at his own number. Number gauged the best future before killing someone, and of course that was... The scene shifts, showing a grayscale flashback of the bus accident. The text reflects on the need to avoid police pursuit, but questions if there couldn't have been another reason for the tragedy. For example, the text states that Number can only see the future when he's looking at his own number. Back on the bus, Mo Ji-hyun wonders if he can alter a set future. Suddenly, the bus driver yells out in alarm. Mo Ji-hyun, his eyes glowing with power, declares that he'll cause one himself. The text indicates that Number can see a future that won't shave off anyone's time, no matter which seat they're in. The sound of something breaking echoes. That is, the text explains how you increase everyone's lifespan. Mo Ji-hyun is seen standing in the aisle of the bus, holding the fire extinguisher. The bus's tire is shown in close-up as it bursts. The bus swerves violently. The sound of the bus crashing is heard. A heavy silence hung in the air. The footsteps echoed through the city streets. The sound grew closer, the footsteps now clearly audible. A figure in a dark jacket groaned, clearly in pain. It hurt him to even look at normal numbers. The figure continued walking, phone in hand. He wondered if this was Mo Ji-hyun. The situation was tense. The figure paused, then asked what the other person had said. The figure's footsteps continued. A click was heard. Static filled the air. The ability to see one's own numbers, known as self-foresight, allows individuals to utilize more of their brain's resources. Once activated, the future becomes highly unstable, with possibilities overlapping and shifting in real time according to their will. As their future changes, so do the numbers tied to it, allowing them to confirm what kind of future their actions will bring about. Both Number and Mo Ji-hyun seemed to call this the best future. The ground trembled as a surge of energy emanated from an unseen source. The protagonist, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, felt the surge of power coursing through him. Nearby, two figures stood on a sidewalk, one of them speaking, but their words were lost in the growing chaos. The protagonist's face contorted in frustration as he realized he had failed. He sprinted through the city streets, determined to rectify his mistake. A voice echoed in his mind, calling him Ajusi and asking if he could hear them, but the noise was overwhelming. Mo Ji-hyun's voice cut through the noise, asking what he had said. Elsewhere, a figure spoke into a phone, declaring their failure. The scene shifted to a street where a police car and a bus were present, the speaker lamenting that even after doing all that, they had failed. For minutes and 25 seconds prior, the bus had been moving along the street. The bus swerved violently, the passengers inside thrown about by the sudden, sharp movements. The driver fought to regain control, his face a mask of strained concentration as he wrestled with the steering wheel. Outside, the bus careened dangerously close to the edge of the road. The vehicle, marked with the number 4450, narrowly avoided disaster. A police car sped towards the scene, sirens blaring, responding to what appeared to be an accident. From a distance, the bus sat askew, a clear sign of a near miss. As predicted, it wasn't a major accident, and coincidentally, some cops were nearby and immediately started handling the situation. An officer called out, directing those who were hurt to come forward, while internally wondering what the female student looked like. Another officer, older and more seasoned, guessed she looked about 20. He recalled that she had short brown hair and a green jacket, lamenting that no one was seriously hurt. Damn it, she was just here. He couldn't understand how she could have disappeared so quickly. Of course, he had already gotten out before the dust settled, his lifespan now back to 30:9. They collapsed to the ground, relieved. It had worked. But a bigger problem loomed. They realized they shouldn't have attracted so much attention to themselves. Elsewhere, a group of people walked down the street. One of them lamented ending up on the bus CCTV and being noticed. The hooded figure reassured themselves that it would all work out. Elsewhere, someone looked at a route search on their phone, wondering what to do. Two people discussed what they should do, worried about being late. Sungbin was asked if they were okay, and they replied that it didn't hurt at all, relieved they were sitting. Someone asked if they could exchange contact information after handing it over, and the other person agreed, as long as they didn't need to go to the hospital. Two people looked at a phone, and one of them exclaimed that they could take line 1, as it was even faster. One of the two people asked if there was a station nearby, and the other confirmed that there was one right there. The people who were on the bus were already leaving, and it looked like they were all going to the same performance. The hooded figure was surprised, wondering what was happening. The woman with short, dark hair couldn't believe what she was seeing. She wondered aloud what was happening. All the people who had a fixed lifespan were heading to the same subway. The woman was confused. She wondered why. The subway entrance was filled with people. The woman wondered why their lifespans were still fixed. It was clear that their original cause of death was a bus accident. Someone realized that their lifespan had decreased just by being on the bus. The woman with short, dark hair wondered if it could be, and then denied that it could be possible. The subway entrance was packed with people. The cause of the accident itself. The woman with short, dark hair realized that all of that was for this destined number, and that they would become a subway accident instead. The sounds of the city echoed around them, but something fell off. The question remained, could things still be the same? The train bound for Gaseong pulled into the station. An announcement reminded passengers to mind the gap. A woman commented on the train's perfect timing, arriving as soon as they did. A man wondered if they could make it on time. The realization gave her chills. The fact that a police car was coincidentally passing by and that handling the accident didn't take long seemed suspicious. The bus had coincidentally crashed right next to the subway station. Everyone was going to transfer to the subway. It was all set up to get those people with fixed lifespans. They were being herded onto the subway as fast and as naturally as possible. It was all orchestrated. Mo Ji-hyun was being asked to tell them. He wondered what on earth he was supposed to do. If he looked at his number, he could interfere with the future. He didn't know anymore what exactly he was supposed to do against this. It was a seemingly immense law that bent past, present, and future at will, like it was some kind of omnipotent, all-powerful god. Mo Ji-hyun tried to calm down, acknowledging how they were feeling. The figure in the dark had tried countless times to find a way to reduce the numbers themselves. The figure wondered if there was a way to change the future without killing. The person on the subway guessed that they could change the future if they used self-foresight. It was more accurate to say that when you look at your own number, you aren't interfered with by the force of destiny. But, like a stretched rubber band snapping back, once you stop using self-foresight, destiny returns to its original course. That's why you have to cut it off completely during that short time. Maybe the time you're using self-foresight, you have no choice but to make a permanent change. The person holding the phone wondered what was happening. This was the main point. During that short time, there's a culprit involved in that subway accident. Unlike the bus accident earlier, there's a direct link to everyone's death, a destined murderer. The protagonist received a message that the culprit was currently heading to the Line 1 station. He was on his way to intercept. Meanwhile, another individual confirmed they were also chasing the culprit, but admitted their eyes were currently damaged, hindering their pursuit. The damaged individual pressed the protagonist, asking if he understood the implications of the situation. The individual declared that he had to kill him himself. The figure, who could use self-foresight, posed a question: would he kill the culprit and save everyone? Alternatively, the figure asked if he would keep his hands clean and let everyone die. The figure insisted that he must make the choice himself. The protagonist was in disbelief, questioning if he was inheriting a crime and if there was a destined murderer. He thought there was no need to prove it. He refused to become a murderer like his father, stating that it was unrealistic. The figure urged him to think about it with common sense. The protagonist relented, saying fine. The figure responded that if that's what he wanted. The figure stood cloaked in shadow, the details of his attire obscured by the darkness. He considered the weight of the decision before him. The question hung in the air: what would Mo Ji-hyun do in his place? Even when one attempts to alter a predetermined number, fate intervenes to ensure the number is forcibly created. During self-foresight, one is free from fate's interference and can intervene in the fixed flow of the future. For example, even if someone is destined to kill 4 people, they can be killed before they kill anyone. Similarly, even if someone has 10 years to live, they can be killed before those 10 years are up. However, the moment self-foresight ceases, destiny resumes its predetermined course. The weight of the recent events hung heavy as he declared he wouldn't become someone like that. In stark contrast, a family strolled by, seemingly content, the father remarking that he would live happily with a healthy mind and independently as a full-fledged adult. Suddenly, a figure was struck down, the sound of the blow echoing. A voice declared no, as the scene shifted to a blood-splattered view through what appeared to be bars. The memory of a past trauma resurfaced, the figure screaming that he was a murderer, like his dad. The scene shifted again, showing the figure with a knife, poised to strike. A voice questioned if he was going to kill him. The figure, surrounded by shadowy figures, insisted he wouldn't become that, as one of the figures stated it was true he was going to kill him, and that it was all recorded, exposing him. One of the shadowy figures asked if he saw, stating that they were right, and that genetics is a science. The figure, consumed by rage, declared all of you. The figure, eyes wide with fury, told them not to make him laugh, stating that they were the ones who made him like this. He recalled the words of those around him, their accusations and resentments echoing in his mind. They blamed him for taking away their chances, for making their happiness seem like a sin. Because of this, someone felt they had no other choice but to become a murderer. Meanwhile, someone called out to Mo Ji-hyun. Mo Ji-hyun, on the train, looked up, startled by the sound of their name. The voice continued, asking if Mo Ji-hyun was listening. The screen displayed a countdown. 5 minutes and 11 seconds remained. The voice on the other end stated that time was ticking, and they had to decide quickly. The voice identified the protagonist as the culprit. The voice asked if they would keep their hands clean. Mo Ji-hyun realized they couldn't do it. Mo Ji-hyun couldn't bring themselves to kill someone as the train arrived at Jeju Station. The train arrived at Jeju Station. Passengers were directed to disembark here for transfers to Line 1 or express buses. Meanwhile, the person on the phone believed the culprit had just boarded car 2. The person on the phone confirmed that Mo Ji-hyun was in car 6 and stated they would like Mo to come to them because they had something for them. The person on the phone continued, stating that they probably couldn't get past the culprit to reach Mo Ji-hyun. The unseen speaker declared that getting close wouldn't be allowed. The person on the phone was instructed to get to car 2 as fast as possible. Mo Ji-hyun asked what they were giving them, and the person on the phone responded that it was a self-injection syringe filled with a lethal poison. The person on the phone stated that the syringe was the weapon Mo Ji-hyun would use. The person on the phone explained that Mo didn't need skill or strength, just to sneak up from behind and jab it into an exposed patch of skin. The person on the phone stated that's it. Mo Ji-hyun wondered if there was really no other way. Mo Ji-hyun considered if there was another way. That would be best, they thought. Meanwhile, on the train, the protagonist thought that things were always difficult for him. The train continued on its route. The passengers held onto the rails. The train car was labeled as Car 4. Someone considered that since it was likely a single civilian, arson was the most likely. The passengers continued their commute, unaware of the danger. Someone calculated that there were about 17 bus passengers, so that made roughly 10 more victims. A bomb, arson, or releasing toxic chemicals came to mind. Arson was the most likely. A voice echoes in the darkness, rationalizing the impending violence. The voice continues, its motive unclear. Meanwhile, someone on the train is planning to set fire to the subway. Elsewhere on the train, a hooded figure contemplates killing dozens of innocent people. The voice from before questions if it even matters if 1 or 2 people die. The person on the train wonders if they were to disappear from this world. The train continues its journey. Suddenly, a man is attacked. Chaos erupts on the train as people are caught in the crossfire. A woman screams as the attack unfolds. The person who was planning arson is now preparing to light the fuel. A man on the train looks on in disbelief. Panting, Mo Ji-hyun rummages through the trash on the floor, wondering why there's so much filth. Annoyed, the hooded figure curses the mess. The hooded figure's eyes widen as they demand their item back. The man from before is punched in the face. The hooded figure screams at someone not to touch it. A foot stomps down. The hooded figure is on the ground, surrounded by trash. Elsewhere on the train, a man laughs to himself, while another wonders what kind of circus this is. Other passengers yell at Mo Ji-hyun to stop blocking the way and move. Mo Ji-hyun thinks to himself that they're just as they are. Mo Ji-hyun thinks that this is... The hooded figure thinks that if that's what everyone wants, then so be it. Elsewhere, a man is being carried by 2 other men, one of whom is wearing a mask. Back on the train, Mo Ji-hyun hears the murmurs and wonders what all the commotion is about. Mo Ji-hyun's name is repeated, and a shadowy figure is seen. The shadowy figure is seen again. The shadowy figure is lunging towards someone. The person being attacked is shocked and wonders what is happening. The shadowy figure is seen running through the train, and someone yells, wondering what they are doing. The protagonist, with glowing blue eyes, demands that the figure stop and give back what they took, warning them not to touch it. Mo Ji-hyun is asked what they are doing and told to come back. Someone yells, why? The hooded figure wonders why they can't kill her, and why they suddenly see their own reflection in that woman. The hooded figure considered their ignorance of the woman. They admitted to themselves that they knew nothing about her. The figure wondered why she was doing what she was doing, and if she could just be a crazy woman. They questioned if they should refrain from killing them, precisely because they knew nothing. The figure continued to question why they knew nothing. They realized that they knew nothing, and yet, the figure decided no. The figure wondered if they shouldn't refrain from killing them, precisely because they knew nothing. For whatever reason, the figure thought that at the very least, they should know what fate it was that turned them into a destined murderer. The figure wondered if they had turned them into a destined murderer. Someone shouted for Mo Ji-hyun to come back. The figure considered that just because they grabbed the gasoline didn't mean fates changed. Either way, they had to choose between the passengers and the arsonist. The figure questioned if that was really the choice. The figure stated that fate doesn't change. The protagonist is asked if he is absolutely sure about something. The scene shifts to a wrecked bus. It was determined that the initial cause was clearly a bus accident. But the cause switched to the subway. It was observed that the lifespans of 10 people who had been on the subway from the start had shortened, just like the bus victims. There are 10 more victims. That means the fates of 10 people have been altered. The protagonist realizes that the fates of the victims have changed from what they were meant to be. There are still many unknowns in how the numbers work, so there must be more chances to find a loophole. The protagonist grits his teeth. He thinks to himself that he is not serious and that he will do something. A woman with a cap declares that she will save everyone. The protagonist thinks that there is a third option. He recalls someone telling him time and again that it's impossible, that they've tried many times and failed. The figure lamented that the man was alone when they weren't by his side. The figure declared that he could only see the perpetrator's number. It was a gamble whether it would work, but it was something only he could do, as he could see the victim's numbers. The figure continued to move forward. It was something he could pull off,